Each year, we sit down to reminisce about what happened in motion design over the last 365 days and to make some predictions about next year. This year's edition of our Year Ender is beefy, so grab an enormous mug and make sure a bathroom is close by because we talk about almost everything important that happened this year. Great work, new tools, the economy, AI, and a million other things. We also enlisted the help of a huge group of our friends from the industry to tell us how things look on the ground. You'll be hearing from Caleb Ward from Curious Refuge, Chris Castanova from Adobe, Nick Campbell from Grayscale Gorilla, Eric Jordan from Too Advanced, Emmanuel Colombo, Noel Honig, Erica Gorochow from Pep Rally, David Sheldon Hicks from Territory Studios, Aradana Bejarano of The Little Labs, Austin Bowens from Rive, Aaron Sorofsky of, wait for it, Sorofsky, Connor Hankel from Colosseum, Karen Fong from Imaginary Forces, Elijah Sheffield, Justin Harder of Klaus Studios, Joel Pilger from Forum, Haley Akins from Motion Hatch, Kirsten Knoll from Scholar, and Alan Lassiter from Lasso Studios. And as always, I'm joined by my conversation partner EJ Hassenfratz and newcomer to this podcast, Aharon Rabinowitz, who heroically jumped in for Ryan Summers this year when he got sidelined by a client project, something we can all relate to. So without further ado, I present to you the School of Motion 2024 End of the Year podcast. Here we go. All right, gentlemen, we trained for this all year. Well, not you, Aharon, because you just found out this morning that you were doing this.
You just signed up to the practice squad.
Yeah. But, you're a pro. You're a consummate professional. I have no doubt you're going to blow everyone away with your insights and your pithy comments, okay? So
yeah, well, that's when I come to, like I said before, with The Princess Bride, is that line, get used to disappointment.
I love it.
Just get used to it.
Well, let's start that early if we can. So I wanted to start, the three of us, we're artists of a certain age, okay? Mm-hmm. And a lot of our audience are in their, their 20s, 30s, and then there's people in their 40s and older. But I think there's like an interesting perspective that you have when you've been doing something for 2 decades plus, which all three of us have. And I thought maybe we could just kick this off by just kind of pondering a little bit the question of what is motion design right now? Because, when I got into this, I think I started working professionally like 2002, and it was MoGraph.net, and you had After Effects, and there wasn't really like a winner 3D app yet. Cinema 4D hadn't quite caught on, and it feels so different now. So, Aharon, why don't we start with you? If your mother said, "What do you do?" and you said, "I work for a school that teaches motion design," and she's like, "What the hell is motion design?" What would you say?
It's funny because I think my parents were thrilled when I finally started teaching at Pratt because they could finally tell people that I was a teacher, like that they understood. That was
teacher,
he's a teacher. That's it. It's funny. I was thinking about like the motion design. About we look at it and it has changed so much over the time that we both, we all got started. And I was thinking about this. I watched a movie last night or 2 nights ago called The Covenant, which is like from 2004. And there's some MoGraph in there. And it was like the most 2004 MoGraph at the opening that you can see. It was like, reminding me of like when ER was out, there was like a certain style, right? Like you remember how there was a certain kind of style, like when we moved through these styles. And now it's gotten so interesting. We went through this period of like lots of things happening on screen and so much. Then we kind of moved into this sort of minimalistic, like keep it simple shapes and things like that. And trying to explain that to anybody, you're like, what is it you do? You could say like, the opening of ER, like that's motion graphics. Then you say like, got a ball moving on the screen and it's like made of wood and there's another thing made of wood and there's some plastic. And like, it's very hard to explain what motion design is today. But I think of it like, looking at it holistically. There's this motion design is kind of split off into different kinds of areas. Like sports motion design is an aesthetic that has not changed in, 15, 20 years. Mm-hmm. And that's easily, you can point to it, you can explain it. There's metal, there's flashy text, there's all this stuff where they bring up stats on players. And then there's like this more sort of experimental motion design that is very creative, but, it doesn't necessarily always have like a point to it, but there's outside of just being art itself. And that's where I think like there's like the motion design that's for the purposes of creative expression. And there's the motion design that's there for the purpose of telling a story or selling a product or whatever. And it's really just these two very big areas that are hard to quantify.
Yeah. And it's spread out quite a bit. What do you think, EJ? How would you answer this?
I usually would say like, Pixar, I do that kind of stuff, but not that talented. And now I can say, actually, I've tried this a few times. I was like, do you know Beeple? And sometimes they'll be like, oh, yeah, I was like, I kind of do stuff like that, but not weird like that.
Right.
Yeah. But I think it's Aharon's kind of on the right track where it's like, motion graphics have been around for forever. It's just that it's been more refined. We can do a lot more. I mean, especially now with what AI is doing, like it's the same storytelling, visual storytelling, the craft of animating, putting things in motion, getting people to feel certain things or telling a certain story or selling a certain thing. But it's just, not only has the technology gotten better and better, and it's also the screens and the ways you experience those things. It's not just on a little, 4x3 screen anymore. It's everywhere. It could be on the side of a building. It could be through, VR glasses. Like it's almost everywhere. I almost feel like if you were trying to, if you said you did motion graphics or you did 3D animation, it's so much more mainstream now than it was then. Like people experience this stuff every day, like whether in their apps or anything like that. You can say Duolingo, the little bird animation, that's motion graphics. Like I do something like this. So there's a lot of little reference points that you can bring up versus, like when did Creative Cow first open, Aharon? Like
I don't know when it opened, but I was there in the early 2000s,
Right.
So.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure Creative Cow, it was probably around in the late 90s. So it's still there, and I don't think they've updated the website. I think it's pretty much the same one. Yeah, I mean I agree with both of you. I think like for me this year, I've been really focused on sort of the frontier of motion design. So like all the things that you guys are talking about, like title sequences and graphics packages, like all of that still happens, and ads, and then social media became like a really big kind of medium for that. But now, and I've been predicting this for years, and this is the first year I think it really started to happen, is animation as part of products and part of interactions. And it's funny because, and I think we'll probably come back to this a lot in this conversation, like it kind of feels like it's come full circle, because one of the first things I saw that really inspired me was the Too Advanced Flash website, which, was kind of one of the first things I saw where it kind of had this neat futuristic aesthetic, and it was like fun. It wasn't just animation to convey information. There was kind of like a tone to it. And now with tools like Rive and Unreal Engine is catching on more and more every day.
If you're an older Flash designer or developer, you could recall when you could create a fully self-contained interactive experience right in the browser, as long as you had the support of the plugin. When Flash went away, that landscape of interactive design really changed, and we saw all that experimentation and ambition die out.
You've got the sphere, so you've got these giant visible things that's like a touchstone that, even sort of the normies out there that don't do motion design, they know what it is, and they understand that it's a giant screen. I've been talking to a lot of companies lately about our new team training thing, and I talked to two in the last week that they're big companies and they do in-arena graphics for soccer stadiums in Europe. And so, sorry, football. I don't want to piss off any of our European fans. So motion design, it feels like there's still not really a good definition for it. There's just more things to point to, I think, to say that's it. I
remember the first year I went to NAB and I was in Vegas, and that was the first time I really experienced like motion design in a city almost built around it, right? Like we had all obviously the casinos, but there's so much advertising everywhere, in the hotel, outside the hotel, wherever you are. And I remember even just when Andrew Kramer came out with, God, what were they? There were these flourishes that grew, like there were these remember like there were these right? I can't remember what that product was called, but that year everywhere in Vegas, like on slot machine screens, like it was crazy. Like that stuff is just, it gets into everything. And I think, like you say, it's become more normal so that we almost expect to see it in everything, and if things don't move, that's weird now.
All right, well, let's dive into 2024. And I always start this episode by just doing a quick School of Motion update. This is the School of Motion podcast, so I think that's fair. And so I think, if you follow us, if you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, by the way, if you're not, you should just do that right now. Just go ahead, I'll wait. Okay, good. Thank you. So you've probably noticed like that we're doing a lot of new things this year. We've gotten into some new areas. We're teaching some new things. There's some new faces around, including Aharon, who officially came on full time at the beginning of this year. And so the first thing is, and I don't know how important this is to everyone watching, but we had some pretty big leadership changes this year. So our CEO, Lena Vandermost, who was running the company for about 2.5 years, she left and she's spread her wings and is moving on to her next adventure. And so I've jumped back in, and Aharon jumped in this year. And we've really been kind of focused on getting back to the core of kind of what got us here, which is the community, kind of leaning into how weird we are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree. Maybe we're not weird. Maybe we're actually pretty standard issue people, but I don't think we are. But one of the biggest things that we started doing this year was our Motion Mondays video. If you're watching this, there's a good chance you've watched at least one of those. And that's kind of one of those ideas that like, it's so obvious in hindsight that we should have been doing that the whole time. And it takes a lot of work. So I want to give a shout out to our incredible team. We have an awesome team at School of Motion, and our video editors work tirelessly to put that thing out every week. It is not easy. We also expanded into Rive. So last year we put out our first Unreal course, and that was very, very popular. This year we put out our first Rive course, and that was very, very popular. And so that kind of tells me that, another theme that's going to come up is that, back when the three of us started, there was really like 3 or 4 apps you had to know or at least be familiar with to do this. And you can still get by with those 3 or 4 apps, but now there's 20 apps that you could use. And some of them are so specialized, and some of them do things that weren't even possible a few years ago. And so our mission is to just sort of open the doors to all of those things. And so that's going to be part of our mission for next year, is continuing to expand. We have a Blender course coming out in January. We have an editing course coming out next year. And so motion design, we've already said it's kind of expanded. It's like this bubble that popped and spilled out its goo all over everything. As with motion design, School of Motion will also spill its goo. I should probably pick a different metaphor.
Yeah, wow, that went bad really fast.
Yeah, I know.
You're weird.
Yeah, I did say we're weird.
Well, we're weird here.
Another big thing that we did this year was we launched a new team training product for teams to be able to have way more flexibility than just signing up for a course that has a start and an end date and get access to everything for their team. And one of the coolest things about that has been I've had the opportunity to talk to now well over 100 companies. And when I do it, right, it's a sales call, but I'm also interviewing them, and I'm trying to dig and find out as much as I can about what they're doing. And I've learned some really interesting things this year, which I'll share in this episode. So that's a few of the things that have changed this year at School of Motion. But I think going into next year, obviously we're going to keep doing Motion Mondays. We're going to try and do, some more of the fun stuff that we've done in the past. We always have, big contests, 12 days of MoGraph, Somtember, and really leaning more into our community too. I think the new School of Motion, when we execute on our vision over the next couple of years, it's going to be a lot more interactive, and it's going to be a lot more flexible. And so first, just want to thank everybody who's watching this and everyone who's ever taken a course or watched any of our content for being a part of our larger community. But there's a lot of exciting stuff coming up next year. So let's get psyched up for that. All right, now, so everyone should know that Aharon did not wake up this morning knowing he was going to be on this long podcast record with us. But I did say, hey, one thing that we always do is we try to pick our favorite piece of work, or a few of them that came out in 2024. And, when right before we started recording, Aharon was like, well, I can't really think of the name of one. There's a few. Has anything popped into your head while I was rambling just now?
Well, I love show graphics, for television shows, like a lot of what they're doing, things like Game of Thrones, or, I was just watching The Penguin, which is an awesome series. And it's not just about how good that graphics package is, but how much it really feels like the show. Mm-hmm. And I just watched Penguin, and there was really nice graphics around it. It's more like drawn, painted, like, splatters, things like that. But I really felt like that piece, it looked good, but it also was like the grittiness of the show itself. It really like was part of that story, as opposed to trying to be something that's cool. I think about something that looks really good, but I don't fully find the connection is on the new Lord of the Rings show. They have like this, they do this stuff with these little stones that are like, there's sound that's moving them around. It's very, you see these kinds of effects, but like, it looks awesome. I just don't know how it necessarily relates to the show. But this one was, even though the kind of work that probably went to it was a very different kind of work. It was more, it's flat on the Penguin. It doesn't involve 3D in any real meaningful way. It just really lent itself to the show itself. And I really like that about it.
That's awesome. Do you feel like, because I kind of felt this way earlier in my career, that when I was younger and I was getting into this, all it took for me to like something was eye candy. And now, I don't know if it's just that I've been doing this for a long time, or that there's so much talent out there, it's kind of insane, that you kind of get numb to it. Like every day, there's 5 things that come out that are just gorgeous. And so now like the bar has been raised a little bit for it to be like one of those favorite pieces, where now the concept and the emotional connection is more important, or has it always been that way for you?
Well, no, I think I was really into the eye candy when I was younger, and looking at like stuff. Because again, there wasn't enough of it to consume. But it's a funny story is that like I went to see the Spider-Man Spider-Verse film that was out this past year, right?
Amazing, yeah.
And what happened was I booked the wrong theater. I didn't even realize. We went out to dinner. We were across the street from the theater. We think, oh, we got plenty of time. And I realized we're actually in a theater that's like way further downtown. So like we had to jump in a taxi, get there. It turns out that theater does not have like the reclining seats. We were all excited about sitting down and doing it. But 2 minutes into that movie, we could not give a crap. Like the beauty of it was because the story was great and the beauty was great. Like we stopped thinking about it. But most of the time when I'm seeing cool graphics, visual effects, whatever it is, I'm often thinking about the graphics themselves and not drawn into it. So when something is special and can pull me away from that, that's just beyond eye candy. Like that is to me, like that's the moment you really like say, this is why I got into this field. This is what this is about.
Yeah, that's hard to do. All right. Well, EJ, why don't you take us through your favorite work from 2024?
Yeah, so I'm wearing my Camp MoGraph shirt from Australia, and I would say that's probably one of my favorite pieces of the year is the Camp MoGraph 2024 Australia titles. It's the first time that Camp MoGraph has ever had like an opening title sequence a la like your, Motion Plus and your Node Fest and stuff like that. And it was an amazing like, I don't know how the team at Camp MoGraph pulled it off, but they got like this all-star cast led by Duncan Elms from Elastic. And so like a lot of the team from Elastic that going back to, title sequences and stuff like, The Last of Us and like all the crazy Elastic stuff that they've done, like you can see that in this piece. And so if you haven't seen it, go check it out. But I think they did a big write up on like Motionographer and stuff as well. But it has like all the animals that kind of live and represent Australia in it. And this one bit by Brandon Parvini, who, if you don't know Brandon Parvini, he is like, if you like sketch and tune and the tune style stuff, he is the absolute master of it. And the shot he did with I think it's like a cassowary is, I want that on a poster and I want to hang it up. Like it's so beautiful. And every single shot in that I feel like was done by a certain person. So like Min Shi was a part of it. Daniel Marino was part of it too. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful piece. And my name was in the title sequence too. So maybe, maybe I like that a little bit. So that was my first piece. You said pick top 3, but you did 4. So I also did 4. So I'm just going to blow through this next one here too. So Godzilla -1. I think is deserving of a mention here, even though it came out last year, but it came to Netflix this year and it basically came out to the rest of the world outside of Asia for the American and Western market. And it's crazy that they did this with, I think it was like $15 million budget, 35 VFX artists, and it made a crap ton of money and it looks beautiful. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing about it was the director had a background in VFX. So he was like in the trenches with his VFX artist. And I think that's why it's like, it just looks so gorgeous. And the storytelling is probably the best storytelling since the original Godzilla, because I feel like with the American versions is just so like we go back to the eye candy and it's like, okay, it's kaiju fights and that's great, but is that all you got? And this was great. It won an Oscar. It was the first Godzilla film to win an Oscar for VFX. And the sequel just got greenlit too. So that's super, super cool. So I went to Australia. I also went to Japan for the first time, or for the second time earlier this year. So I have like a lot of like Asia focused kind of stuff. So this other one is a Student Academy Awards short film. I didn't even know that there was a Student Academy Award, but it's pretty interesting. But you got to check this out. It's basically this really beautifully done short film where it's this like little origami character and it just transforms and folds into all these different little pieces. And there's an awesome breakdown of how they did like the technical aspects of like the rigging of the folding of the paper and stuff. It's all 3D, but it's definitely worth checking out. And it's crazy that this whole time I'm like, this is a student, which is absolutely insane. Yeah. And it's a student. Yeah. Like it's nuts. And then going over to South Korea, there's a really cool studio. Like if you know my style, I like the little cutesy characters and stuff like that, like very kawaii culture. And there's a studio based in Seoul. And actually Seoul is just full of amazing artists. Like I went to Seoul for the first time late last year around this time. And there's so many artists there and they're so freaking talented. But there's a studio called Grab It that did this piece called Doguri. It's like a character mascot. If you know anything about like Asian culture or anything, or even advertising over there. Literally every company has some kind of cutesy mascot to like build that brand relationship. And I absolutely love that stuff. But this is like a little character, doesn't even have like a mouth to have a facial expression, but it's just crazy how much emotion and storytelling they do with just the character animation and just changing this like 2D face on a 3D character, just animation packed with appeal, colorful, bright colors. And yeah, so definitely check out that Korean studio if you want to get into that kind of cool character-y kind of stuff.
Nice. Well, everything we're talking about will be in the show notes. Yeah,
Joey,
it's funny. Like,
Joey, I wanted to jump in for one thing. I didn't, when EJ mentioned the film, I was like, I didn't know I could think about that. And I got to tell you, I saw like one of the most beautiful films. Unfortunately, nobody has seen it yet except for a few people who were at TIFF, right? But I saw Seth Worley's film Sketch, and it was like, it has no business looking that beautiful. The visuals on this film are just incredible. I wish people can see it. It's going through the process now after its success. It had 100% Rotten Tomatoes. Roger Ebert actually called it a miracle, because it's so good and the budget is like so low. It's going through the process of being bought, I think, right now. And so then it'll eventually hit the theaters. But it is like, oh my God, man, the talent that was involved in that film to make it at such a low budget, but also Seth has that background. Like you say, EJ, he has a strong background in visual effects. He knew what was possible and what wasn't possible. So it was visual effects, the character design. The character design is like so amazing. And that's really, I think, what people are going to just be like, wow, I'd love to have toys of these things, So I don't mean to interrupt you there, Joey, but that's been on my mind. That was like, wow, what an amazing piece of work.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it when I can, and I know we're going to try to get him on the podcast next year too to talk about it. It's interesting because there's like a little bit of a business trend, or I don't know, I don't even know if it's a business trend, but it's just like this trend that I think I'm seeing. I'm curious, like everyone listening to this, leave comments. Like I kind of want this to be a conversation, but like when there's kind of this cyclical nature to this business, right? And one of those cycles is booms and busts. And when you're in a boom cycle, you end up with large companies and larger budgets, and the clients are spending more money, and that lets you have more layers to your team. And what that means is that a lot of times the person who has the vision that's being executed is further away from the actual pixels getting made. And I just think it might just be like a law of the universe that makes things cost a lot more. But when you have someone, like Gareth Edwards falls into this, obviously the Godzilla movie and Seth's movie, when you have the visionary that also has the technical skills. And I think, maybe 30, 40 years ago, it wasn't really feasible for Steven Spielberg to be as good of a director as he is, but also to understand how to use ILM's proprietary stuff. But now you have this ability to have a vision, and I think AI probably helps us get closer to this too, where you can have smaller teams, and it does shrink budgets, but it doesn't compromise the quality at all, which is kind of cool. So congrats again to Seth. I can't wait to see that.
But like you say that Wes Ball is another director who kind of sits in that place where he was a visual effects artist before. He even did a tutorial for Red Giant on using Trapcode Particular back in the day. Like that's what awesome. He was at. That's the level that he was at. And then he directed, the Maze Runner series, and he just did that beautiful Planet of the Apes film, which was all motion capture, and he's just incredible. So like, again, it's just from the knowledge that he has, and he's able to stay connected to the work and not have it get separated from him and just become this like thing that the artist doesn't have as much say in anymore.
Yeah. And I think we'll probably continue to see sort of the bifurcation of the market of big studios getting bigger, although right now they're not really getting bigger. They're kind of staying the same size. Small studios and little groups of freelancers being able to execute crazy high production value on smaller budgets. And then sort of the no man's land in the middle where it's a lot harder, at least right now. But who knows, in 10 years, the cycle may shift and we go back to these sort of mid-sized studios and stuff. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'll go through my picks really quickly. 2 of them are title sequences. And it's funny because last year I really tried to make an effort to find things that resonated with me that were kind of off the beaten path. And then this year I kind of felt like I went back to my roots. So the first one is the Shogun titles, and that was done by Antibody. The show is incredible. If you haven't seen it, it's all in Japanese, so it just feels completely authentic. It's awesome. Great show. And what I liked about that was it's kind of what you were talking about, Aharon. Like, I've been to Japan too, And it's just a much quieter place than the United States, right? And I can't imagine what it was like, hundreds of years ago when the show takes place. And it just sets the tone perfectly with like little, sort of sand gardens. But then there's like these battleships on there. And it's just very peaceful, even though it's a very, very violent show. So I kind of like the contrast between the titles and the show itself. The second one, and this was a little bit of a bias, was the 3 body problem titles from Elastic. So Patrick Clare doesn't miss. Everything he does is amazing. Now, this is one of my favorite book series of all times. It's like one of the geekiest hardcore science fiction series ever. It's amazing. If anyone's into that, you got to read that book. And there's 3 of them. And that is like just classic Patrick Clare. Like there's, a lot of kind of central compositions, but the way it's executed, it's one of those things which is getting rarer and rarer the longer you're in this industry, where you're looking at it and you're like, I have no clue how they did that. It's just it's beautiful and it fits the theme of the show perfectly, but it's very technical too. And it's kind of one of these one seamless shot things that used to be really popular for a while. They're so hard to do. PSYOP used to be kind of the kings of that. And that one really, I love that one. Then there was kind of this weird one that popped up on my radar. I think this came out back in May or June. Coat of Arms did the South by Southwest Film and TV Festival titles. And I love them because I don't know, the last few years I've just been kind of a sucker for that analog mixed media thing that Ariel Costa is really known for. And a lot of artists now have kind of latched onto that. But this is just like the perfect version of that. And the color palettes and the typography and everything just work really perfectly. And the thing I really liked about it is if you've ever been to Austin, Texas, that title sequence feels like Austin, Texas. I don't know how else to put it. It's weird, quirky, but with this southern kind of flair to it because it's in Texas. I think they killed that. It's so good. And then I'll say this is an honorable mention, even though it's a really good spot. So Man vs. Machine did a spot for the Mustang GTD for Ford. And as soon as I saw it, it reminded me of this piece that's probably 10 or 15 years old that PSYOP did for JBL speakers. It's called Ear of the Tornado. And when it came out, it blew my mind because there's like tornadoes and it looks photorealistic and there's like guitars and speakers flying through the tornado. And the sound design, I think, was probably half the reason I love that piece. And this one has that same kind of thing going on. It's a car driving through the desert and then the car kind of disassembles and you see the engine really close up and it's all kind of the, Houdini, beautiful 3D stuff Man vs. Machine is known for. But the sound design is so good. It just like sucks you in. And even though it's like a very modern looking spot, for me, it kind of felt like a throwback to that PSYOP piece. So I really love those. Of course, there's probably 10 amazing things coming out every single day. So it's very hard for us to pick these. So if we didn't mention you, it's nothing personal. Well, for Aharon, it is. He takes things personally. Me and EJ, though, we're trying to be, impartial here.
I hadn't thought about that one in a while because I watched it earlier in the year,
Yeah.
But that was beautiful. And they played with scale in the opening of that in the way that like you have these sand gardens, like, the Zen garden that they're working in. And that totally relates to the show because there's a point in that show where you see that and at the same point, like these mountains and these villages and like all of that, it's a great job of playing between the moments of peace, like you talk about. And then actually at the end of that piece, it does turn to war. So you do start to feel that like the violence of it just creeping in at the very end. It's a really great like piece that does all the things that I love, which is it looks beautiful, it tells the story, and it's got, it's open to interpretation a little bit too. So it's really nice.
Yeah, and the color grade on it was amazing too. And I think that's something that a lot of motion designers kind of forget because, at least back when I got started, the color grade was almost separate from, actually doing the piece. You'd do it and then you'd hand the whole thing off to get color graded. And I know in visual effects, that's still pretty much the workflow. But that's a tool that a lot of motion designers don't think about, I think often enough, is, even just taking your render and putting like a cool color grade on it. And it really matches the show. It's very stark. It's almost like a bleach bypass kind of looking thing. The colors are muted. So it's like when everything works together, the music in that piece is really good. It fits the theme, all that good stuff. These are good picks, boys. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, cool. So we also try to shout out some studios and artists that we've been impressed with for one reason or another this year. And again, this is not a comprehensive list. There's really no way to call out everybody because there was so much good work and so many cool things we saw. So EJ, why don't we start with you? You can go through your list, and Aharon, I'll call on you. And if you have someone in mind, you can, what you can think while EJ's talking and see if anything jumps out to you. But yeah, EJ, you go first.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep with one US studio, and I love PJ, who is like a co-founder of Laundry. They're based out of LA. They got offices all over though. And this gets into what we're going to talk about later on in this podcast, and how studios have to adapt and everything's changing so much, and you have a small team. But Laundry is a great example of a studio that kind of evolves with what we think of MoGraph. They are doing stuff for the Sphere. They did one of the first political ads to ever go on it just recently, and they dabble in a lot of like emerging tech. Like they just did a short, completely AI created short film. So they're not afraid of AI. They're definitely embracing it and using it to empower their artists over there. But they do like AI, VR, XR, real-time stuff, experiential stuff, big spaces, doing a lot of work for the Sphere actually. And it's kind of crazy that like if you talk to them, it's just all the stuff that has to go into like projecting everything, especially on the inside of the Sphere. It's pretty nuts, crazy technical feat. But the CD and co-founder PJ Richardson, he's actually been very immersed in the community a lot lately. He spoke at Camp MoGraph in Australia. He spoke at Half Res. He speaks at Off. He just created an LA meetup called Safe Space, which I think, again, like later on in this podcast, I think we're going to hit on the fact that like I think community is back, and it's going to be more important than ever in this day and age. So really great to hear that like a meetup is happening in LA, just because they haven't really had one since like DMA LA, which I wish would come back as well. But yeah, shout out to Laundry. Love the work. They just did a really awesome rebranding too that just came out yesterday. So check that out. Again, going back to Asia, because I've, going there, it's like visual.
It's your whole, it's like my metal shirts, man. It's your whole personality now.
I know. Right?
Yeah.
It's like a fever dream when you're over there. It's crazy. But going back to Seoul, Korea, again, so many amazing artists over there. If you know Grun Kim, he's an amazing artist over at Elastic, and he's like a god over there in Korea, and he's such a talented person. But there's a visual design art school in Seoul that like they post all their work. It's a physical like brick and mortar kind of school, but they post all their student work on their site. And I think Ringling does this kind of thing too. But again, going back to the quality and the level of student work is just incredible these days. Like there's so much access to so many tools. And I feel like you can get, like, if you're talented, there's no more like technical barriers in your way. Like if you have a vision, you can execute on pretty quick. And what I love about this school is that they do a lot of behind the scenes posts, and they actually like have the student kind of like highlighted as they, directed, whatever commercial piece or, fake a client brief or something like that. And I think it just goes to show how important it is to kind of show the behind the scenes kind of stuff and post that on your social media. I know, like Joe, I'm sure you've talked to a lot of studios and even just seeing if you want to get a sense of like, how would this person work and fit in our studio? What's their process like? So if anyone's like really trying to figure out how to keep a regular posting schedule on social media and share their stuff, like behind the scenes is great. And like I mentioned, the whole origami piece I mentioned just a little bit ago, they have a really badass like behind the scenes, which is incredible. I mean, sometimes it's even more interesting than the final piece because you get more into the head of the artist. And the last one is a little bit of a curveball. It's not motion design, but it is design. And I qualify it because it's an artist that I discovered while in Japan. I went to a bookstore and I picked up this book here by Taku Tashiro. And he is a Japanese illustrator, designer, and professor. And this book came out this year, so that's my qualification. And it's just like, if you look at it, it's just a beautiful style of book. And I have links to everything there too, but it's just this really cutesy style. This guy, he teaches illustration in Tokyo or in Japan. He does packaging, children's books. He designs characters, mascots, logos. If you are really big into design, it's just really cool to see that like that Japanese aesthetic kind of go into graphic design. And it's such an inspiring book. I wish I bought. It's one volume, but there's like three. There's 3 books in the complete volume, and I wish I got all 3, but my suitcase was only so big, and so like. What I realize is like I need to like look more outside of my little echo chamber. A lot of what we talk about can be so Western focused, and man, like is the work that's coming out of different parts of the world just like incredible. And I just want to shout out 2 studios that I met with in Japan. Definitely look them up. So one is Signif. and one is One South Studios, and they do amazing creative work, and they do a lot of like anime focused stuff because Japan. So if you're big into like anime and you like motion graphics stuff, it's like a little mix of the two worlds. They do a lot of really cool music video stuff, and they use a lot of C4D. You'll be surprised how many anime use After Effects. It's pretty crazy. I had no clue that After Effects was used so much in that kind of work. But yeah,
I get the clue because I whenever I see Trapcode Particular used in them, I'm like, oh, that's Trapcode Particular. They must be using After Effects.
Aharon's Red Giant Universe radar goes off when he sees a holomatrix.
My wife hates watching anything with me because I'm always like, oh, that's holomatrix, you know?
Yeah, I made that preset right there.
Right there.
That's great, honey.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, Aharon, so you mentioned Seth already, and I think, obviously like having someone like him who, he comes from our world and you worked with him for years, and now he's, it seems like right on the brink of breaking out into like major Hollywood success. Have there been any other artists, studios, directors, anybody that you saw this year that you thought kind of stood out?
There's a lot of artists I follow, on the socials. There's one, her name is Mad Morocco. Her name is Mari. I don't really know much about her. We've communicated just a little bit, but she does everything with like voxel art, and I love her stuff. Is cool. Beautiful, right? It's really awesome. And I'm like a sucker for two things: voxel art and also anything that's got like a really nice 80s aesthetic. So, that's my, like, any of those two things, if they're done well, like you say, I want a poster and I want to hang it up on my wall. If it's done badly, it's like, wow, I'm super critical of it. That's the thing. The other artist that I just got into because I started as I was using Unreal, and I have these big, science fiction visions of world and stuff. I found this guy who creates environments. His name is Vasily Poryagin, and I used one of his in my short film, one of his environments, but he builds these gigantic, beautiful, very rich, like, environments that have so much detail. And it's like, I know he does like professional work like outside of making stuff for Unreal Engine, but it's hard to believe when you go and jump into his project files, like that a person sat down and somehow made this. Like, it's really beautiful stuff. So that's like, as I've kind of moved into Unreal, like I've discovered these different people creating content that's out there. And I'm like, realize some days I'm like, wow, I should just get back under my blanket and not even try. That's the challenge.
I feel that every day pretty much. Yeah. My son, who's now 9, he's really into video games, and I'll watch him play. He just got this game. It was Astro something for PlayStation 5. It's this little robot that runs around. And I'll watch him play it, and like the artwork in the game is so good, it makes me sick. Like, and one thing that I hope happens is Unreal gains more adoption, because it's primarily used by game developers and game artists. Motion designers are really just starting to pick up on it, and it's still not really tooled for us exactly right yet. But I'm hoping there's more crossover there. Because, I'm not really a video game guy. I was when I was a kid, but I just I don't play them anymore. But when I watch my son, I cannot believe how good the artists are that work on these games. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of mind blowing. Cool. I'll go through mine really quick. So one person that, so last year, I think I talked about Rive Studio and Austin Bowens and his team. And what I loved was, these guys are young, they're in their 20s, and they started a studio, and they are doing their marketing in a way that is like inconceivable to me when I was running my studio. Like, it just wouldn't have worked. It's this new sort of social media first, you're kind of half promoting your studio, but also kind of making yourself and your employees into influencers. And I thought it was so brilliant. They've had a lot of success. And so this year, one of the people that came on our podcast was Connor Henkel. And Connor recently rebranded as Colosseum. So that's his new company. And there's a couple things I love about it. One is his marketing strategy. So a lot of the work he gets, it comes from posting work on social media, but also posting behind the scenes stuff. And I always preach to our students that case studies are so important on your portfolio because it shows potential clients that you didn't just get lucky or you happened to be on a good team and you made these 2 keyframes and so now you put it on your portfolio. It shows them that you have a process for reliably getting to a good result. And so Connor does that all day long. And so I thought that was really cool. He's also, and he's very young too, he's in his 20s, he's figured out how to create a marketing funnel to bring clients in. He's created a lot of automation. He talked about this in our podcast, which we'll link to, where there's an intake form and then there's Loom videos that get sent out explaining his process and what to expect. He's pre-qualifying people by putting like a minimum price on his website and all these kinds of things. And then the big thing, and I know this is going to be a theme in this episode, is he niched down really specifically. So all he does is graphics for in stadium, in arena, in football fields and stuff like that, graphics. That's his thing, right? And he's building a team now. He's made his first hire this year. He's growing. I think last time I checked in with him, he was booked solid. And I think it's so cool because it's a new way of building a studio, right?
I know people hear this a lot, but studios really need to consider niching down even further and productizing their services as much as possible. Generalist agency approach might have worked in the past with more first movers taking advantage of brand building. I would say the space is becoming a bit more saturated, which is fine. It's just everybody needs to find their niche and find what works for them. Specialty and doubling down on what your brand stands for will probably serve you most.
And what's great about it is the old way of building a studio, and frankly, this is how my studio Toil was built, was you have to invest a lot of money and you have to do a whole bunch of spec work and you have to then go out and take clients to lunch and you have to, go do these, you go show your demo reel at the local ad agency or whatever, and you try to drum up work that way. It's very expensive and it's very risky if it doesn't work. This is a very lean way of doing it, right? There's this term in Silicon Valley, the minimum viable product. What's the smallest version of the thing you can try so you're not creating a bunch of risk before you know if anybody wants it? And Connor did that and it's just taken off. He's also very talented, so that helps. But I love that he's niched down. He's got really good marketing instincts and the work is great and he's using social media in this really kind of modern way. So shout out to Connor. I know we're going to be hearing more from him next year. The second one, and I just added I added another company to this. So there's two companies. One is Too Advanced that I think a lot of people have heard of, and they relaunched this year. And I think that's really interesting. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about Rive. But there's another studio that popped up on my radar this year called the Little Labs. And the founder, Aradana, is one of the contributors to this episode this year. So you'll be hearing from her a bunch. But what I like about the Little Labs is kind of the way they're positioning themselves. So it's even in the name, the Little Labs. It's kind of this experimental feel, and they're doing a lot of things with Rive and kind of going after work that isn't traditional kind of linear motion design. And I think that, a lot of artists are pretty unaware of just how big that section of the market really is. And I think part of the problem is that we're still in this problem. It's the chicken and an egg situation where the clients that could use that type of motion design are still somewhat unaware of how valuable it would be to them.
I think we'll see a growing shift, more boutique studios emerging as the traditional large agency model continues to decline. And at the same time, we'll see a rise in independent content creators stepping out of this current motion industry slump and leveraging the momentum of the social media influencer generation.
And so artists and studios like Little Labs are sort of doing these tests, this R&D, and basically doing, sort of case studies for things that could exist. And I think that, it takes a while for that to really kick in. But when it does, you are now the first person that clients think of when they're like, I'm making a website and I have this idea for an interactive thing because I saw Duolingo do it. And there's not really a go-to place to get that yet. And I think that over the next probably 2-3 years, I think artists and studios will start differentiating in that way. The same way, Vuko Studio, who we've talked about a lot on this podcast, their thing is motion design systems, right? So they're, graphic design systems and brand systems. Everybody knows what those are. But motion design systems are a relatively new idea, and Vuko's really focused on that, and they're super successful. They're one of the few studios this year that I think probably had more work than last year. And so I think that's another trend. And I thought the Little Labs, was like a great example of that. And I'm psyched to follow up and have Aradana on the podcast next year. And then the last one is Antibody, which is kind of a cheat because I already called out this awesome piece of work they did. But they did something else this year, which was really interesting, which they released Antibody Originals. So they basically created a series of short films to show off the kind of work that they're capable of, but maybe clients aren't paying them to do yet. And there's a lot of reasons that studios do things like this. I think the last example like this that I could really think of is Ash Thorpe did this at one point because he really wanted to get into directing and stuff like that. And so he created a short film. And off the back of that, he started getting work. I think he worked on one of the Batman movies. And so doing things like this, they take a ton of work, ton of effort. A lot of times you're losing money. You have to invest in it to actually make it a thing. But if you do a good job, it often leads to the type of work that you want to do. And so, I wrote this book years ago, The Freelance Manifesto, and one of the key messages is you have to do the kind of work you want to get paid for before someone will pay you to do it. And so on the freelance side, it's pretty easy to see what that looks like. It's a little harder to see what that looks like on the studio side, especially for a team like Antibody. So I thought it was just awesome that they did that. I want to have those guys on the podcast next year to talk about it and talk about the results they saw from it. But I'm hoping that, there's a lot more screens now, and there's a lot of new kind of use cases for motion design. And I think it's actually going to be on us to experiment and to sort of show potential clients and brands what you could do so that they know that they should be paying you to do it. And it won't happen the other way around. It's gotta come from artists first. So yeah, those are my three. And yeah, this was a good group. You guys picked some good ones this year. Now let's start talking about the nerdy stuff that, I suspect, I know Aharon and me, I think probably got into this through the kind of the nerdy side, like, ooh, I want to learn that tool. I want to be able to do that thing. EJ, I feel like, has a slightly more artistic bent, but he's also a 3D nerd. Yeah. But let's talk about tools and tech. And God, there were so many. I have a very long list here. But why don't we start with After Effects? And I wanted to let everyone know, because this is one thing that I learned this year, which I suspected, but now I have confirmation. So, like I mentioned, we launched this team training program. Every time I get on a call with, a creative director or a head of training or something like that, I always ask, what is it that your team needs to learn? What's the number one thing that you need to kind of upskill your team on? And even today, in 2024, with all of the various things that one can learn, it's still After Effects is number one, Cinema 4D is number two. Those are still, the king and queen, or queen, king and king. I guess it doesn't really matter. But let's talk about After Effects, because that's still by far the most widely used motion design tool on Earth. And After Effects 2025 has recently been officially released. There's been beta features dropped all year. And why don't we start, Aharon? I'd love to know, because you've been using After Effects a really long time. Did anything happen in the world of After Effects this year, either features they added or upgrades they did, that you felt were really notable or important?
I think the strides into 3D, they're not maybe where I'd want them to be to make it a full 3D app yet. But I have to say that a couple of years ago when they bought Substance, I was like, what the hell are these guys doing? Like, I almost felt like at the time, and maybe at the time it was what they were doing, it was like a land grab, that they knew that 3D one day would be something that they wanted to get into, but they had no 3D program to speak of at all, right? And they bought Substance, which was used arguably only by 3D artists, right? But I think that the other part of it was that Photoshop was sort of being pushed out slowly as a tool being used for texture design in 3D. So they wanted to grab hold of that. But beyond that, I couldn't see the vision. And I feel like they've just done a lot with it, and it's clear that they're investing in that. And I'm looking forward to seeing where that goes. It's not where I'd want it to be for a 3D app yet, but for simple 3D things, it's already very useful to people. And EJ's tutorial on characters was really great. Showed you could bring that stuff in and have it right there. Even if you're not doing the animation, I mean, let's face it, most 3D you're doing outside and you're bringing in renders into After Effects. So if you can do it in After Effects, why not do it there? I just obviously I'm becoming a lot more partial on Cinema 4D in my past and more into Unreal, but I'm really impressed with Adobe's pushing forward into that. I also just think that in general, their whole way that they're handling AI, and we could argue about this all day, but I think that there's a lot happening there too. I'm waiting to see what happens in After Effects with that, because there's definitely stuff to be done, rotoscoping and so many other things that could really be useful there. So I think that what I've seen this year is that Adobe is committed to areas that they've only played with a little bit in the past, and that the apps are growing. So I don't know if I'd say that anything monumental happened, because they've been super focused on quality of life stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you can see that there's actually a plan there now with 3D and what they want to do with it. Cause this is their second or third try at 3D, and it's only making sense now.
EJ, what do you think of because you did just recently do a tutorial on it, and you're deep in the 3D world. What do you think the state of it is, the 3D system in After Effects?
I mean, I would say, I echo what Aharon said. It's the most production pipeline viable version of 3D. Even using it, I was actually impressed by the speed of it. Cause usually with Cineware, that was always the thing where it's yeah, you can get it in here and, edit some things, but man, when you hit that render button,
Grinds.
go on vacation and come back, because it's just, and that's just not viable. Like, it's actually fast to just render out a Cinema 4D, bring it in as a sequence or whatever. But this was actually pretty impressive. Now, there are some certain things that they need to add, like I think the environment light's the only type of light that can cast a shadow, but it does look great. And it is one of those things where if you're just dabbling in 3D, like, this is a great little gateway drug to start using it in After Effects. And I know when we asked some of our guests to get their thoughts on the future and stuff, there's still like a lot. I'm always surprised by how many 2D folks are so afraid of 3D, because I feel like it's only getting easier and easier and easier. You got things like Womp and Spline, and it's so much easier to get into it these days that, like, you don't even need to go into a full blown app like Cinema 4D or Blender. You can actually just dabble in it with, like, they have Substance Stager, which I think is like their little standalone renderer thing, which I would be very interested to see what else they got up their sleeve, because they seem to be going just full bore with the Firefly stuff across all their apps now.
Well, I do want to make a distinction between generative AI, the kind of AI that makes things for us, and AI that's more like machine learning, okay? Because that's already been in After Effects. For example, the Roto Brush. That's a kind of machine learning AI. And I think that's amazing. For certain tasks, generative AI is going to be amazing in After Effects. But I'm also looking forward to more kind of traditional AI, machine learning things to be built in as well. Like, somebody said this to me the other day in a chat, and I thought this was genius. They said, how come AI can't dig through my project and tell me when the colors go off brand colors, and then just fix them? Okay, now that's the kind of AI tool I would really like to have, especially when working on big branding projects.
So, Aaron, I'm going to ask you to speculate. So I agree, because I've played around with the 3D system, the new one in After Effects, and the quality is really good, and the speed is much better than I sort of expected it to be based on past iterations. But I still feel like, 10 years ago, I was using Element 3D, and it feels like almost this real-time renderer with all kinds of features and things you can do. And, the current After Effects 3D renderer, great quality, but it's still, there was something about what Element 3D was able to do all those years ago that still After Effects is kind of catching up. And I'm wondering why that is. Do you think it's a technical thing? Do you think it's just that Video Copilot's a much smaller company, it's easier to develop quickly? I'm curious if you have any ideas.
I think two things happen. Video Copilot, again, it is a smaller company, and Andrew is the kind of guy who just he won't release anything until he's so satisfied with it, right? And so, which is why we have not seen much lately. But I really feel like something's coming from him. He put out something that he wanted to use every day, and I feel like big companies like Adobe, a lot of the time they're selling a package and they're saying, like, we want to be able to say we have this, right? When they put out 3D for the first time, it was not great, but they were able to say includes 3D software in it, right? Like, It's a bullet point for marketing. So that's one thing. The other thing is that Andrew did something that Adobe isn't doing yet, is that, at least he did something back then where we're trained almost like as artists that we can't sacrifice quality for speed, right? It's like a thing we just can't do. But he was like, well, what if we could? What if we could sacrifice a certain amount of quality for speed? And he said, like, okay, reflections and shadows are not going to be great. Like, he didn't have the first version of that. They weren't great, but it was so fast. And it was like, and he made it so easy to bring in 3D objects that were already textured and things like that, like, it took, maybe in some ways it took something out of the creative process, like you were using his models or, models already made. But on the other hand, you could get it done quickly. And Adobe is this company that is like, their whole process is like, you're creative people who are using this creative software, and quality has to be at the best. And so, they were pushing they're even now, they're still pushing for like the best version of 3D that looks amazing with reflection and stuff. When, like I'm working, like I say, I'm working in Unreal, and there are times I'm using the path tracer, which is like Redshift. And there are times I'm just using their standard, ray tracer, which has not the greatest reflections, not the greatest shadows comparatively, but it does the job. And I think like Adobe, that's where they kind of like have to find that balance where they haven't found it yet, where they're still trying to do the best job and not, and maybe don't have the version where it's like, we're sacrificing a little bit for speed. And I don't think we're there yet. Like that's where Andrew really put himself in. He was like, like you said, what if we just didn't worry that quality had to be perfect and we could just get something really quickly out of it? And he used the game engine to do it.
Yeah. So EJ, you're really good at using Redshift, and I know you've used Octane in the past, and like those are professional grade renderers where you can literally dial in the number of samples on specific aspects of the render to really dial things in. How much power do you think After Effects 3D system needs to have before it can be useful for teams like Antibody and Elastic and big studios?
I mean, it's definitely got a way to go. I mean, one of the big things too is like it's to even color correct a single 3D object. There's like you have to do some calculations effect and
Right,
and there's not that like built-in motion blur, like the CC lens blur or whatever. The camera lens blur is just not great, and it's also very render intensive. So there's a lot of those, like even the compositing stuff, they have that 3D depth patch, but it could be way more streamlined. And as you know, like you said, the color grading and all that stuff, that is like really what just the chef's kiss pushes a work that extra 10%. You really don't have access to that right now. And I feel like for those bigger studios that like, that's the details and the nitty gritty they need to get into. That's going to be a thing, and it's only limited to like your PBR passes, so you can't really do like if you want to do a tune style or anything like that. Or I mean, I think it does handle like, I don't even know if it does like displacement and stuff like that. Like you just can't get that coming through, and if it does, it doesn't look that great. Ambient occlusion looks pretty good, but there's only so many settings you can really play around with right now as far as like shadow quality and stuff like that. So it's got a ways to go, but I feel like for the mass majority of artists, like Aharon said, it's good enough. Like it's fast enough. I just think the way that they're implementing real time or near real time rendering, like that's what you're getting with the Substance render, like the Substance Painter render, Womp even, and Spline. Like it's incredible what you can do in a browser. And it's just kind of nuts that like we're still waiting on like the Octane Brigade real time stuff, and even Redshift RT, which is, it's kind of this weird thing where it's like it's there, but Maxon doesn't ever talk about it, and it just was kind of like in this perpetual beta, and we just don't know if it's ever quite there yet. I mean, I can now accidentally hit the RT button; it doesn't totally crash Cinema 4D, so we're progress.
Okay.
But it's just when is it going to be ready?
Joey, one thing you talked about how EJ was talking about how like the color grading or the compositing that's not there. I mean, After Effects has a ton of tools that the community or the community of other companies, right? The ecosystem has created that solve some of these problems, right? There's compositing software from different companies like Boris and Red Giant. Red Giant has this thing called Super Comp, which is like, that's a really great one. I love
really
that
cool
for compositing. And there's so many color grading tools out there. It's just that, it's extra stuff that you either have to buy or have to learn. When you're working in Redshift and you're tooling it all there and you're seeing it in Redshift come out the way you want it to look, that's pretty good. I mean, I think we always do a color grade at the end of that, no matter what. But, but there's still something to the general workflow has always been like, do something in 3D and then bring it into some other program and finish it off there. But like we see more and more from Redshift or from Octane, like you can do so much more directly in there that you never have to touch that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, how far away are we from, like, you can do this with Cineware even, where you bring in a Cineware object like C4D layer and you can just go through all the different passes, your reflection, you can isolate those types of things. Like, I feel like all that information's there. You see it in After Effects. I think it's just, they just need to do that back end work so you can actually, adjust and do that kind of, like if you want to do a puzzle mat or something, like you don't even need to render out a puzzle mat. You can just click on different objects in After Effects, and that would be super, super helpful.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest thing that, the 3D system is really cool, but kind of talking about that trend of, artists aren't necessarily just learning one tool to rule them all these days, right? It's like you have one or two that you use most of the time, 80% of the time, and then you pick off two or three other ones that can do specialized things for you, like Substance, for example. But I did notice that, at the beginning of the year, there was a release where After Effects seemed to get a lot faster. And it's funny because that's something that artists always yell at Adobe for. Just make it faster. I don't need any more features. Just like make the thing faster. And then they did, and it didn't seem like there was this big kind of outpouring of, of gratitude. I heard a rumor, by the way, unconfirmed, that next year it's going to get even more faster, a lot faster, actually. So that'll be really cool. But, they did actually add some features that are really small that are actually really useful. One of the ones that's my favorite is, that default sort of gray background color. Like if you're outside the bounds of your comp viewer, whatever that color is, well, if the background of your comp happens to be close to that, sometimes it's hard to tell where your comp ends and the actual artboard begins. You can now change that color. It may have taken 25 years, but you can now you can change that color. That's really helpful. You can change. Oh, and Adobe did this thing where they kind of had like a rebrand, and they kind of refreshed the UI of all their apps, and After Effects was lagging behind, and now it kind of matches. So these are all things that are just like really kind of nice quality of life and life improvements. And I think that, I don't know, my take is that After Effects basically does everything you need it to do already. And if it doesn't, there's a plugin, or there's Cinema 4D, or there's Unreal, or there's Rive. And maybe we don't really need a lot more features, Maybe it really is now just about sanding off the rough edges.
Well, you talk about speed. I know that from experience of having developed tools for it, that's where they really, I think that they just didn't get it to the speed that people want it to be at. Not that that they didn't improve the speed. And I'm looking forward to next year because I know that from the development side is like certain tools, like I know Element 3D or Chapcode in particular, in their own interfaces, even in After Effects, they work much faster than they do once they're dropped into the After Effects comp window. So I think, like there's a slowdown somewhere. It's older code. It's built on older code, but they've been updating it and they're doing stuff like that. But I think, speed is still the number one. It's just that their efforts as of yet have not gotten to people where they want it to be. It's not enough to say, oh, it's 2 times faster. We want it 10 times faster. We want it 20 times faster. That's really the truth of it.
A lot of it too is like people are being exposed to things like Unreal, and you could just hit play and you see this full 3D sequence and you're like, what do I got a RAM preview, a PNG sequence in After Effects, and it takes a while. So I feel like that's where it's like, when I was working in news, we had these old computers, and we finally got like new Macs, and everything was super fast. And then everything went to HD. And so now we had to render all these new and everything got slow again. So it's like, okay, the bar keeps getting moved. So After Effects might have updated, but it's like you look at where Unreal is and stuff. It's like, but now the bar is over there, and then we're still here.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So there's always a million plugins that come out for After Effects every year, and there weren't that many that really jumped out to me this year. And I think that, again, you get on aescripts.com, and it is like sifting through Mount Everest to, there's so many tools, literally anything you can imagine. There's probably 3 tools for it. One that definitely jumped out this year was Battle Axe released Overlord 2. And, they did a whole bunch of improvements to it. And Overlord, just in case anyone doesn't know, it's basically a tool where you can go back and forth between Adobe Illustrator and After Effects in one click, and it can bring over your artboards and all your layers, and it can do things that even importing an AI file can't do. It can like figure out that this is a circular shape, and it'll create a shape layer with a circle in it and stuff like that for you. And that's really cool. But I think maybe a little more important sign of where things are going is they just recently upgraded Overlord 2.0 to now also work with Figma. And I thought that was really interesting because, I think motion designers have been using Figma and using it with After Effects for a few years, but it wasn't mainstream. It was kind of buried inside of tech companies and stuff like that. And maybe there were some designers out there that liked some features of Figma, but Overlord now supporting it, I think that's actually going to help adoption of Figma. And Figma has an advantage that the Adobe apps don't have, which is that there's a free version. And so I wonder if, and Rive has a free version, Unreal is free. There's a 3D app, EJ, that's also free. I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, we'll have to come back to that one. Yeah, it's Mixer.
Some kind of utensil in the kitchen. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder, and Aharon, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on this. I mean, Photoshop and Illustrator they've got to be 2 of the most widely used apps on Earth, period. But Figma is probably not that far behind. It's just kind of over in this other area. And, we've talked about this a few times this year. What does it take for a tool that in many ways is better? Like Figma has a lot of things it does way better than Illustrator. So and it's got this free version. So theoretically, all these studios and companies should just jump ship and start using it. And now you've got this easy plugin that just moves all your artwork over to After Effects. You can go back and forth. But what does it really take for a tool like that to gain traction, with a community of artists and then with companies that have to buy enterprise licenses?
Yeah, I mean, the small guys are always, in general, it takes two things. Has got to be a willingness for the company to try new things, but usually it starts with a small group. But there has to be something about that product that is so vastly worth just like slogging through that first period to do it. With Unreal, it's going to be speed. It's not going to be capability, right? That's a great one to look at because Unreal cannot do what a lot of other 3D applications can do, but it is so much faster that like as they add these tools, it's going to be, that might be the thing that pushes people over. Because it's funny, we talk about Blender, we joke around about it, but the fact is it's a pretty robust, powerful set of tools, but there's things keeping it from making it right now as the big thing. I think that a lot of 3D that people need to do is already possible in Blender, but they have the what's it called, the nodes? What are they called?
Geometry nodes.
Object.
Grease pencil, geometry nodes.
Geometry nodes that looks like incredible. But, again, there's that fear that companies might have of like, well, what if I have a problem? Who am I going to call if I can't make that work? There's always these little barriers like that. But I think that it has to be something that like makes you willing to sacrifice like the time that it's going to take to try to integrate it to get that result. And we are seeing that like with Unreal. We're definitely seeing a lot more of that. I think the Mike Tyson fight was actually done with Unreal. Not that anyone could watch that fight, right?
And if you did, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had my son updating me from another room. I was like watching something else, but I saw that they were promoting the fact that it was done now. They have to turn these packages around very quickly, and that's the moment where that stuff makes sense. So when suddenly you have to turn around and the tools you have cannot do it, and you want the work, that's going to be a thing that drives them. And it's not going to start at big companies. It's not going to start in this, like everyone, they're not going to say, hey, we're all on this now. Good luck. I think about like at ILM, they had this thing called the Rebel Mac unit. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Stu Maschwitz was a part of where there was like, mostly they were using proprietary software, proprietary systems. And then they were like, well, what if we could do a couple of shots with off the shelf software? And suddenly they're saving on these little shots. Like, a great story is that John Knoll was told that it would cost something like $150,000 to do a shot of the Enterprise. So he stayed up all night modeling the Enterprise and then did the shot himself on Fusion, maybe. I can't remember what it was. But like it cost like nothing for him. He just did it overnight and cost like whatever the off-the-shelf software cost in his time, as opposed to the $150,000 it would have taken to do that big, crazy budget shot that they wanted to do. So, that pissed a lot of people off, by the way, because they were like, whoa, suddenly their jobs are like maybe not as secure as they thought. But it did change the landscape internally where they're like, we can start using this stuff. I mean, of course, they make their own software for a lot of the problems that they have to solve that are new, but they're also using stuff that's right off the shelf now.
So there's some other Adobe stuff I wanted to just touch on. One thing that I don't know how many people have used it yet, but I think it maybe points to something interesting that we'll see in the future, which is Project Neo, which if anyone's used Womp, which is this really cool cloud-based, 3D software that uses, I think it's called signed distance fields, where basically you can turn on this setting and shapes just kind of mush together in this natural way. It's really organic and cool. And it's cloud-based. It's in your web browser. It's really fast. Now they have their Firefly tools built into it, which is really cool. But it's still very bare bones kind of thing. And I'm not exactly sure. It's hard for me to tell what Adobe's intent is with something like that. I think it may still be in beta. EJ, have you played with Project Neo at all? I know you've used Womp, but have you used Adobe's version of it?
Yeah, I mean, really, Project Neo. When I found it, I was like, that's like just a Womp ripoff right there. Like, it's literally the same thing. I tried to use it, and I don't know. I just don't think it's stable enough right now because it just kept crashing on me. But just you saying like, where do you think they're going to go with it? And I almost wonder, it's a modeling app. It used the signed distance field stuff. I'm not sure like what those like text the 3D model, like if that's the same kind of technology, but like I could totally see Adobe doing something where it's like, all right, we're already training all this stuff on the Adobe stock images and stuff like that for the generative fill and all that kind of stuff. Why wouldn't they do the same thing if they have all these 3D stock assets from Substance? They own that stuff now. They have this whole repository of Substance assets. Let's train on all that stuff. And hey, this Project Neo is going to be this text to 3D generator kind of thing. And then, also you can generate your own textures in Substance Designer, and you can create whatever the hell you ever want in that app. And I know like Turbo Squid is working on something very similar where you don't have to just be stuck with their, massive library of assets. Like if you need something very specific, like you can make it. So that's my guess where Neo's going, because Womp, I'm not even sure where they're going with their stuff too. We'll talk a little bit later, but they just announced today they have this 3D printing service now, so you can 3D print whatever you make in there. So yeah.
I've got thoughts on that. We'll talk about that in a minute. Aharon, did you watch any of the Adobe Max stuff this year? They did, they always do their really cool Adobe sneaks. And there were some crazy ones. I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
My head was honestly spinning after watching that demo. I was like, I don't even know what to make of this. I do think, they made it 100% clear that like, if you're not using AI, like these, like you're not going anywhere, because that's what they're doing. That's where they're pushing. And, people get upset about that, but I use AI every day, sometimes in writing, sometimes I had a friend, his company that I just found their products. I thought their product was really cool, but I went to their website and couldn't actually I had to work really hard to understand it. So I just jumped into Photoshop. I had it mock up pictures for me instantly, like within 2 hours, I had a beautiful website. Photoshop is not the way to do that, by the way, but that's the tool I was in. And I just was able to generate imagery. And like, they looked at it, they're like, wow, like I didn't think of doing it this way. And I think maybe I took it too far into the visuals and not enough into the more technical. But the point was, I could show them very quickly, like what their website could look like if they put a little more into having an artist make 3D things. Like that wasn't taking away work from a 3D artist. I'm just a friend doing it for them. And I'm showing it to them. I'm like, you need a 3D artist to make all this stuff because your product is a 3D product and you have to generate this. But like now they have a vision for it in their head. They're like, wow, we could do this. Like this is doable. I'm using it every day. I'm more like I'm looking at some of the stuff that Adobe did, like the rotation in Illustrator. Like how does that even work?
The most exciting tech I've seen was at Adobe Max. And it was a sneak of Adobe Project Turntable, where you can take your illustration and turn it into a 3D model that you can rotate. So it's like a rotatable vector. So I found it really impressive because I'm an illustrator as well. And sometimes I would illustrate something and then, for example, the direction my asset is looking is wrong. And then I have to redo almost the entire thing. And here it's possible to just rotate it a little bit and it's in your own style. And I think it's just like magic.
Right? Yeah. Like that's crazy to me. Like I was just blown away by it. Some of it I thought was like, we've seen a little bit of that weirdness. They had the one where you could they were designing a room and they were putting a couch there and all that. And that was still pretty janky AI stuff. But some of it was just like incredible. And I have absolutely used the Extend on Premiere Pro for the video. It's solid in most cases as long as you know where not to use it. Motion graphics, it doesn't know what to do with. It's not trained on that. And I don't think we've seen anything in motion graphics that has been worth looking at for the most part. But I do think, like that extension of the footage is amazing. And as long as it's not moving too quickly and there's not a lot of motion blur. Right. So I don't even know what to expect from them next on it. And I'm here for it, man. Like I don't like stealing from other artists, but they have, that's their thing is saying that they're training it on their own data that they pay people to give them. And, there's going to be people who argue maybe that's not a fair deal. I don't know about that, but they are like, what they're doing is it's working. It's definitely, it's next generation stuff that we are going to be using regularly.
Yeah, I mean, I watched all of the sneaks, and we're going to link to all of them in the show notes. And if you're listening to this and you haven't seen them, some of them really do kind of take your breath away. The one Aharon mentioned where basically you can create a 2D piece of artwork in Illustrator, and then it can create a 3D turntable of it that looks like the 2D version. So you could draw a bicycle, and then, I kind of want a 3/4 angle of it, and it'll generate one. And it looks, it's still AI, so it's still pretty janky, and it's new, and it's not in Illustrator yet. The one that was the coolest to me was the one where you could basically photo bash things together in Photoshop and then hit a button and it'll just like relight everything and adjust the colors and make it match perfectly. And when I saw all that stuff, there was one, I think they called it Project in Motion, where it was intended as an animation tool. And that one was the least impressive.
Yeah.
But all of the still stuff it's immediately obvious to me how that's useful and how it saves you time. And like we've already kind of mentioned in this episode, you've got an idea in your head and then there's the pixels on the screen, and anything that like closes that gap and makes it easier to get there, in the end makes you a faster, more effective artist, right? Especially in a professional setting. So Adobe's clearly all in with AI. There was some disappointment that there, a lot of features were added to, at least they were showcased in Illustrator and Photoshop and Substance also. After Effects hasn't gotten any AI stuff yet, but I think it's only a matter of time until you have, generative fill for video. I'm sure they're already demoing that internally, and you can see how that's going to be useful. We're going to talk more about AI in a little bit, but let's move on to the 3D world. And EJ, what's been going on this year in the world of Maxon Cinema 4D?
Yeah, so I feel like it's been a similar year to After Effects. Like Aharon said, it's like a lot of quality of life stuff. I think the big headliner feature for at least Cinema 4D was all the new particle systems. So they had Pyro. Now they have like they're basically trying to replicate like X particles, so you don't even need to like buy that plugin anymore. And they're adding new modifiers, particle modifiers all the time. They added they made like the whole dynamic simulation system kind of whole with the rigid bodies and the connectors. So now it's kind of like on par with the old system. For a long time, like you were kind of missing those things, which was great because then I got to update Cinema 4D Ascent and stuff. And so now that's got all the new simulation stuff in there. One thing that it's kind of like a low key thing, but it's a field driver tag. And basically what it allows you to do is control any parameter on any object using a field. And I just feel like it's super powerful, but it's just one of those things that not a lot of people have played around with yet. But I just think the possibilities are really incredible. And it's not the most super sexy thing, like visually, because it's just this little tag. But it's almost like like if you know Grayscale Gorilla Signal, it's like kind of like you could drive any parameter, but you're using. But I would say in the Maxon world, there's the Maxon Studio, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But the big thing, at least for me, is the ZBrush for iPad. Like I have got really big into sculpting over the past year using like Nomad Sculpt, and I started learning ZBrush on the desktop, and it's just like night and day experience. Like I love whether it's Procreate or whatever it is, like using your Apple Pencil, using your iPad, especially with the new Apple Pencil where you got like the barrel roll and all that kind of stuff. It's just a beautiful experience. And knowing that you can now use ZBrush with it, and the UI is actually, looks like it was made in the last 15 years. That's a great thing too. So I'm super psyched about ZBrush. I'm interested to hear if anyone watching or listening has messed with ZBrush, if they're getting into sculpting, because I think it's one of those things where it's like if you've been like waiting for a while, like I definitely waited to get into ZBrush until the iPad version, just because it's one of the most god awful designed apps for the desktop, at least. I mean, the iPad version's a lot better.
And it feels like it's made more for that because your hands are on it, like you're kind of, you're using pressure and doing things. Like it just feels like it's more designed for hand use.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shortcut keys and menus in different places. And I would say that the big downfall is like the underlying workflows are still wonky and they're still there. But this is an opportunity that, as they're thinking of redesigning like the UI, you would think that they would eventually just do a big, huge refresh to the desktop app too. Because, I got my big, Sense Labs pen display over here too, which I also love messing with because it's a lot bigger than my iPad. But so I'm excited. I know a lot of like motion designers are like leaning into a little bit more ZBrush now too, just because like, if you're a Cinema 4D artist, you got all this stuff with the package too. So why not play around with it?
Yeah. Aharon, I wanted to ask you about Maxon Studio. So Maxon Studio, for anyone listening, that came out earlier this year, and that it's essentially a bunch of motion graphics templates that you use in After Effects, and you can control them, and there's different properties, and they add new ones frequently. And when that launched, it was not obvious to me at all why Maxon was doing that. And now I have a little more insight and I kind of understand the strategy. But Aharon, I'm curious, why would a company known for 3D software make something like that?
Well, I mean, keeping in mind that they bought Red Giant, a couple of years back, and that was the company made for making 2D video. They have always wanted to own a market, right? Like that was buying Red Giant was part of owning a certain market, the plugin market for After Effects. And they want to, there's these editors out there who want stuff that looks good, but they don't know how to make things. And that they're just trying to make it as accessible as possible so that they can bring on more customers. I mean, it's really as simple as that. It's not like it's an artistic vision. It's entirely about like making their subscription make sense to more people. Right. Universe is one of those that like, really it's a good place to start because with Universe, they got the editor market. That was like a great set of plugins. Before that, they didn't really have much for editors. They had like Magic Bullet working in it, but like the rest of the Magic Bullet products didn't work in it. You had Looks, you had like maybe the keying software was there, but none of the rest of the VFX suite worked in there. So having these tools that will be great for editors is really what, is what they're trying to do is make it make sense for somebody to buy that product.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think I still am kind of stuck in this old way of thinking sometimes of, they're making tools for artists and I'm an artist. So when they make a tool and I don't understand it, it's like, well, wait, why did you do that? When really my definition of artist is still kind of locked into the motion design sphere. There are probably 50 times as many video editors as there are motion designers. And these are businesses, right? And Maxon's done very, very well this year. Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. The Red Giant acquisition made more sense to me for some reason because I always connect compositing in 3D. At least the way that I did 3D back when I was using Cinema 4D every day was I would make 2D renders to then composite. That's kind of how my mind worked. And I think when GPU renderers really became popular, a lot of artists started thinking, well, I'm going to just try to make the final render in my 3D app. And okay, so you've got now these templates. They're going after the video editor market. It almost seems like maybe they're kind of doing the reverse what Adobe's doing. Adobe has the 2D market cornered. They don't have the 3D market cornered, so they acquire Substance, and now they're putting 3D into After Effects. Do you think it's a similar strategy, or are those kind of two different things?
It's just trying to grab, I think, as many people as they can under the banner of like their products, right? I mean, I think that getting the complete Maxon One subscription wouldn't make sense to necessarily to people who are video editors, but getting the Red Giant complete one makes more sense, especially if there's more tools in there that they can use. Like can you justify some of them if you're an editor? Like I can use some of these tools, but some of them I can't. And suddenly you have this package that makes all of those tools work, with whatever little amount of knowledge you have. That's where it makes sense. Again, like you say, it's not a product I'm going to use, but I'm not the person that they're targeting. So that, makes a lot of sense.
Interesting. Okay, cool. And then another thing that I don't know how big of a deal this was, Jay, you could probably tell me, but Grayscale Gorilla did a pretty big release this year of their Studio app. And so now all of their textures and everything works with every 3D app out there.
So as a company, we pay really extra close attention to the 3D market and our customers and what software they're really using day to day. And we've definitely seen a huge shift over the last few years. And what we're seeing is Cinema 4D's been bigger than ever. It's growing every year. But we're also seeing artists use more than just one piece of software. They're trying Unreal and using it for a project. They're grabbing Houdini and seeing what all the craziness you could do there, or experimenting with Blender, or maybe playing with Substance Painter, or ZBrush. So we're seeing the days of using just one piece of software is going away. And the days of using the right tool for the right job and jumping and bouncing between all of these different apps is really the future. We started seeing this shift over the last few years, and it's a big reason why we made our material library and a lot of our most popular tools compatible with all of these different pieces of software, because we saw our own customers go in this direction, and we kind of see the whole market go in that direction. So when software used to be so expensive, everyone picked the one piece of software and just had to do it all there. But now that we have these low cost or free tools, and we have just an abundance of amazing tools, I'm seeing more and more motion designers bounce between different pieces of technology to get the job done, the right tool for the right job.
I don't know how many of their users are, I assume probably they're still mostly Cinema 4D users, because that's who their marketing historically was always aimed at. But now they've got this really beautiful looking app that looks really well designed. And I'm curious, have you used it? How much has that kind of, made you faster, more effective?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's familiar with like Quixel Megascans and the Quixel Bridge, it's very much like that, where you can search for your assets, click a button, you can export it out, loads up in Cinema 4D. And so when you talk about, what Red Giant's doing, what Adobe's doing, they're branching out into all these different fields. It's exactly what GSG's doing with this. And they almost needed to build this like central app that didn't live within just Cinema 4D. It was, if they needed to update anything, they could just update the one thing. It's kind of like when we want to go to like all access, we have one product that if anything goes wrong, we could just do that. So it definitely makes sense. It's definitely a huge quality of life improvement. Now, if they want to roll out anything, they can do it very easily. I see Chad Ashley is like constantly working. He's using Chat GPT and stuff to make scripts, which is pretty incredible. If you're not paying attention to Chad, go check him out. But he even made this little thing that like will adjust your Redshift samples. So you just plug into ChatGPT and it'll like recommend different samples for you to change.
I think, look, you could look at it and say that, hey, they're trying to reach a market that they're not reaching yet, which is like users from Blender and Unreal. But I don't think that's necessarily where you start, right? The real thing is that like guys like you and me, we're trying new 3D apps and we're liking them. And so like you say, like to not lose the customer and to make that application more, like that they can continue to be a customer of Grayscale Gorilla, they're making the stuff work in programs that we are starting to use and that the industry is starting to use more of. So like it may take a long time to get more Blender people on or more Unreal people, but the people they already have are trying new things and are experimenting and trying this stuff. And they want, like you say, those favorite tools that they've got, those textures, materials, whatever it is, that they want to have easy access to that. Cause it's already hard enough to learn a new program, but then have to like find all the tools that you're already using, like to find new versions of those. That's hard. That's a painful thing because you can't even create what you like to create in a new thing unless you have the same sort resources you had previously.
Yeah. Well, I've loved watching Grayscale Gorilla. People who are kind of newer to the industry may not even remember the old one now. It was kind of a big deal when they quit making tutorials all the time and, and started selling things as a subscription. But it's obviously been really successful and just watching how high the quality's gotten of their textures and their asset packs and stuff like that. So they are killing it. So congrats to our buddies over there. So we can quickly talk about the substance stuff. EJ, I'll let you lead this because that's something that I've never used. And I know what it does, but I'm just very not familiar with it. But Adobe's been talking about it a lot this year. And they've been integrating it into, at Max, they showed an integration with Photoshop. Obviously, After Effects is probably borrowing the 3D engine. But what's been going on in that world?
Yeah, so Substance number one, they've been really working with their integration with different apps. So like Blender, Cinema 4D, Redshift, you can easily bring in these what are called SBAR files, which are basically like these Substance material presets that you can bake out. It's kind of like a Mogurt for materials where you can say like, oh, you can change all these parameters on this material and you can do it in a completely other app. So you don't need to, if you're in Premiere, you don't need to jump into After Effects to change parameters. So that's super cool. And then in Painter now, you can actually just drag and drop Illustrator files in there. So if you have a logo, you can put it in there. Another cool thing you could do is the embroidery. I think they just added this to Photoshop too, where you can like change a vector image into like a little patch, like an embroidered patch. And so that's super cool. It's got like the whole bump and displacement if you do it in Substance. Painter. Let's see what else. Sampler. They got a bunch of like AI stuff in there, which you could like take a photo of like tree bark. You bring into a sampler, and it just will automatically create a seamless tileable texture using AI. Or you could just do text to image, and it will generate a seamless texture for you as well. So it's like, I know like you used to go on Google Images and like find something, and go into Photoshop, and you have to like use the brush tool to like paint it in. Now it's like it's just done. So, and then Modeler is the thing they've really been pushing a lot lately, which is, if you're not familiar, I forget what it used to be called when they acquired it, but it's like with their VR modeling software. And the desktop version, I've tried it. It was super unintuitive just because it was like you're trying to deal with the VR workflows and stuff. And I feel like they're really pushing to get that desktop version up to par. And they just added like kind of like a Womp style modeling where you could do a lot of Boolean operations and get really nice like stuff in there. It obviously hasn't caught up to mainstream yet just because there's so many other modeling tools out there. I mean, Blender's modeling tools are great. You got ZBrush, you got all these different things. So, but that's one of the things to watch out for. But yeah, Substance Designer is definitely the thing that has gotten the most like AI work this year with the generative text to texture and the seamless tileable texture stuff.
What do you think about the future of, maybe going back to Grayscale Gorilla, I think what they've kind of set themselves apart by doing is they really curate these beautiful textures, and they'll put packs together where the things work together and there's good variety and all that. But in the end, if you need a tree bark texture and an AI can generate 1,000 of them of any variation that you want, do you think that, actually physically scanning textures or going into Substance, and I mean, obviously you're going to want the control, so you need something like Substance to be able to dial it in and get the look development exactly the way you want. But this is one area where I wonder if generative AI actually does replace a lot of the manual scanning and all of that stuff. I'm curious what you think about that.
I mean, there's one thing where you have to go into design, you got to type in the things, you got to, pull the slot machine handle. And then I'm not even sure if it generates like your bump maps and your normals and roughness and stuff like that. And so those are all things that like you probably have to do a lot of work to get to where you need to go anyway. So, and stuff like, Grayscale GSG Studio, like they have done, like their asset base is just so massive right now that I feel like that's going to be your go-to anyways, unless there's something very specific that you need to do or their wood material's not quite right. I think it's more like a supplemental thing I could see. But also, I guess you could just start building your own personal GSG Studio from scratch, and just anything you make, you just build up your own library and go from there. Like Substance, I still think there's room for it, but I think, it's interesting because we'll talk about this later probably, but the whole Epic, what's the marketplace called?
The Fab Store.
They just, yeah. They're like, people are saying, well, you have to pay for all those scans now. And Winbush is like, you know what? I'm just going to go out on my hikes. And I'm just going to scan my own things, build my own library. So I don't have to pay for anything. So,
but with GSG stuff, the quality is just like, it's arguably like some of that stuff is like, you're just not going to get that level of quality. AI is not going to get it to you yet. Maybe it will in future, but also there's certain materials like, some of there's like styrofoam, like AI, like you have to be training your AI on that.
Yeah.
What I think would be interesting for them is if they could create more variation, having you training an AI on their own data and having the ability to mix up their textures. Like how many of the same piece of wood do you want? Like, I mean, you might want to have more dirt or dents in it or something like that. Or you maybe just want something that looks a little different. So when you have 3 wooden boards next to each other, they're made of the same material, but they're not the same wood grain or whatever it is. So I think if they could do something with AI there, that would be really interesting. It's their data. That means the quality of their whole process for creating that stuff. I don't know if you've seen the video that they have that shows like how they make their materials. Like they have a lot of data that they grab as they're doing that. And so if they could train an AI on that data and then create the ability to mix things up a little bit so that their stuff is always usable, like they have some, I think they have like different kind of trees and things like that. So like have more different kinds of bark or more different kinds of wood. And that kind of thing would be amazing.
Yeah. So Aharon, this made me think of something I think you probably have some insight on. So, if you go to a restaurant and there's 250 things on the menu, it's, anything you could possibly want, it's actually harder to choose than when there's just 5 things on the menu and you feel confident about all 5. And I wonder if you project out 10 years and all of a sudden there is an AI model that can generate, a 32K perfect any variation you want of styrofoam. Is there still, what does the actual sort of average user actually want? Do they want infinite options or do they want you to pick out the best 12?
Well, I mean, it's nice to have a set of tools. By the way, it's always going to be General Child's chicken for me. Like, I don't care what the restaurant is. It's
fair enough.
Like, that's what it's going to be. Like
it's enchiladas for me. So
it's like we got our thing that we go to. I'm like that. But there's tools that you're going to always want to come back to. But I do think there's certain magic in being able to say, hey, today I need this thing. Can you make this thing for me and then have it instantly? That's we're living in that's magic, right? I mean, is it going to get there right away? No, but it's going to get there for sure eventually. And that is going to be what kind of destroys, decimates the industry in that way. Same with stock footage. We're already seeing that. We're seeing that erosion with stock footage, just being able to say, look, the weird sci-fi strange stuff that you tell it to make, that it creates some strangeness that it can't really keep cohesively, fine. Mm-hmm. But if you ask it to send me through a forest of trees, oh, by the way, make them apple trees and have some apples on the ground, that it can do. And, we're going to see that be the way that people want to get their footage. They're not going to want to have to look through hours of different footage on a website and find.
Yeah. I mean, one of the thoughts I had a couple years ago when all this generative stuff started to come up was, I wonder if your taste and your curation ability is actually going to be what sets you apart. Because in a world where you could literally have anything and the menu goes on literally forever, it's infinite, maybe the average person doesn't actually want that. I think there's artists that really technical that would probably like that. But if I'm a 3D artist working in architectural previs, maybe I don't want that. Maybe I just want like 30 good brick textures, and I know these are my 5 favorites, and I don't actually need 1,000 other variations.
Like any new piece of tech, it could be scary at first, but I've seen so many big pieces of tech happen, and it's always the same story. It makes things easier. It makes things faster. It helps artists get what's in their head on the screen faster. And I think AI will do that. And as an artist, I think the best thing you could do is what you can always do is understand what your taste is, what you're good at, and when a piece of work is done, when it's ready to hand off to a client, when it's not ready and it needs to be worked on more. So I think those skills will always be in demand, and there'll always be a human with taste that needs to decide, is this thing ready for public consumption, or does it need to bake more? Do I need to work on it more physically, or maybe the robots need to help a little bit as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got both. I think you're going to have ones that you come back to that you trust, that you like, but you're always going to need something random that isn't going to be in a package, and being able to like just press the button and have it spit it out that's going to be interesting too. So yeah, there's a little bit of both.
There's something very interesting too, is that I was talking with Matt Milstead of MoGraph.com once, and he brought something up that was like super interesting. I've never even thought of before. It's like, how you talk about TurboSquid again. Sometimes or even like text the 3D model, the materials are never all that great. Like they're kind of good, they're workable. He actually would get that UV map texture, that texture map, and then put it through Magnific, and it adds all those details to that UV map, which I never thought of that before.
That's brilliant.
So that's another thing too, where it's like, maybe you go into Substance Painter and you do like your basic block out, but then you UV unwrap that, send that through Magnific, and it adds all these cool details, and that's baked into your texture map. So
is that somewhere I can see online? Because I'm like super interested in that. That's really cool.
Yeah. No, it's just something that Matt did, and I have yet to do it. But I mean, you're basically just adding detail to an image, and that image is that unwrapped, texture, So
tutorial, please.
Maybe we do a tutorial. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. All right. So now we get to talk about the most expensive of the apps that we all, some of us are using, some of us want to use. I did hear their Black Friday discount was especially good this year. Of course, we're talking about Blender. And I want to talk about, there was a lot of advancements in Blender. There was like a new LTS version released this year. EJ started dabbling in Blender, and our first Blender course will be coming out very shortly. But I also want to talk about the effect of Blender on the industries. But why don't we start with the features and kind of how it's developing? And EJ, I think you can probably lead this one, because you actually started working on a Blender class this year with our amazing instructor. And as of when this comes out, I don't know if we've publicly announced who it is. So I'm going to leave it to you if you want to announce who's actually teaching it, because it's going to be coming out very shortly. And then talk a little bit about what you think of Blender in general compared to especially Cinema 4D.
Yeah, so I think I'll leave it to our audience to guess who of our special guests may be that. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, because I feel like outside of like the ZBrush stuff, I feel like it's been such a quiet year for Cinema 4D. And I'm like looking at the Blender stuff, and it just, even like Unreal, it just seems like for some reason the free softwares are just getting all this really cool stuff, like really like amazing stuff. So one of the big ones is the Eevee Next. It's the real-time renderer that's like really becoming really beefy, and it's kind of becoming on par with their Cycles renderer, which is basically Blender's version of Octane or Redshift. Their real-time compositor, I don't know if you've seen this, Aharon, but like they just updated that too, and it's pretty incredible. Like you can get all your passes in composite live within the Blender viewport. It's like pretty nuts. And I didn't even know that was like really possible. I've heard that Blender has some pretty decent compositing things. It's almost like, all right, Maxon's got Red Giant. When are we going to have that real time? Like imagine compositing in your C4D viewport live. Like let's go, let's get there. And of course, the big thing is always Grease Pencil. At least for me, like I think that's one of those features where, when you talk about, learning a new software, like of course for Unreal, it's the speed, but for Blender, there's a lot of it does a lot of the same things as Cinema 4D, right? And to learn a whole new app to kind of do a one-to-one thing is kind of like maybe not worth it for a lot of 3D artists, but man, if you want to get in that NPR stuff, like that's the thing. And one of the things that's cool with the new Grease Pencil 3.0 is what they're calling it, is this thing called Clay Pencil. So basically what you can do now is you can use Grease Pencil alongside geometry nodes. So you can make it so you can sketch out something using Grease Pencil, and it generates a 3D version of it. So it'll create a 3D model based off like a chicken character, a chicken sketch. It'll make it a volume and animate it based off of how you animate your Grease Pencil.
Yeah, I saw that. That looked incredible, actually.
Yeah. So it's pretty crazy. There seems to be a lot of interest in Blender, a lot of people being Blender curious and checking it out. The one thing I'll say is that the one thing that's going to be about our Blender course is I feel like as I started using it, I'm following other people's tutorials, and I feel like a lot of people are teaching Blender and just regurgitating maybe what Blender Guru's way of teaching it is. And so people just think, Blender Guru's word is God, and like you got to do it the way he does it. But I found there's so many things that can, like if you're coming from another 3D app like Maya or Cinema 4D, Blender just works differently, and there's different things you can do to make it more on par with how you work in those other apps. So that's been one of the things as I've been working with our instructor. There's things where I was like, hey, did you know you could do this? And it actually makes this part a lot easier. You don't have to rely on all these damn shortcut keys, which is really the hard, really difficult friction point, I think, for a lot of people. But here's the thing, like I went into it and I'm like, there's just things you can check on where you could save yourself a lot of, clicking of the keyboards, and you don't have to play the keyboard like a piano, which is what we mentioned in the course. And there's things that I told our instructor that he was like, I didn't even know you could do that. That's like such a huge time. And that's like from me that just like spent my first month in it. So I'm really excited for that course specifically. I don't want to be like shilling our course here, but it's definitely cool to have another course from another perspective. Like it's not from, a lifelong Blender user that has just learned things from, just regurgitated, maybe, echo chambery kind of stuff from other artists.
You mentioned Grease Pencil as being like this thing, and that's super unique to they didn't use it for the 3D, but now they've got it in there and they're comfortable in the environment. So they're like, let me try that out. Let's see what happens. Right. And like you said, I saw that demo of the Grease Pencil to clay. Is that using AI, by the way?
No, it's just geometry nodes.
It was crazy. Like it looks so good. So yeah, I think that like that kind of thing is going to allow people to shift into it without having to do a company-wide change, and start using that tool.
The softwares are both so different. I wouldn't want to create, rig, or animate a character in Cinema. I like Blender a lot more for that kind of stuff, and I certainly don't want to go back to my Maya days. I also really miss the MoGraph tools when doing very MoGraphy things in Blender. Both tools have great strengths and weaknesses, but they've also created some goofy factions in the industry. And then, of course, you have your Houdini users who are just their own lunatics on their own island, and I say that out of a place of pure jealousy.
And that's the thing, too, is once you know how to work in a 3D app, it's really not that hard to translate your skills over to a Blender if you just want to use Grease Pencil or something like that. A lot of the artists I know that are Cinema 4D artists that moved over to Blender, they're very character-centric, and if you know me, I love to do character stuff, so I haven't quite gotten to the point where I'm learning Grease Pencil stuff, because it's not like you just go into Blender and just breeze through it and learn Grease Pencil. It's like, no, you got to learn how Blender works first. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's probably similar to how like Unreal works. It's like you got to learn the method of the madness, and then you can kind of like get in there. But it's just it just goes to show like using the right tool for the job. And there's a lot of artists that have to learn all these new things. And I think we think it's harder than it needs to be. And it's like, really, it's not. Like I learned ZBrush in a couple months, and I feel like I could do a little bit of damage in it. So there's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of at least assets and stuff. Like talk about how Unreal has a really great marketplace and a lot of community assets. Like Blender's definitely got that. One person I really love their assets. I think he goes by Doublegum. And he builds all these shaders for Blender, like fur, fuzz, wool, and velvet. So if you're into that kind of stuff, like he makes a lot of really cool shaders and like even clay. So if you get the clay pencil, he's got all these clay materials too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Blender's definitely like, really come on the scene a lot lately. And I know that they're doing a lot of work behind the scenes, like Blender Guru. He said he's been like chatting with the people that help develop Blender to make the UI and UX a lot better. So it's one of those things where it's interesting to hear that, because I feel like you just hear how great it is all the time, but to hear someone that's like so prominent in that, community say like, and be honest about like, there's reasons why people say that there's a lot of friction points and we should probably fix that. So I feel like once they get that, I feel like it's even more, it's going to just open the floodgates even more to get people onto Blender, and we'll see what happens there.
It's got something going for it that Cinema 4D used to have going for it, but that it doesn't anymore, is that the ecosystem around it of building tools for it has, for Cinema 4D, it dropped off when they released R21 and they broke all the plugins everything. And stuff. That really ended most of the sort of development from the outside. There's people making materials. Sure, obviously Grayscale Gorilla had a couple of tools that they were able to update, but like people who made stuff that was generative, that would generate stuff, like it all stopped working. And a lot of them were like, I can't redo this now. Like, this is just too much work. And like they put in enough time already, and they're just like, the cost for doing it would be, but you look at Blender. I mean, I don't even really have a full grasp. I've seen Blender. I've had it on my computer. I've used it a couple times to convert objects. I don't fully get the interface, but I keep my eyes on, social media and seeing what people are posting. And I'm like, that is just so freaking cool that there's a tool for that weird thing. Like AE Scripts is like the whatever you need, we have I think I've got one in a drawer here. Oh, did you need that? Like that's kind of what it's like, but it really is like that. And the like, I really think the community has built something, like, aside from the fact that it is, the product itself is community driven, but like the stuff outside of it is so big, and there's so much cool stuff that will come out of that.
So EJ, I know I think especially for listeners of this podcast, the big question is, what does Blender do better than C4D, and what does C4D do better than Blender? And I know that gap is shrinking, right? Kind of from both ends, because C4D is adding updates, Blender's adding updates, and they're getting closer together. But, as someone who's now starting to learn Blender and using it a little bit, what are the things that you notice Blender is currently just way better for, as a tool? And what are the things that Cinema 4D is still better for as a tool?
Yeah. So, just paying, like, I follow a lot more Blender artists, and they actually follow me back, which is kind of crazy. But it's just once you get past all the troll posting and stuff, like, there's actually really awesome artists, and, everyone's it's the same community. Like, that's the one thing, is like everyone's very open to sharing, even Unreal, all that kind of stuff. And immersing myself more into that, I hear more of like, all right, what are the real people saying about like what's better about Blender? What are those pain points? One of the things that I've heard time and time again with Blender is that it's great for rigging. It is great for character stuff. They just updated, and I didn't mention this yet, but they updated their sculpting tools. So I didn't know they had this before, but they had like a cool cloth dynamic brush that's very similar to the one that's in ZBrush, and it's like super impressive. And they added all these really cool dynamic brushes in there, in their little sculpting tool set. So like, it looks like that sculpting tool set within Blender can do a lot of stuff that you can do in ZBrush, and you don't need to buy Maxon 1 for that now if you want to do some sculpting. So sculpting, modeling, rigging, character animation. I hear the animation looks pretty impressive from what the instructor that we got teaching the course, he showed me some stuff. It looks pretty impressive. Some of the stuff that is just like, it's just one of those things where you're like, really, it takes all that to do that? There's things like Cinema 4D formers, and even the simulation stuff. Like the simulation stuff in Blender, that's not what you're there for. Like, you're not using cloth sims or anything like that. It can't hold a candle to what you can do in Cinema 4D. And of course, the MoGraph stuff, that's really Cinema 4D's bread and butter. That has been in development for so long, like a decade or more. There's just no way that I think Blender's ever going to catch up with that. I mean, there's different geometry nodes setups that you can do, but it's just so laborious. It's almost like you want to use Unreal to do this certain thing, but to prep your asset enough is just going to take so much work that it totally negates like the real-time payoff. So I think it's always going to be like, especially if you're a Cinema 4D artist and you already do a certain style of work that relies on a lot of MoGraph stuff and dynamics and the sims and all that kind of stuff, you're still going to use that, because you're going to find once you go into Blender, that's not what its strengths are. And I always am going to go back to use the right tool for the job. Like, it's going to be different for everyone. You can't say one beats the other one. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. And I think if you're a character artist, like I'm interested in diving more into that character aspect and getting the grease pencil stuff, because there's just no comparison to Cinema 4D. So it's like Blender's got the card up his sleeve, which is grease pencil, and then Cinema 4D has got the same card up its sleeve, but it's MoGraph and simulations.
I mean, I agree with you. I think grease pencil is one of those things where every motion designer who sees it thinks that's amazing. The clay pencil stuff is crazy. And if someone watching this is like a traditional animator that does cell style animation, imagine doing that, except everything you draw turns instantly into a 3D render. And then you still have all of the 3D tools that you can then manipulate it and do all that stuff. I mean, it's very, one of my kids' favorite movies to watch is Hotel Transylvania, where the cool thing about that for me is that it's traditionally sort of character animation with rigs and, animated puppets. But then almost every frame, they're custom deforming things and tweaking to make the poses even crazier and more wild. And grease pencil lets you do that in literally by just drawing. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Now, I wanted to come back to the real-time compositor thing for a minute, because that's something where, and I'm curious, like, I said this already, but like I come from the world of 3D renders are meant to be composited, right? And I can't break free from that. Aharon, I'm curious what you think. I mean, is there a use case for a real-time compositor where, you have an object buffer? I don't know what it's called in Blender, but in Cinema 4D, it's an object buffer on a certain thing. And then you could real time, turn down the specular channel on that or add a glow to just that. And it's baked into the final render versus just render it and do it in the compositor. Can you think of reasons why that might catch on or certain use cases where, you don't want to bring it into a compositing app? Well,
I mean, there's definitely things like, like they tried to solve it with, like I mentioned super comp earlier, where layers are aware of other layers behind it. But the fact is if you want to bring your background, you've got like a light bloom of a sunset behind you, and you want that to be on the character that you've got in there, having it done right there and having it look good is going to be better than like if you have to kind of try to work it out in After Effects, which isn't really designed for that kind of thing. I mean, Nuke is another story, right? That's a whole other level of compositing, but most, I think, of people who are watching this and listening to this are probably, After Effects C4D users, and they wonder, like, why would I try something else? But that level of compositing, which is like just the glows that carry over the shoulder, light wraps and things like that. These are things that, if you can get it in app, like, why wouldn't you? Right. So there is a certain things you'd want to do with compositing. Like if you want to insert stuff between the character and the background, then it gets a little more complicated, right? So, as much as you could do in the 3D program, that's great. But, you say that we're like, to you, that in your mind, compositing should come out of like you do the 3D program and then you composite later. It's not a change of workflow. It's just a change of venue, right? Like you are compositing in this 3D application, is just treating it like After Effects would in that thing. I haven't used obviously the one that EJ's talking about in Blender, but I mean, listen, if I could do that in Cinema 4D, right? If I could get all of the final look there or most of it, I would want to do it because I can see it and not have to wait 12 hours to render it and then go find out later that after I did it, it didn't work right. It didn't look the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, you have to imagine what it's gonna look like once it's composited.
That
and
is a skill, though, right? Like that's a skill that a lot of people have. Like, it's a skill that they get over the years of knowing that, like, I know this looks janky here, but I promise you, once I bring it to After Effects, do a little color correction, do a little whatever, But you have to have clients who can also be like, I will trust you on this, and that is, that's always been a challenge, right? In our business, is that the clients, when they see something, they're like, why is it in log? Like, they don't know it's log. They're like, why is that color so weird? And like, you have to like, no, it's going to look great, which is just the edit. Like, this is the rough cut, and we're going to do color correction and effects later, So that's, I think, if the more you can do there, I think it's great, especially if it is close to the final result or it is the final result.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, well, let's briefly talk about, this is something that we've talked about a lot this year on this podcast, but also, I mean, the three of us have had this conversation too. Blender, as we've joked about ad nauseum, we've beaten this dead horse. I mean, there's not even a horse there anymore. It's just like there's a stain on the grass. It is free. And, there's this intuition I used to have of, okay, it's missing the MoGraph tools, right? So if that's the thing that you do a lot of, and there's certain use cases where even though Blender's free, it's not worth it, because if you have to have 6,000 cubes that react to a field and the color changes and all of that. Sure, you've got geometry nodes. You could set up some Houdini-esque type of thing to do that. But in Cinema 4D, it's like a few clicks and there you have it. So you're going to use that tool. But Blender is free. And so if you have a studio with 50 licenses of Cinema 4D, that's a lot of money every year, right? And why wouldn't you just switch to Blender? Because other than the MoGraph tools, the modeling tools are great, the animation tools are great, the renderer is great. It's a more modern app. So at least when I use it on my machine, I know the viewport in C4D has gotten a lot better in the last few versions. So why wouldn't you just switch to it? And I had an interesting conversation the other day with one of our B2B customers, and they're a company based out of Spain. They do sort of in-stadium graphics for soccer teams in Europe, all around Europe. And they have 20 artists and they have 20 licenses of Cinema 4D. And I asked them, because that's primarily what they wanted training on. They wanted to kind of level up their artists on like rendering and modeling, stuff like that. And I said, yeah, that's great. We got you covered there. We also have our first Blender course coming out next year, and we're building out that curriculum. Are you guys using Blender? And what he said was, some of our artists want to, but for us as a studio, there's an enormous barrier to switching apps. Even if the app has advantages, and being free is a pretty big advantage for a company with a lot of licenses, even if it's free, you do the math. And like, we don't have a Rolodex of Blender artists the way we have a Rolodex of Cinema 4D artists. EJ, you made a great point. Like the Cinema 4D tutorials that are out there now, a lot of them are done by working professional motion designers, and they're teaching you how they do stuff for clients and in studios and in pipelines. And Blender, I think Blender is kind of starting to catch up because now there are more professional Blender artists. But a lot of the tutorials that I've seen, it's just really talented 3D artists that figured out how to make Blender do something cool, and they're teaching you that. But that doesn't scale up necessarily when you're working at like a big studio. And so even though the tool is that good, it's not capturing market share from Maxon the way I would have assumed a few years ago.
The vast majority of everybody that I know in the industry is still using Cinema, and I say that as a very heavy Blender user. There's kind of a weird line drawn in the sand right now by zealots in both camps. The old heads want only Cinema all the time, and the young bucks really want to say Blender is better than Cinema, which is its own brand of lunacy.
So I'll start with you, Aharon, because I know you've worked at Maxon, and you know a lot about the business side of software. I'm curious if you have anything more to say about like, what would it take, or is it even theoretically possible for Blender to replace Cinema 4D, or is that just the wrong way to look at it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting because I was there, not at Maxon, but in the world of motion design when Cinema 4D came back. Right? They were when I went into Nickelodeon, Nick Digital, and then ultimately like all the Viacom networks, like the animation companies within it. That's where I first actually encountered Cinema 4D, and it was an old license of Cinema 4D, maybe version 8, and they only had it because they had legacy projects that they had to reopen from packages they had done previously, but they were already moved on to 3D Studio Max or Maya at that point. And what it took for that to come back was, what EJ talked about, which is the MoGraph tools, and I really attribute a lot to Paul Babb, the guy who he basically said like, this is what we need to make this product viable again. And it worked, right? They made something that the other tools didn't do. And I remember like we were always struggling, like when working in 3D Studio Max or Maya, we were always struggling to get certain motion graphics things done because the tools just weren't designed for it. So like we had to like sacrifice. We'd say like, oh, they're like, could you do this? We're like, no. They're like, all right, we'll do this instead, right? But when they started to make, like, you had these big boys doing big projects where they would literally have like make 100 cubes and have them animate, and it was not automated. It was manual. They would sit and do that. And they're like, can you do that? And I'm like, well, that would take a lot of money and a lot of time. And then suddenly these tools exist in Cinema 4D that completely changed the landscape for motion graphics and 3D software. It didn't like suddenly like, it wasn't like architectural tools didn't disappear. And it isn't like, everyone's still using the same tools they're using for that. In fact, I've heard from companies that the legacy of some of those old tools are for like so old, but just to change it would be so hard because of these old projects that they have to open. But there was this thing that they did that just like changed it. It's like, we need to do this thing. There's no software that can do it. And suddenly we have this one thing. Okay, so we're going to work on this project in Cinema 4D, and this we're going to work on in 3D Studio Max. We'll keep doing 3D Studio Max. But over time, it just made sense to do that. So, I can't say how it's going to work for Blender and versus Cinema 4D, but that is what it took to make Cinema 4D the staple for the motion design industry, the 3D motion design industry. And Blender's going to need something like that to do it. I don't care how many young people come in. Everyone's like, oh, there's young people coming in and they know it. That's part of it. Like you said, like we don't have the Rolodex, but also the studio has to have a reason to want to do that. And they're not like, it's like the chicken or egg thing. Like, what are they going to do first? Look for artists who can do it, or are they going to start working in Blender and then say we need the artists? So it's kind of like maybe a small group might do it in the company, but I think it's going to be like they're going to have a project that needs to do something they can't do, and that will open up the door for it maybe. Or that there's going to be just some great tools that come out in Blender where they'll say, oh, like, I would love to, pitch a client on this cool idea that we had, and we know we can do it in Blender. We can't do it in Cinema 4D, but that's fine for this one project, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, I almost think it's going to be those studios that just start up by a bunch of young kids and they use Blender, so it's always already established. Or you have a studio that wants to get into 3D that doesn't have all the the time invested in other application. But yeah, I mean, as someone who doesn't own a studio, like even thinking about taking your staff, your entire staff, and you're not making money for a week or 2 weeks, and it takes a lot longer to learn Blender. Just the money lost, it'll take years and years and years to recoup all that. So the whole Blender is free. Noseman always says, yeah, Blender's free, but my time is not. And that's always what I go back to with the cost of things.
Yeah, I wonder if there will be a dynamic, because I remember, I made the MoGrapher of a certain age joke already, so I won't make it again. I'm above that. But I remember, when I was coming up in Boston, there were all these post houses that had invested, in some cases millions of dollars in Avids, in Flames, and Smokes, and After Effects came along. And, After Effects, I think that the reason it sort of displaced a lot of that stuff was because of the price point, but it was also because it was just a better tool for motion design than the Autodesk stuff. And so eventually it kind of caught on. But there were a lot of companies that didn't kind of see that coming, and they didn't react fast enough, and then overnight they're gone, right? They just their capital structure was just set up where they can't compete with a smaller company where the licenses cost literally 1/300th of what one.
I don't know
costs,
that they ever could have. Honestly, I don't think that they ever could have recovered. They'd put so much money into expensive equipment and software that they had to charge a certain amount, and when they couldn't do that, like they were not going to recover that money. They were just going to, like, that was it. They had to close down.
Yeah. I mean, the difference between a Flame and an After Effects license 20 years ago is hundreds of times more than even the difference between Cinema 4D license and Blender. I mean, it was so different. So I don't know that it's exactly a perfect metaphor. But yeah, I mean, so that conversation I had with that company, it was just like another data point for me that I don't really think Blender is going to take away market share from Maxon. And from what I've heard, Maxon grew this year. There's more licenses out there now. And Nick Campbell has been, contributing to this episode. And he said something, and EJ, I'd love your take on this because you're a 3D guy. He said that it seems like what's happening is 3D artists, the new paradigm is you have like your sort of daily driver, and then you may have 3 or 4 other tools that you use for certain things, and that's just normal now, versus kind of the expectation, and After Effects artists sometimes fall into this, like, I want one tool that does everything. Actually, maybe you don't want that, because that creates its own headaches, right? And I actually wonder if Blender is kind of falling into that trap because it's got so many features, and they keep adding brand new ones, and that makes it harder to learn. So yeah, how do you look at like the 3D landscape in terms of, if there's a new 3D artist and they're plotting out the next 10 years of their career, what they should learn, and let's say Cinema 4D is their daily driver, what other things, should they be thinking about in terms of software?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that 3D is hard to learn. So once you've learned 3D in an app and you feel comfortable in it, you've already accomplished like 80% of the work, I feel like, to be successful as an artist. And then like I said, once you know a 3D application, like our instructor that is teaching the Blender course, he learned Maya, he knows Unreal, he knows Substance, he knows ZBrush, he knows Cinema 4D. And now he knows Blender. And I just think that, again, when I go back to like my picks for like my favorite work, all these students, like that's just how they're entering the industry, is that you're not just learning this one app, like you're learning all these disciplines. Like Ringling's got their whole VR game segment, and you have to take classes in that sphere too. So it's not uncommon now for anyone entering the industry to learn, as they're learning these disciplines, like your composition, your lighting, everything, you're learning it through the lens of all these different apps. And when you're talking about just like telling a good story, and Aharon, your short was awesome. And I mean, you're a good cinematographer. If you're a good cinematographer, you have those core skills. Learning the software is the easy part. So I think, and I feel like we get so much anxiety because I feel like there are so many things we have to learn, but really we don't have to know everything in every single app. I always tell people I maybe know 10 to 15% of all the things you can do in Cinema 4D, and people think I'm like an amazing Cinema 4D wizard. It's like you only need to know the things you need to know to do the job that you need to do. Yeah.
So, and EJ, I'm constantly like I took our Unreal course, and it was 6 hours, and by the fourth hour, I felt like I knew enough to now actually ask the right questions and then go online and search for the tutorials. Cinema 4D, same thing. It's like, I know that if I don't know how to use 80% of the program, someone somewhere has answered that question, and I can go and I can look it up and be like, okay, now I have to connect those dots, but now I understand. And the idea of transferring from one software to another is almost always about like, I know that there's this concept of doing this thing. How does this software do it? How do I get there? And sometimes you're like, wow, that is a real headache, and I don't want to use that software. And sometimes you're like, wow, that's crazy easy. I can't believe how easy that was,
Yeah. Aharon, you're making me think of the Passover story of the 4 sons and the one who doesn't know what to ask. And you don't want to be that son.
Right.
So take our Unreal course. Speaking of Unreal, so Aharon did this incredible undertaking this year and produced this beautiful, really very, very cool short film completely in Unreal. And correct me if I'm wrong, you did not know Unreal last year.
No, I took our Unreal for 3D artists, which is a really great name for it, because like I'm a 3D artist who know how to use Cinema 4D, and the concepts were so easy for me. Like I'm like, oh, that's how you do the thing. I want to know how you do that. And once I understood my way around the interface, like the rest of it was, I didn't instantly know everything, but now like I really was able to start going down rabbit holes and feel confident that I knew enough to like explore on my own. So it was like, it's a great course for getting to know the software enough that you can, if you know 3D, and even if you don't, but if you know 3D, like it's really a no-brainer. Like you're going to start to like see how it all works, and it makes sense. And a lot of the experience in Unreal is just, it's not designed the way Cinema 4D or Maya is. It's designed for video game designers. So you have to kind of learn what that like language of construction of things is. But once you get that, like it's all conceptually the same.
Yeah, it's not a scene, it's a level, and
right, like, exactly.
Like stuff like that.
Like, or to me, the weirdest part I think is that like you need a lot more hard drive space for Unreal than you might need for any other 3D program, because it's the game systems, you're trying to make something that's self-contained, that when you ship it, it has all of the elements in it. So with if you want to bring in a texture, it's not just like referencing it on your hard drive the way Cinema 4D does. It has to copy that texture to the project, and that's 3D models and everything. So before you know it, your projects can be quite bloated. Mine tend to be huge, but like, you just get a big hard drive and you work on that space. But like that was like, I was like, holy moly, I need a lot of space to work on anything in Unreal, just so that I can have all these elements in the level.
Yeah. So Unreal, like you mentioned, it was originally designed to make video games, right? And so that's what most of the tooling, and that's a massive app. I mean, you think Blender has a lot of features. Unreal is
like 1% of Unreal is what I know. I would say
it's crazy, but Epic has put a lot of effort over the last few years into making it more usable for motion designers, and there are studios using it in production now.
Unreal's always been swimming around in the motion design world. I was always hearing it, and people used to say, like, it looks really good for a video game engine. For real time, it looks really good. And when 5.0 came out, people stopped saying it looked good for a video game engine, and they started saying it just looks good. And it does. Like Lumen and Nanite and the motion design tools that they just added are making Unreal easier to use. And when you need real time, there's no better option. It looks beautiful for real time. Actually, it just looks beautiful now. And especially if you need a ton of pixels. I'm seeing a lot of artists move to Unreal when they need these giant screens or really high resolution things rendered, where if you wait with a more traditional workflow, it's just going to be, maybe an hour per frame, where Unreal can kick, out a frame a second for these large projects. So I'm seeing a ton of artists play with it. I did a deeper dive into Unreal when we switched everything over and brought our material library to Unreal and Houdini and Blender. I took a moment to try to learn a little bit about each of them. And Unreal was amazing. Once you had it set up, once you brought some of the animations in from Cinema 4D or used the new MoGraph tools, it was really easy to kick out tons of different options, change the color, change the camera, and not have to wait for rendering. It's just, once you play with it, it's hard to go back, honestly. The ultimate quality is still in the more traditional workflow, but man, Unreal's really picking up some steam, and we're seeing a ton of artists learn it and start to integrate with it.
And so one of the biggest things that they started rolling out earlier this year, and they've been developing it, is the motion design tools. And so, Aharon, I know you've been playing around with them a lot. So, what's the status of that as of this recording, and what do you think needs to be added or upgraded or fixed before it really becomes useful to people who want to do a broadcast graphics package, and they've done one in After Effects, and maybe they use a little Cinema 4D, but now they want to build something that's real time?
So I've really focused on the 3D aspect of it, because there's a whole 2D like After Effects environment there that I have not really touched too much. So I don't want to speak to that because I haven't really played with it. I'm so comfortable in After Effects. For me, that's not a thing I'm ready to, I'm not going to take the time yet to do that. For me, I've been a 3D artist for a long time, and I've always wanted to build these big worlds and things like that. And so Unreal made that very easy. But honestly, the reason I jumped into it to begin with was we were all hearing rumors of this thing called Project Avalanche. They showed a little demo of it at one point a couple of years ago, and it was like working with motion design in Unreal. So I kind of jumped ahead of that and said, I know that's coming, so why don't I learn that? I already know Cinema 4D, but I'd love to have something that's a bit faster. And so I learned it before, with our course, before that stuff was even there. And in the space of that time, we're talking about a year, they've had 2 releases for the motion design tools. The first release was a little bit janky. The second release has a lot of finished features that are really great. You can do a lot of stuff that you could do in the MoGraph tools in Cinema 4D. It's still not there yet. It's still not where Cinema 4D is, but if you are looking at trying to balance speed with getting certain simple things in MoGraph done, and I don't mean simple like in After Effects, that's a much simpler kind of 3D. You can have a lot of complexity through these new tools that have been there, and they've added physics into it. It's looking really good. I'd say that the particle systems are not even close to what Cinema 4D has, and Maxon has a huge simulation team that is devoted to not real time, but beautiful stuff. And I think they are at Unreal catching up. In fact, I spoke to the head of VFX there, and he said to me, he goes, yeah, we are now no longer under the directive that everything has to be real time. They understand that for a good DCC, we have to be able to make stuff that doesn't run in real time so that people could use it for more professional work. So they have actually sort of relaxed that policy. And I think we're going to start seeing effects and things that come out of that they understand are not meant to be used in real time and that aren't going to appeal to the games market. And they're putting the money into it right now. So that's where, I have a lot of faith in that, because just from knowing the people who are on it and how excited they are for it, and the fact that Epic is putting money into this project of creating motion design tools and making it into a real digital content creation tool and not just a game design tool. I think there's going to be a lot of growth there.
Yeah. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on sort of the business aspect of that, because it's interesting to me. And so for people listening who haven't used Unreal, prior to, I think it was either earlier this year or last year, they had this pricing model, and this was the only way that you would pay for Unreal, because you can go download it and use it for free. Mm-hmm. But the deal is, if you make a game with it and you gross over $1 million, you owe them a percentage of your gross or something like that, which makes no sense for a motion design studio. For a AAA game studio, that makes a lot of sense. And our audience might be familiar or might be unfamiliar with just how big the market is for video games. It's bigger than feature films.
Yeah.
A game like Grand Theft Auto makes over $1 billion in the first month or something. It's just wild, right? And so Epic had to come up with a new pricing model for artists like us, where maybe, there's a small studio and you need 5 licenses of it to make commercials with. Maybe you don't even gross over $1 million, so there's nothing to share. And so the last I looked, it was I think $1,875 a year for a license. If you're using it commercially, you can download it for free and learn it and do whatever you want with it. But if you're using it for client work, you're supposed to pay this fee. But my question is, with the game market being so huge, and there's so much money, plus also Epic created Fortnite. And so that's kind of their cash cow. Do you think, because in my mind, the motion design industry is so much smaller, it's not even worth their time to like build this for us.
Yeah, one could argue that it's not even worth Adobe's time, really, because of the money they make. Most of it is in Photoshop and Acrobat, right? Like, do they need to be making video editing software? No, I mean, like, there's extra money there, but comparatively, I think it's probably diminishing returns. They can only make so much money advertising Acrobat, but having all these other tools in the ecosystem helps them add value to the package. I think that, so with Epic, they've got this tool that they're creating that's motion design, and like, how does that relate to games? Well, there's tons of motion design in video games. Why do they have to go outside for that? They build these tools so that developers can create these interstitial scenes where they bring up the stats. They have the player. My son's always like, playing Fortnite, and you have the characters that stand there like that, waiting for you to pick them, right? And there's and like you have all these motion design elements that are in there. And what have they been doing until now, right? They've been people had to use Cinema 4D or some other tool to create that stuff. They want to have this thing be self-contained. So the motion design tools, I'm sure that a big part of that is like, can that stuff be integrated into real-time video games? And I think the answer is obviously yes, right? Mm-hmm. So they want to own that. They own that space, or they certainly want to own it. They want to have as little need for outside to use those tools outside as possible. And I always think it's funny. I was making fun of the product manager for these motion design tools when we were talking about working with Maxon, because they have Cineware, which comes in, and they're working very closely to make sure that stuff works. I'm like, what's it like working with the people who you are at the same time cannibalizing their audience, right? Like, what is it like their customers? Like, they know it, but like, but right now there's enough people using Cinema 4D and that want to send their final stuff over to Unreal so they can render faster and do whatever, or have little bits and pieces. It's this game that all these companies play where they're like, we're friends, but we're enemies. It's like Apple and what's the company that, like, is it Google, that they use some of their own, like, there's different technologies that they share. And like, at the same time, they're suing each other while they're making things together. It's really weird, Yeah. But I think that Unreal has, like, even the video game world has a lot of reasons to develop a sequencer that's better, right? We're getting the benefit of that, a sequencer that lets us use it the way Cinema 4D's timeline sequence works, or that After Effects' timeline sequence works. They need that to be able to do some of these other things. So we're getting the benefit of that. And, some of the things I mentioned, like real time, like not having to be real time, like the fluid dynamic fire effects and things like that. Like, they're okay letting that slow down so long as there's a version of that does work in real time, right? They can give us a better version. They're not going to develop something that's only designed for not real time. They're going to like make a version of that's even better. They're going to allow it to slow down so that we can get the most out of it, So when I render out of Unreal, I don't render at real time. I render, like, instead of one pass per frame, I render, let's say, depending on what it is, it's up to 32 or even 512 of the same frame. It just makes it cleaner and cleaner and cleaner until you have like a really crisp and nice looking graphic that you don't get out of video games because it has to play it in real time. So they give us both.
Yeah. I wonder too, so I also have this hunch, and I'll have to do more research to see if I can find some numbers, but we had an artist on earlier this year, Marcos, who he worked on a Super Bowl package using Unreal. And the way that his team was using it was more like, if you go to NAB, and by the way, anyone listening to this, we're doing our MoGraph meetup again. It's going to be awesome. If you've never been to NAB, you should go once in your life, just so you can get a sense of how big this friggin' industry is. It's way bigger than you think. And one of the things that always blows my mind is when you walk around the show floor, which is the size of 20 football fields, you'll see, the Maxon booth, which is like this beautiful booth, and there's all these artists hanging around. It's really fun. And then you walk 100 feet, and there's a booth for something called VizRT. And it's 50 times the size of the Maxon booth, and there's a bunch of people walking around in three-piece suits making giant deals. Mm-hmm. And Unreal actually, I think, competes more with that kind of a thing than with Cinema 4D, at least at this point, those real-time broadcast tools. And the contracts for those are huge. And every news station on Earth has that system. And then you can sort of layer in live events, which seem to be like a really big growth area for motion design, concerts and conferences and stuff like that. And, and I've talked to a lot of companies about our team training thing that do that type of stuff. And they're still using pre-rendered elements primarily. And they're looking at Unreal because this could save them a lot of time, a lot of stress, because the day of you got to change someone's name or you see a pixel's wrong or something like that. In Unreal, you can literally type in a new line of text and it just pops up and it's in real time and it's animated. And that market may actually be fairly large. I think when we think of motion design and what we typically talk about here is advertising and social media posts and explainer videos, there's this giant world of in-person and, on air and live graphics that is still somewhat separate in terms of, the conversation. And I feel like Unreal almost bridges that gap.
They're actually building, they've built stuff that makes that is really geared towards that. There's a lot of like VizRT there's a lot of technicality involved in using it too. It's not like a plop down. And right now with what they're doing there at Epic is also, it's not as simple as just like, oh, I can put a thing in the timeline and do it. There's a lot of connecting the dots, like connecting different elements and spreadsheets even to get that information. But if you know how to do that, and people are going to know how to do it the same way that they know how to do it in VizRT, they're going to have a much faster turnaround. And I remember, this is like 15 years ago, going to a big studio that was doing sports graphics and them saying, like, begging Red Giant, saying, like, please come up with something better than VizRT. We can't, like, we're sick of it. It's like it's limited on how they develop it. It's not, like we're stuck with them and we don't want to be using this anymore, but there's literally nothing else that can spit out at that speed. And I think you're right. That time has probably come. It's just now just how fast people are going to pick it up and check it out. And I think, like these features are continuing to come out from Epic and Unreal that are geared towards this.
Now, EJ, I know you've talked a lot with the Cart and Horse guys, Chris and Dan, and those guys do a lot of virtual production, which, as far as I know, is pretty much all Unreal these days with these volumes, and Unreal 5.5 just got announced, and there's like some new virtual production things there. I'm curious, like, have you been on any of those shoots? Have you dabbled with that stuff? Or what have Chris and Dan told you about sort of how Unreal sort of enabled them to do things like that?
Yeah, so they did a really good spec piece, which we should probably link to, about they did this whole shoot. It was totally for spec, just to build their Cart and Horse studio, just to show the capabilities. And
smart.
They did, I think they rented out like was it a Lightroom that they did all this stuff in? They shot all the scenes in this one space and it looks awesome. The lighting's amazing. Mm-hmm. They had all the costumes and stuff, and it looks really, really well done. The one thing I will say, keep going back to Asia. When you're in another country, one of my favorite things to do is you go to the hotel room, you turn on the TV, see what are these shows, what are the commercials. Japanese commercials are some of the most hilarious stuff.
They're amazing.
But one thing I noticed is that it looked like every single commercial was filmed in a volume. Like you could just tell because of the light wrap, and it was a little bit off. So I think that type of technology is going to get more and more popular. Like I think, they're probably building a ton more all over the place, all over Asia, all over the States. But now you're seeing, we just did a story on Motion Mondays about like a more, I forget what it was called, Joey, but it was the smaller version of like, you could try to mimic like what the lighting would be in a volume.
Film on a green screen, but you have lights around the room that change the lighting in the room. It was really cool. And it's definitely a midpoint between those two, between what we've been doing and like what the big boys are doing in those expensive studios, for sure.
Right. And then, not even to mention like Gaussian splats and stuff that you can do in Unreal now too. So you combine all this technology, and Unreal's always been this sandbox, this like final point where you bring all your assets in and stuff like that. And I think, once you have that ability to, like do live comping and like get the lighting just right, so you don't even have to do any comping, especially if it's a live event, I think is going to be super huge. I'm glad you brought up VizRT, because it's funny, because I remember learning that 15 years ago at a news station. I just remember how much of a pain in the ass it was to learn that. And it's kind of like the thing where it's like, well, if Unreal can just get a little bit better, Unreal's not known for its like very nice thought out UI and stuff like that. But if you just get a little bit better, and think about like all the other things you can do in Unreal that you can't do in VizRT. And I think that's just a huge selling point for Unreal to try to get that money. Cause Joey, like you said, the motion graphics market's so tiny, but that live broadcast, I was just watching the CBS NFL game last week, and they always have all these graphics ready to go that I know like some were done in Unreal because they, the lighting's not quite right and stuff like that. But they have so many little packages that I know they're just cranking the day before to get all these graphics that they aired during the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, I think the audience for that is like they don't care too much. They want to know the information. They see it. They're happy. They think it looks cool, and that's good enough. And that's really that. I think what you said is that like Unreal is going to be great for the audience that it's good enough for, right? It's not going to like feature films. It's not there. Although the new the Lego
Robert
movie,
Zemeckis film, yeah,
right? No, there's the Robert Zemeckis, but that's the real time. That's like not animation. That's like that's the volume. But I'm talking about the animation that was done. And there's that new Lego movie about
Pharrell, the Pharrell movie, yeah.
Right? And it's they did that in Unreal, and like all the rendering was done in Unreal using the path tracer, which is like their version of like they said like Redshift. There are cases for sure it can be used, but it's more of like when Premiere first started like pushing, they had like. There was a movie called Monsters that they did. That was like a low budget indie film that just did well in the theaters. That was their big showpiece. Now a lot more big feature films are cut in that, but at the time they weren't. And so like you're always going to point to the one or two examples of like that break the rule as opposed to being the rule. But I do think that that market does RT. I remember the other complaint that the guy had for us. He was like, look, I had to copy Null Light Factory, the lens flares. I took all the elements and I copied them so that I could make lens flares in VizRT because there's no packages. Nobody makes stuff for VizRT. Like you can't like generally buy like lens flares for it, right? So like the ecosystems where all these other things already exist, like that is going to be that's going to open up the world to these guys who are using those systems.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I feel like, the story of Unreal, and it's going to take years to fully play out. But, at the beginning, I said I've been trying to really focus on like the edge of motion design. What's the new frontier? And with a tool like Unreal, it starts to blur the edge between motion design and even production, right? Like you mentioned the Pharrell film, but there's also this Robert Zemeckis film. It's called Here. And, it's starring Tom Hanks, and they shot the whole thing on one of these volume stages. And, that opens up creative possibilities, and it's basically blurring the line between production and post-production. And the stuff we're talking about with Unreal, virtual production, and replacing VizRT and Chiron, it's kind of opening up the world of production to motion designers, where typically we kind of come in on the back end and we kind of sweeten whatever the production team did. Now you're literally involved. You're probably on the shoot making tweaks that day. And so I wonder if Epic kind of realizes that that's an opportunity too, because the world of production is this whole other moneymaker behemoth. And, I think The Mandalorian kind of proved that, you can basically do post-production at the same time you're doing production. Yeah. And, and again, it's all about like shortening that gap between the vision in the director's head and the pixels you see on screen.
And for the actors and for the people involved in it too. I mean, like even the people, I knew somebody who was working on The Mandalorian that they would do the environments. Like they're like, could you move that mountain over? Yeah, sure. Let me just move that over. And it's like, really? Yeah. Like that's crazy. Right. And the other thing that was pointed out to me by her was that, when you have to shoot at sunset in the real world, you got those few minutes. That's what you've got. And you have to have everything, all the equipment out there. You got to get it out early and it costs money for people's time. You can shoot for 12 hours at sunset, on these volumes. And so like your costs, like, again, that's how did it make that move? Part of it was doing things that wasn't possible before. And part of it is just money. The cost of shooting in a studio for the big projects is much less to shoot it in a volume than it is to go out to the middle of the desert somewhere and shoot that shot,
Yeah. Totally. So the other big piece of news that I just wanted to touch on, and EJ, you probably know more about this than me, is that Unreal for years had, all these assets that you could just use for free, which is really appealing, especially if you're using it. And they announced this year, I think it's going to start next year, it's going to be behind a paywall, and they basically have consolidated Quixel Megascans and a bunch of other things into Fab. It's fab.com, I think is the website. And I'm curious what you think the effect of that would be on adoption of Unreal with new 3D artists. Does it make it harder because now you don't have as many free assets to play with?
Yeah, I mean, I know Aharon can speak to actually using Fab. It's not so Fab, it sounds like, but but I would say I think I am interested in how that affects people getting in, because I know, at least for me and a lot of artists, like even our intro to our Unreal for 3D artist course is a lot world building very quickly, really leveraging the real-time aspect and moving mountains, like creating a whole environment using all those Megascan assets. And I think that was a huge selling point for people to pick it up. Now you have this price barrier where I don't even know how many assets are going to be available for free next year. I know they just added something that if you log into your account, you can click a button that says any of those free assets, you can still access them for free from, this point on, even when the new licensing comes in. But whoever joins after that, they're crap out of luck, and they're not going to have all that access. So I think it's definitely going to be hard for Unreal to get adopted by a lot of newcomers. I think it's more of a friction point for anyone who's just a casual, like, let me go in there, let me build out this huge environment. Wow, that's really cool. Let me learn more. And it's kind of like what Aharon was saying with the grease pencil. It's like, let me learn Blender to do this thing. What if grease pencil was a paid thing, a paid add-on? That would remove a lot of the interest to even getting into Blender in the first place. So I think they're kind of hamstringing themselves to get a lot of new people that are curious about it in there. But we'll see how it just seems like, Aharon, I saw that conversation on X that you had, and I saw even what's his face responded.
Tim Sweeney, the CEO
Sweeney
of Epic. Yeah.
And it just seems like they didn't quite think that whole aspect through. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't, it's unclear to me, right? You saw that part where you can claim them. I'm still unclear on what that whole thing means. Does it mean that next year you won't be able to have them, or is it only moving forward the new stuff won't be available? There is a lot of free stuff that Epic offers. So if you want to jump into an environment and see it and learn how it's all created, you can still do that. Like, they have tons of free stuff. But I will say that, yeah, it took me a while. I was like, it can't be free, right? I was always like, really, all this is free? Like, what's the catch? Their only real catch was that you couldn't use it in Cinema 4D professionally. If you were you could use anything in Unreal, and anything you put out of Unreal could use this stuff for free, but they want you to pay for it if you were going to use it in another application, right? So even though you could download it and use it, you had to agree that you were going to sort of if I'm using the Cinema 4D project, I'm using these trees and I've got to pay for that, right? Now, like you say, they're not having it anymore, but it's unclear to me. Are they making all that stuff unavailable for free, or they've been really poor in their communication around this too? And I think it may even be a little bit deliberate, because they're not even 100% sure what they're doing yet. They want to see what people are reacting to. And my feelings on Fab was, it's like, I see where Fab is trying to go, and I can see the developers every single day working to make it better. Like, there's new updates every day to the website and how it all works. But my conversation with Tim was like, that's fine, but it wasn't ready to go. And where a lot of us are being hamstrung by that, because we can't access it's harder to access it. And his response was not that we should have done that. It was like, oh, there's a lot of great stuff coming to Fab, which is, what you expect from a big company.
That's the corporate line. I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I didn't, he was like, it came in hotter than we thought it was going to come in, is I think what he said. And so we just had to get it out. And that's kind of, to me, that's let's put that on the developers. They were slow to get that in, but that's not what happened. I mean, it's a business choice was made. Even if that is what happened, at some point a business choice was made to make the marketplace much simpler for them. It's good for them, and it's not great for us at the moment, because it's not where it needs to be. I think given another, 6 months and a year, it will actually be what it's supposed to be. But they wanted to get something out, and it wasn't ready to go, and they disconnected the stuff that we really liked that was working. So that's also going to be another bit of a pain in the ass for them, and in terms of the audience and people adopting it, because it's not working the way that we want it to.
Yeah, well, a lot of interesting things going on with Unreal. I think that's definitely one of the biggest kind of new frontiers for motion design. We have our second Unreal course. I think as of this recording, we have an instructor, and we've kind of started to work out the outline, and so we're really excited about that. Let's move on to the last major piece of software I wanted to talk about. And this is one I just haven't been able to shut up about this year, which is Rive. And the first thing I'll say is that, we put out our first Rive course. I think it's the greatest new tool for motion designers of the past 10 years, probably. And the reason I say that is because, and we've kind of talked around this a little bit, what does it take to have a new tool actually get adopted by a majority of artists or studios or companies? And it seems to be there has to be some new capability that you don't have, right? And we're going to talk about a few of them, but there's a lot of apps that have come out in the last couple of years that are really good, but they're just doing something that you can already do. Maybe they're doing a little better. Maybe they're doing it a lot better, but it's not new. Rive's a brand new thing. There's not another app that does what it can do. And I think the challenge that the team has, and they've been doing a really good job with it, The challenge they have is they've got this two-sided marketplace. You need artists who can use it, and you need companies who understand that they should hire artists to do certain things for them. And essentially what Rive lets you do is what Flash used to let you do, but in a much more powerful way. You can design and animate and create interactions and then ship those off as an artist. You don't have to be a developer to do it.
We've started to do a lot of work with Rive. I mean, there's lots of use cases for our software-specific clients for expanding on UI walkthroughs for their brands in digestible ways on their sites that we can do within like a launch film or some pieces for social, but it's nice to be able to have that interactive on their site as well to accompany the other content we're making.
I think I've used Rive for about 30% of the projects I worked on this year. It's a great tool with a great team behind it, and it's opening up so many possibilities for motion designers. So I'm really excited to see where it goes next.
You have Rive, which is a very lightweight motion format that doesn't require a plugin, which opens up a ton of new opportunities for animating in different mediums. You can be creating content for mobile apps. You can be animating HUDs for games in Unreal. So if you're a motion designer and you feel extremely limited by just the video format, you can migrate your skills and you can branch out and you can be doing work for all these different platforms that you've probably never even considered before.
So when I was slow in the beginning of the year, I looked at a ton of Rive tutorials, and I was really deeply impressed. And I know I'm not the only one. I am also really impressed with the team of people that they're building over there. And it's that team that really gives me confidence that Rive is something that I want to continue to invest my time in as I have more of it.
They've shipped a ton of new features this year. They have a very fast development cycle. I'm not quite sure how they do it. So I'll just go over some highlights. So you can now have audio events baked right into your Rive file. So sound effects baked right into the Rive file. You can trigger them a million different ways. They added some randomization features. So now you can literally build full-blown games. I saw Ross from their team built a fully functioning version of Flappy Bird earlier this year. I mean, there's a lot of really cool examples. They've open sourced their Rive renderer. This is kind of like an under the radar thing that Guido talked about when I interviewed him about a year and a half ago. They have like a brand new renderer they built that can render 2D vectors faster than anything else out there. And that may not seem like that big of a deal to motion designers because we're not used to like working in real time and having to worry about stuff like that. But especially if you're doing anything for VR and you need text to be really crisp, but it has to update, 120 times per second or else you're going to make the person puke who's wearing the headset. That stuff's really, really important. And especially for game development. The biggest thing they did this year, and it's relatively recent, and again, I don't think motion designers know what a big deal this is, but web developers and product developers do, is responsive layouts. So this is massive. If you use Figma, the killer feature with Figma is you can basically tell a layout where things should fit and how they should space. And when it's this wide, I want 2 columns. When it's this wide, I want 3 columns. So you can design websites and products that are going to fit on any screen at any size, right? You can't really do this in After Effects without third-party plugins and a lot of expressions and slow performance. Rive now has that built in, and you can create animated things that are responsive and can react to the size of the screen, the web browser, the whatever size phone you're on. And the problem this solves is so huge. I think the tech world trickles down into motion design in a pretty big way. Like a lot of advertising dollars come from tech. We had a live stream with a couple of people from Google recently, and Google's a massive company and they spend a ton of money prototyping animations and then having engineers try to rebuild those animations. And the engineers have to factor in, okay, but what if the person rotates their phone and now it's horizontal? Does the button get bigger? Does the animation change? All of these things. And these are decisions engineers shouldn't be making. Animators should be making them. And it may seem like a small thing if you haven't worked on an app or built a website or anything like that. But if you have, and that's a massive multi-billion-dollar industry, that this is like a new capability that eventually it will catch on. Duolingo was early to figure out the power of this. Notion's caught on now. Figma's using Rive. A lot of big companies are using it. And I suspect that it's going to take a few more years for enough artists to understand the opportunity in front of them, and also for companies to understand how much money this saves them in development time. And I think this is going to be massive, massive company and a really big deal. So with all of that, I don't know, have either of you used Rive yet, or am I basically just like the lone person at School
dude,
Motion?
I want to just mea culpa here for a moment and say that so people might know this. I run the marketing team here at School of Motion, and we put a lot of work into all the marketing we do, and it's like everything is blood, sweat, and tears. We love it, and when we do this stuff, I didn't want my team to feel like really bad when I thought, I was like, look, I was like, we're gonna come out with this course. I know we're putting a lot of work into this marketing, but like I was like, I don't know how this is gonna do. I don't know if like there's enough people out there who are using Rive or interested in it. They're gonna want to do it, and it turned out, by the way, like one of the most successful launches we've had, right? Like we cannot believe how many people took the course. Like if you're out there and you're thinking about whether or not people are learning this, and you should, 100%, like people are learning this. We have people coming in just to do this, and they're loving it. And I feel like I was like, wow, I didn't like, it wasn't that I didn't think it was going to be successful. It's like, I just really didn't understand the need and what that was, because I'm not in that world. And you saw it, man. You were like, this is it. And you've been talking about Rive forever. And just by the fact that our audience, the audience that like, it wasn't even, I didn't think there were people out there. It was like, we have an audience of people who do very specific things. Like, is this something they're interested in? But the level of interest is so high because it just opens up a whole other level of a career that people can have with the skills they've already got. Like, you talk about EJ about like how the skills translate as an animator. Once you know how to animate and the way things should look, then it's just learning the tools. This tool, Rive, clearly opens up opportunities for people who already have skills as designers and animators. So I wouldn't say I was wrong. I was just like, I just didn't know. And I was like, I just told my team, like, don't feel, it's going to be okay. Whatever. I was like, I think it could be great, but I don't know. And I was like, yep, here we go, guys. I was totally like off. Like, you didn't need to worry about anything. It's fantastic. So
I think honestly, the success of our course is probably more a testament to how good a job the Rive team has done of explaining their product. It's a weird product to try and market because it can do so many different things. And it seemed like mostly last year they were focused a lot. It's funny because we were just talking about Unreal. They were focused on the video game market because they went to GDC, the Game Developers Conference, and they had a booth there, and they talked to a lot of developers. And what they kept hearing was that the tooling around designing 2D elements for games in Unreal or Unity, doesn't matter, are really bad. You want to create a menu for a fighting game or a settings screen, or you want like an inventory that pops up on a 3D watch the character's wearing, whatever it is. It's really, really, really tedious to build that stuff using the tooling there because it's a 3D tool, right? This is a 2D tool, and they were really, really smart to very early, way before there were lots of people using Rive, to build runtimes that work in Unity and Unreal, and now Framer and Webflow. Those are the two of the largest website building platforms in the world. They now have native Rive integrations, and they're adding more and more. There's other ones too. And the thing about it is that solves a massive problem in game development. It also solves a massive problem for companies like Google and Apple, who really want lots of responsive, cool animations in their products, but it's just so tedious to build the old way. And once everyone understands there's this new way, and it's 100 times as fast, and it opens up, I think you're going to get cooler interaction. So another kind of big story this year, and it wasn't that big, but I thought it was kind of a sign of the times, is 2 Advanced coming back. So 2 Advanced, right? I mentioned them already. They launched these crazy websites back in like 2000, 2002, 2003 that inspired Gmonk, inspired loads of artists. And then Flash got killed off, basically by Steve Jobs. Like he almost single-handedly ended Flash. And so then 2 Advanced just kind of disappeared, right? And the 2 founders, Eric and Tony, they kind of went off and were doing different things for years. And then Rive comes along and kind of inspires them. I mean, there were other reasons too, but Rive was a big part of it, inspired them to come back. And they did this funny thing where they relaunched their old website, but rebuilt in Rive. And when I interviewed them, what they told me was that, their number one goal is to try and recapture some of that early magic. If you remember, websites, they used to all be weird and all over the place and creative.
We started to receive a lot of messages recently from other creators, basically saying something similar to how we were feeling, which is that it seems like the web has lost a lot of its magic. and the energy that was there when there was an array of different design portals and everyone was kind of sharing daily inspiration, it seems like that energy has faded out quite a bit. And so part of our message at the Digital Design Days conference this year was to say that, we feel like we've kind of lost that thriving interactive ecosystem, and everyone's more focused on accessibility and building for mobile, and that spirit of pushing boundaries just doesn't seem as strong anymore. And so our message to the community is that we'd like to draw a line in the sand and say that it's time to work together in a collective effort, not just to advance, but everyone doing their part to try to restore a sense of magic back to web design.
I remember seeing some of these 3D sites, dude, that I was so blown away by it. But on the one hand, there were maybe 5 behaviors that you could get out of it, right?
Yeah.
But it was still, and you knew it, and you knew that there were only the 5 behaviors. It wasn't infinite, but it felt infinite, right? It felt like I can rotate this thing in 3D. Holy crap. I remember those sites being you just want your little dinky website you put on Earthlink or whatever. You're I wish I could have a site that looks like these guys.
Yeah, but I mean, every website used to have its own aesthetic, and I'm not saying we need to bring back website loading screens and stuff. I don't think we want that. But if you go to go find the top 100 SaaS products out there and go to all their websites, they look almost there's light mode and dark mode versions, and then that's kind of the difference, right? They're all basically samey. And a lot of that just has to do with the tools that are being used to create them. It's not easy to create animation, really responsive, reactive animation on the web, unless you're very technical. And, and we'll talk about Lottie in a minute, because I'm very curious what's going to happen to Lottie in the long run. With Rive catching on the way it is. But yeah, so that's what 2 Advanced told me. They told me that they want I think they said, make the web weird again, right? We need red hats with that on it. but I think that that's kind of the promise of Rive is you're no longer limited by what engineering resources you have to make these really cool things. And I mean, just follow any member of the Rive team, follow Guido, he retweets everything. And you'll see these insane examples of full-blown games created by animators in Rive. And then these website experiences, and now with the responsive stuff, it's just going to get better and better and better. So I am quite biased. I've mentioned this before, but I'm an advisor to Rive. So you shouldn't trust anything I say. You should do your own homework. However, I am completely all in on it. I think it's going to be probably the most impactful app for motion designers, in the next 5 to 10 years. I think Unreal, if it develops fast enough, might be, but Rive is such a no-brainer. It's just it's the first thing I've seen where it's a brand new thing. You can't do what it does in any other app. It'll be interesting to see if there's copycats or competitors that come along too.
I think what Rive does is they have an awesome team of artists. I don't know what the Draws Good guy's name is, but he's amazing. Jerry, and then Ross. I just think as an outsider who've never used Rive before, just the really cool style of work that they do within Rive, just makes me want to learn it. And I know Joey Judkins, who did a course for MoGraph Mentor, he's all in on Rive as well. And he's a big character guy. It's just, it's almost I feel like Unreal, their MoGraph tools, they almost need a collection of artists that are doing all this really cool stuff to really, because I feel like Rive answers the question of what does this do? What's the value of it? And I feel like the motion tool stuff, there's still not enough out there of how can I use it? We got Aaron doing some tests and posting to our Slack, and it's oh, that's badass, but you don't see anything really out there from Unreal really pushing it. So I think the Rive team's doing awesome, and it's going to be really interesting to see where it goes.
Something else, EJ, that I was thinking about this at the, at our MoGraph meetup in Vegas, right? One thing that I really felt from the Rive team was we had different companies that were there, and you get the feeling they've been doing this every year for the last 30 years, coming to NAB, and they're oh, hey, how's it going? Nice to see you guys. The Rive guys are hey, it's so great to be, I'm so excited. And they were excited by the community and everything. And that also comes through in the work that they do too. They're very clearly community driven, and they're excited to be here. They're not in any way jaded. They have a completely different look at what the future looks like than a lot of the other companies that have been around for a while. And I think that also lends to the product itself, because they're excited about what they're doing, and they're excited about the users using it. And it's not a business model oh, of course we got to feature them in this article or anything like that. They're just happy to be here and excited to be doing it.
Our team has been diving into Rive and actively proposing it to several of our clients, especially since we work extensively in the interactive space. We've already completed a few projects internally, but many clients are still a little hesitant to adopt Rive because it requires changes to their development pipelines. That said, we have some exciting projects in the works, more in the mini game space, and can't wait to share more about them next year.
All right, well, that's our Rive segment. So we've got some honorable mentions here. I just kind of wanted to spend a minute or two on each tool. So on the same kind of vein as Rive, there is still Lottie, right? And what I said was, I'm a little curious what the future of Lottie is going to be, because Lottie is this amazing technology that was created to basically let After Effects artists play their animations in real time on devices and websites and stuff like that, right? It's a technology that originally just converted an After Effects project into code that could play. And because After Effects is not a tool designed to do that, even to this day, there's just a lot of caveats and weird quirks about how it works and things you have to know. It's not really optimizing the file size as well as it could be, and that's not Lottie's fault. It was a piece of duct tape put on After Effects to solve a problem that just kind of grew and grew and grew, and then everyone started using it. And so since then, you've got tools, and there's this really interesting one called Lottie Lab, which is a cloud-based animation tool. It's pretty bare bones compared to After Effects, but for a web designer or product designer that just wants to animate some simple stuff, you can do it in there and it spits out a Lottie file and you can put that on your website and have animation. What's interesting, and I have to assume this was in reaction to Rive, they built a tool that lets you have interactivity in your Lottie file. Now, the way that works by the nature of Lottie is, the old way is you have to have a timeline with when I hover, that's frame 0 to 10. And then when I click, that's frame 10 to 20. And then when I hover off, that's frame 20 to 30. And then you have some logic in your site that plays the correct frames at the right time, right? They built a tool that lets you get a little more sophisticated and actually prototype those interactions. And it spits out a Lottie file and the code that controls that Lottie file so that you can blend between states and you can do some of the things Rive can do. And I was kind of blown away when I saw it. I was like, it's very clever what they came up with and useful. But why would someone go to the trouble of learning to do that when you have Rive now? And currently, the answer is that if you're using After Effects, there's so many tools in it that are not in Rive yet. Rive, as of this recording, it may have it by the time this comes out, but as of this recording, there's no blur in Rive, right? And there's a lot, there's no effects. There's a lot of things that are just kind of missing that one day will be there. There's no particles or anything like that. But eventually those are going to come, and the Rive renderer is way better than what Lottie's play off of. The file size is more optimized. So I mean, if I had to make a really kind of offensive prediction, I would say I don't think people are going to be using Lottie in 10 to 15 years. I think it just goes away and it's in the dustbin of history like Flash. I'm sorry, Lottie Lab, because I think it's a great product. But that's kind of my take. Aharon, have you ever created Lottie files? Did you ever mess with that?
Not ever, never.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great tool. We used it we still use it on our old platform that most of our courses run on for, when a student submits homework, there's this cool animation plays, and those are Lottie files and it works great. But once you get what Rive lets you do, you never want to go back because you can blend timelines. You can do things that really there's not really another app that can do it. So that was kind of one thing. I did want to hear a little bit more about Womp, EJ. I know you just talked with the founder, CEO of Womp. And I'm interested in that company because the tool is so cool and the company is really cool. And it's not yet clear to me how it integrates with motion design. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah. So Gabby at Womp, talked to her just yesterday. I just did a tutorial on Womp, just get up and running. What's it all about? And it's really no one likes 3D modeling unless you're a sicko and you really like polygon flows and triangulation and blah, blah, blah. But it really that was one of the biggest barriers even to me to this day. And I've been in 3D for, longer than I'd like to admit. And I still suck at modeling. This is more of if you get, for anyone who's not used it before, it's kind of if you're familiar with Cinema 4D, volume builder, volume modeling, you kind of just bash shapes together and melt them together and do Boolean operations and stuff like that. And that's basically it, but it's all in your browser and it's so fast. It's so responsive. It's got really awesome real-time renderer on there too. But you're right, it doesn't do animations. You could do turntables. You can record like camera animations. And if you wanted to like move specific objects, you could do that. You can even do like a Boolean operation where you like reveal something on and record that. But what I've been told just yesterday is that they're looking to do some kind of like add some kind of animation element in there. But they kind of got kicked down the curb because they have been focusing on this 3D printing thing that they just announced today. And as someone who's, this year I created my first vinyl toy, and it's not cheap to go and get a factory in China and like even to just print out one prototype, like they have to make a mold and it costs, $1,000 just to make like one. And this is, I've just looked and it's like $25 to print out something and you
awesome.
get it and you pay shipping and it's pretty incredible. And I'm so excited to see what the reaction's going to be, because I know a lot of character artists or just artists in general that like, I'd love to print this out, but like, I got to get a 3D printer and like deal with that. It's like, nah, you could just go through that website. So I'm interested to see where Womp's going to go. They have said that they're very not into the AI stuff, like a Spline is, where they're doing this. If you've used like Spline 3D before, similar kind of thing. It's almost like a 3D Rive where you can program actions and mouse over events and stuff, but it's all 3D stuff. You can even make games in it. It's all browser based, but they also have their like 3D generative text to 3D model kind of stuff too. But Womp is like up and coming. I'm a huge fan of it. I think anyone who has been hesitant to get into 3D, especially modeling, if you like character style of stuff, it's so easy to model stuff, and it's like playing with Plateau. So yeah, definitely check out my tutorial on it. It should be out by the time this comes out, but I'm a fan. I'm excited I'm going to print something out on it. I don't know what, but
yeah. I wonder, Aharon, like, a tool like Womp, I mean, maybe one day they add animation tools and it gets more robust and that becomes useful for production. In the meantime, though, it strikes me as like, my son Elliot, for a minute, he thought he wanted to learn how to make video games. And I was like, well, you should learn some 3D. And we went through the Blender Donut tutorial. And Blender's it's difficult to pick up, especially for a 9-year-old who's never done any sort of 3D, right? But Womp, I could totally see him picking up. And so I wonder if there's like a place for these kind of gateway drug things.
I mean, we had them back in the day. We had Poser, we had Bryce, right?
Remember those? Bryce, yeah.
Bryce was like you had the interface looked like I don't even know, it was like candy, right? You just there's a mountain, there's an ocean, right? Like, and it was you weren't really, I don't even know how much you were really learning, but you were getting the satisfaction of building something. And that drove me to want to learn more 3D and to try it out and to try to do it the hard way, So I think these tools, if they're fun and they're fun and they have like not a highly technical sort of experience, it's definitely a great gateway to get people excited about it, But I think the challenge we have is that so much of the way things are going with AI is to like remove us from that process of learning and doing it. It's like just go to the fun part. So that's a whole other conversation. But I think that's going to win before like fun online things that let you push through things together and make another big thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. That's interesting. I forgot all about Bryce. And what was the one? There was Kai's Power Tools.
Yeah.
And then there was something called with Goo in the title.
Kai's Power Goo.
Kai's Power Goo. That's right. Yeah. Kai's Power Goo. Yeah. Excellent. We're going back now.
And from Meta Creations. I don't know. It got passed around a lot, But yeah, those are the tools like instant person and instant, ocean with a mountain in the middle of it. That was.
Yeah. I remember playing with that stuff. Probably a cracked copy. Okay. So let's also talk briefly about Cavalry. So I had the founders of Cavalry come on the podcast this year. And, Cavalry's been on my radar and I hadn't used it before. And after talking to them, I was like driven to go play with it. And the best way I can describe it is it's Houdini, but 2D. It's everything can be connected to everything else. You can have a type layer, but every individual vertice and Bezier handle of the font is controllable by essentially effectors, kind of like in Cinema 4D and stuff like that. And the tool is incredible.
One thing I really want to dive into in 2025 is Cavalry. I've been seeing some really cool experiments on social media, and I am curious to see if this type of content will find a place in the market.
It's really well thought out. It's really fun to play with. It's technical. It's hard. I think it's harder to learn than After Effects, especially if you don't have any sort of node-based or 3D experience. If you know 3D, it's actually not that hard to pick up because a lot of that stuff kind of works the same way. But and Aharon, this might be a good question for you because it's a great tool, and I know artists who just like swear by it and rave about it. It's really fast. Playback's basically real time, and you can make a lot of cool stuff with it. But I don't know that many people that use it. It's not really an After Effects competitor. It's a really good companion to it, and for certain use cases, it's the tool you should use. But you got to learn this kind of complicated thing. And I'm curious, and maybe one way to phrase it is like, if you were in charge of Cavalry, what would you do to help them gain more adoption? Because I really want to see those guys succeed. It's a great tool. And I think more artists should try it, but it's also in this weird middle area between After Effects and something else.
I remember when it was released. I don't know if you guys remember when it was released. The initial Ryan was especially talking about it a lot. Ryan Summers.
Yeah.
But it was like the kind of inkling I got before even looking at it was like this could be a real competitor for After Effects. And there's a lot of disappointment that came after that because, and that's not even necessarily saying what they said as a company. I don't think they ever said we're going to compete with After Effects. They're going to make a tool that they wanted to make. But the hype around it was like, look how fast this is. It's so fast, and you can't do this in After Effects. But then the other stuff didn't come because that was never their intention. But the downside of it is like you have this one fast piece that lives outside of the rest of what I'm doing. We're used to bringing 3D into After Effects from outside, but we're not used to bringing anything other than still imagery in or video that's like, or actual video. But like nobody wants to bring animation into an animation software program, right? Like that was, I don't know, like I think there's two things I can think of is how much of it could be translated over through a plugin. That same way that, we like with Rive and Figma and like all these other things, like how much could be taken from there and brought into After Effects from it. So you do all the work in there, the fast and get it out into After Effects. Honestly, the other one comes down to what I've seen happen with a lot of these companies is marketing. There's another company that actually made a competitor for After Effects. It's being sold by Revision Effects, even though they didn't make it. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe when you want to look it up while we're talking, but like, it's Left Angle is the name of the company, maybe something like that, right?
Oh,
they made
I know what you're talking about,
and I remember talking to the guy who made it right after like they announced it, and I was like, look, like this is great. I think it's really cool. I tried it out. It's missing obviously a lot of features of After Effects, but like, you guys don't have any marketing. And he's like, yeah, well, we unfortunately put all of our money into development, and I'm like, but that's not. Like that doesn't work that way. Like you can't. Yeah. There was a time, where the software was the marketing, the product was the marketing. Yeah, and Blender's a great example of this because like there's no professional company out there marketing Blender, which may also be a part of why it hasn't reached people. Is that like marketing matters? Like it does. Like people want to say, listen, I'm not just saying that because I want to keep a job, Joey. I'm telling you this, like, And Andrew Kramer is like he and I have talked about this many times. In fact, when I was kind of trying to figure out my next step after leaving Maxon, I was like trying to decide what I wanted to do. And I went to him because if there's anybody who's ever been guilty of making marketing so important that like it can actually stop a product from being released, it's him.
Yeah.
Right. And we had it like we both very much agree that like that product, that half of it is marketing, half of it is telling the story and showing people how cool the thing can be. And I think it's probably even more so with Elements. It was like, I can make cool stuff. It isn't even that it can do the cool stuff. It's like I can make cool stuff like Andrew Kramer, and be like him. And like that was a whole part of its excitement around it. And I think that, I haven't seen much marketing from the guys who make Cavalry. I mean, I know it's out there and I know it's a good product. And I've seen, people who just like people who need to do what you do in Cavalry. They love it. They can't stop talking about it. But they're also kind of niche, right? Like when you realize those people, they're very like the things that they talk about are maybe not the kinds of thing that most people every day are touching. So I find that like a lot of it is going to be telling their story and just like making people understand what its value is. And I don't think most people know.
That brings up an interesting segue into the next thing I wanted to talk about. This is the last piece of software I wanted to mention. So, the thing about Cavalry is they started, it was just, it comes from Mainframe, right? The studio. And, he kind of wanted to bring some of those same ideas into a 2D tool, and that's where Cavalry comes from. And, so it started as this kind of in-house tool that they were building, and then they're letting people use it. They've spun it out into its own company now. And I don't think, I could be wrong about this by this point, but I don't think they have like big investors behind them, right? And marketing is great. So it can also be pricey, right? And so there's a disadvantage that you have if you're kind of a bootstrapped software company, especially if you're trying to compete with Adobe, right? Like you're not going to win that. I think Rive has a couple of advantages. One, they did raise money that, they have some very big investors behind them, so they can afford to hire these like really great artists who just essentially do marketing for them all day long, and so there's a company that I was really fascinated by called Fable. And they made this 2D cloud-based animation app. I played around with it. It was really good, actually. And if you use After Effects, you could pick it up in 10 seconds. And you could probably do about 20% of what you can do in After Effects and Fable. And they were building more and more animation features. It's getting better and better. And then all of a sudden, they started focusing on AI features. And they actually built this cool feature where you could take a bunch of shapes and animate them, and then you could put like an AI filter over it and make it look like claymation or paper or whatever, right? And it was kind of cool, but it was one of those things where it's like, I don't know, it's like a solution in search of a problem or something like that. No one was really asking for that, and there's not really a business case for it. And then about a month ago, as of this recording, they announced that they're shutting down. And so there's this other problem, and I'm curious what you think about this, because you've worked at software companies, and there seems to be like some escape velocity that you need to hit as a software company where you're making enough revenue and profit to fund the marketing that grows your revenue, that grows the marketing, right? And a lot of these newer software companies are founded off the back of venture capital, and Fable certainly was. And if that's the case, you have investors probably pressuring you to lead the product in certain directions. I don't know this for a fact. I'm just guessing. But I assume that's partially the reason Fable went in that direction of AI. I wonder if that's why, so Womp is not going to do AI, according to the founder. So that's cool. Spline's going heavily in that direction. And I'm kind of skeptical about the utility of it, to be honest, with the way that app works. If I was running it, I wouldn't do that. But they're also a VC-backed company. And, I wonder, like, how is it possible to start a software company that's going to dethrone an After Effects these days? Like, is it just impossible? I'm not saying that anyone needs to, and I don't think that was what Cavalry is trying to do. But the amount of money that it takes to build the engine that you need to actually compete with these softwares is so big that you almost have to go out and raise millions of dollars. And once you do that, and we're in an AI hype bubble, you're going to be pressured to add AI. That's not actually what users are asking for. So I don't really know like what my question is. I just kind of wanted to throw that out and have your response to it.
Well, I do think one of the reasons I have faith in Epic is because they actually have a lot of money and they have so much success developing for video games, and that so many of these tools are needed in video games that having them kind of being developed for our use, that could be the thing that does it. I think a lot of it is not even the power of the software. It's going to be the user experience and making sure someone there is paying attention to the way that those non-video game developers are working. And I think that will do it. But, you reminded me of something. I used to work with Bruce Sharp. He's the guy who created Pluralize, which is no longer, I think that they end of life did it at Maxon. But it was an audio video sync tool, and it was the best on the market. Like, there was hands down, yeah. There's nothing like it. And anytime someone would come to me and they'd say like, well, Premiere Pro has audio video sync. Like, why should I get Pluralize? And I'm like, have you ever tried using the audio video sync? They're like, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Right. The second you point them on it, like, because it went from being a bullet point of marketing to actual, like, what it does, right? Like, yes, they can say at Premiere that this thing does it, but the amount of work it takes to make that feature work is actually really high compared to like Pluralize, you just dropped it in. But Bruce said to me, he's like, you don't know the amount of people at his company, like, it wasn't a big company, but every day people would come in with these crazy ideas for like you talk about a solution without a problem, right? They'd come in and say, oh, we could put this feature in. And what he told me, he's like, okay, do me a favor. He's like, before you spend the time developing it, I want you to go write a press release for it and explaining why it's valuable and why it's going to change the user's life. And he said 99% of the time, no one ever came back to him. And that was how he kept people from coming. He was like, smart. He was like, ask the question, like, if you are excited about this thing, like, is it something, like, make a case for it, like, go out and tell me like why I want to buy it. And if you can't do that, then it's not a conversation worth having. Right. And so that was a really good lesson in sort of thinking about how that works. I do think you're right. I do think that the idea of these venture capitalists who put money in and they hear the word, you put AI into it and suddenly you can get more investors into it. I think that has a lot to do with it. it's going to disappear soon. You know, that is going to, it's the same way it did with VR, the same way it did with, 3D.
NFT, crypto.
Yeah, NFT. By the way, when I say 3D, I mean like 3D TVs. Remember, like we go to NAB and that year it'd be like, we were on VR. And I remember even asking Steve Ford, who was the head of video, of the video products at Adobe. And I was like, but you don't actually think VR? He's like, yeah, no. He's like, we just he's like, but the customers are using, it's a big buzzword. And, so we put a couple of tools in there and then, in a year, no one was talking about it again. Right. So that's why you have that. I don't know if you know, if there's that area of the After Effects menu of the effects where it's devoted entirely to VR. It's just like 7, 8, 9 effects that are specifically for VR that you're never going to touch almost ever.
Well, they acquired Metal. I thought that was when they did that, right?
Yeah. But it was just because of the hype around VR, So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take. Like this AI thing is like, there's good uses for it and there's bad uses for it. And the people who are investors, they can't make a determination between which is which. And that's where you need product people who are going to stand strong by what it is that their vision is.
So now let's talk about some other random news that I thought was interesting this year. EJ, give me I put 30-second update. This will take you about 5 seconds. How are NFTs doing?
Can we just do a moment of silence and that just says it all? Pour one out. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, moving on. I hate to kick something while it's down, but I know that felt good for some reason.
Sorry,
okay.
It hurts. It's just like, there are times, man, where I hear about technology, I hear about things, and I feel old because I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. But 99% of the time, it just turns out it's not that I was old. It just really didn't make any sense. Like it wasn't going to work out.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So here's kind of an interesting one. So, last year and really the year before that, we talked about acquisitions because, Buck acquired Giant Ant and, Duolingo had just acquired Gunner. And there was like a lot of kind of froth in the market of companies buying other companies and bringing studios in-house and stuff like that. Buck started this holding company Residence and acquired a whole bunch of companies, digital marketing agencies, and they acquired a blog. And then Adobe announced they're going to acquire Figma. Okay. And so that was kind of like the peak of that era. And then it's like, the music stopped, right? And there weren't any chairs left and everyone had to go home. And so since then, the Figma Adobe deal has officially fallen through. It's not happening. Now, Autodesk did acquire Wonder Dynamics, but I assume that was probably a little bit of an acqui-hire kind of situation because it was such a new company acquiring them just for the technology.
You might remember I actually worked before I came here. When I was working part of the time when I was consultant before I came on full time, half my time was spent at that company. And they had actually no intention of being acquired. But I think that they were working so closely with Autodesk that they just loved it. And I mean, like that product, I don't know that they were doing really great stuff, but I don't know that they would be able to take it to that next level without being acquired. So I actually think it was really good for the long-term viability of that product for sure.
Yeah. And that's like a good strategic acquisition, makes a ton of sense. I think Duolingo acquiring, and really, I don't know the terms of the deal, but I mean, I assume that's an acqui-hire. They want to bring Gunner in-house. They actually acquired Hobbs recently too. So now they've basically just absorbed Gunner and Hobbs into Duolingo. That's now their internal creative team. And, Buck's holding company Residence is still going. And I guess I haven't heard of any new acquisitions recently, but, that still exists. But I thought it might be interesting for people listening just to kind of understand some of the bigger dynamics of what's going on here. So when the economy kind of turned, right, 2022, a lot of that had to do with like interest rates going up. And all of the sudden, it didn't make as much sense for investors to throw money at things anymore because there were safer alternatives to get a return on their investment. And I think what that kind of means for artists, and really it's more for like studios that are thinking, oh, wow, Giant Ant got acquired, maybe I can get acquired too, is that if you get acquired now, it's not going to be like it was, 3-4 years ago. You're not going to get, 6 or 7 times your revenue, and it's not going to be easy to raise money and stuff like that. And I think we've seen this dynamic. It first played out in tech. And I think the most kind of obvious example was Elon Musk buying Twitter and immediately having to lay off 80% of the staff because they were unprofitable. But I've heard from a lot of studios too, that they were operating in a way during the sort of zero interest rate years when it was easy to get financing and lines of credit and all this kind of stuff, and work was just falling in your lap, where they were operating in a growth mode. And frankly, School of Motion kind of did the same thing during those years, and we had to adjust. And so I think that we're kind of in like a new economic normal now. It seems like almost a reversion to the mean. If you look at 2019 and you look at now, I think we're almost back to 2019, where you have to run a profitable company. You have to look at your balance sheet. You have to do these things. And it's not just software companies, it's studios too. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that.
I mean, if you don't mind, EJ, I'm going to jump in and spew some stuff here for a moment, just because during my after I left Maxon for 2 years, I consulted at a lot of different companies, and several of them were like software companies that had AI stuff, but not like I always made, the thing for me was like, I didn't want to work at a company just generating like video. I wanted to work at a company that was finding AI, that was finding ways of AI making the kind of work I do easier, right? So like color grading, for example, or, like in the case of like Wonder Dynamics, it was like character animation, which I'm not great at. I would love to find a way that can do that without me having to learn how to rig and do all this stuff. So like I found that kind of stuff fascinating. So I would try to like get, work with these guys. One of the companies I was working with, and it was really typical of, and I saw it with actually several, but like with an AI company, it was like they were operating like they wanted to be bought, not like they wanted to be profitable. And they kept telling me, we were talking to Adobe, we're talking to Apple, we're talking to this company, they're going to acquire us. It's been, now a year and a half and nothing's happened with those deals seem to have disappeared because Adobe's got its own AI doing stuff. Like I think Adobe might've been interested at the time, but like now their AI is, their whole system has gotten so good. Why would they want to buy another one that doesn't even integrate with theirs when they can just do it themselves? And I think like I was trying to tell the people at this company that like, you cannot run this company like you want to be bought. Right? Because if you want to, like, you're not running it like you're thinking about, like, what's the best thing for the customer? What's the best thing for the product? You're like, what can I do to make myself more attractive to be bought? And in the end, it didn't pan out and they're still struggling, and if they're, I think their investment money, a lot of them has just run out. That's it. Like, they'll either find a way to sink or swim right now. So, there's a lot of that in the industry right now. There was like people coming out of that moment where they thought that they could do it. And it kind of makes me think about how there was a period of time in like 2009, 2010, where if you made a great visual effects short, you could expect that, like, if you put it online, you could expect that, like, the phone was going to ring the next day from agencies wanting to bring you on and, like, possibly getting work as a director. Like, because there was, like, a lot of talk about that. And it worked for a little while, and suddenly it's gone. And now it turns out, like, you know what? If you want to do this stuff, you're going to have to pay your dues the hard way, the way that it's always been done. There's just been these short windows where people had money and wanted to throw it at a particular problem. Visual effects, that's a problem. This guy can make a visual effects movie for $10,000 and it looks like something that would cost $1 million. Like, that's the guy we want to work with, right? But it doesn't happen anymore. So this is I think the point. Like, that's like we had that there. We have it now with these software companies who want to suddenly, like, they want to be acquired and they build their business to be acquired, and we're going to see a lot of companies disappear, I think, because of that.
Yeah, and just to touch on the Fable thing one more time, I don't know if like a lot of artists, they probably don't follow this stuff as closely, so they may not realize, like, if you take VC money, venture capital money, that investor is playing a game where they have a pile of money and they're going to invest in 10 things, and their hope is one of those things returns like 100 times their money. Like, that's the unicorn kind of ending. And then maybe one of them returns, whatever they put in, and the rest go bankrupt, right? And that's the game. It's a power law game is the term I hear. And the problem when you're an artist and you may not really like pay attention to stuff like that is these tools come along, and I think we're going to see this for sure with a lot of AI companies that were heavily funded in the last few years and have no hope of ever becoming profitable. Eventually, they'll get acquired or they'll just disappear. As an artist, I think it can be helpful to pay attention to that stuff, because if you really liked Fable and you were using it a lot, if you really start using Womp a lot, they're VC backed, and I'm rooting for them. I really am. But that's just kind of the math of VC backed companies. Rive is VC backed, right? I feel very confident Rive is going to be fine, but there's always that risk that the thing the horse you're backing is going to be taken out in the back. It's going to end up in the glue factory. Right. So I just think it's good for artists to pay some attention to like these economic trends that may seem really boring and have nothing to do with you. They actually do in kind of this roundabout way.
Oh, I mean, sure. If you're going to buy, certainly if you're paying money for software that you're investing your time to learn, you're very excited by it, and then next year it's gone. Like you've just invested a ton of your time into something that didn't get you what you needed. So, and that definitely comes from those kinds of like looking at what the company's doing and what their vision is for sure.
Speaking of investing, can we just do a PSA? If you're an artist or a freelancer, especially, put money in the mutual fund or like your retirement fund. There's so many artists I talk to that like are not prepared if like crap hits the fan. So don't live paycheck to paycheck. Put some money away. Don't buy your Doge or NFTs. Just put it in a little boring retirement account.
Vanguard index fund. Low cost.
Don't get fancy on it. Like
get rich slowly.
TSAO.
Awesome. All right, so this next segment is called Meetups Are So Back. And I think they felt like they were back last year, but now they're like really back.
I think we've had a bit of a resurgence of in-person events. Definitely after the pandemic, there's been a lot more events happening, but it seems in the past couple of years, people have been going to more and more events inside the industry and outside of the industry. And that has actually led to a lot of people getting work. And one little tip for you I'd really recommend that really works well for me is when you meet someone at an in-person event, you're going to build a lot of trust with them right away. But the hard thing is actually to stay top of mind with them after the event. So what I would do is I would ask them to add you on LinkedIn right there and then that means when you actually post on LinkedIn, they're going to see your posts.
So EJ, I know you went to a bunch of meetups this year and events. So what was your highlights of this year?
Yeah, I mean, going to Camp MoGraph Australia, that was super fun. That was Camp MoGraph's first like foray abroad. I know Camp MoGraph this year was, sold out. It was the biggest one yet. I think they had the most amount of people. Our MoGraph meetup, always massive, always a huge amount of fun. The only time every year I see Andrew Kramer for a hot second, so that's always great.
He is alive, everybody. I can confirm.
He's alive and well, Half Res was super awesome. I'm going to be part of their committee next year, so there's little plans, maybe making Half Res bigger and maybe other cities. And then, like local meetups. I know I've been talking to a lot of people that want to do meetups in their own towns. Like I know there's the XR Motion meetup in New York City that seems to be getting traction. We got the Safe Spaces in LA. I hope that does really well. But I'm seeing a lot more of these meetups in the Midwest and stuff like that popping off. So, Atlanta, I know there's one there. So I think it's back. And there's also Motion Plus going to a lot new cities as well. They're going to be in LA. It was the first time Motion Plus was ever in LA last year. And they're going to be in New York City for the first time this year. And I'm like super pumped because I'm going to speak at that one. But it seems like the Motion Plus especially, they're all over the world and seem to be adding dates all the time. Off Fest, always a good time. Then there's Blend is not. There's no word of Blend ever coming back.
I think Blend's done. That'd be my
it's done, but it's pivoted to Dash Bash, right?
Yeah, Dash is the new Blend.
That's next year,
Yep, that's next year. There was Making Midwest this year.
Yep. Heard that was very successful.
I'm actually speaking at AEPDX, which is the Portland kind of motion design group. That's in February, so we'll put a link to that in here.
That's just part of our effort to keep Portland weird, though. Just to send you out there.
Exactly.
I'll do my part. Don't worry. I'll do my best. That's gonna be a layup for me. Awesome. Yeah, I think it's so funny to me. I wonder how it feels to you guys. The whole COVID years, it's almost like this fever dream. Like sometimes I'm like, did that really happen? Like, did we really stop seeing other people for a year and a half? And I'm so glad that we're just back to hanging out.
I think there's just so much anxiety with all the AI shit. I think people just need to have that human connection again. I'm sure there's still a lot of remote workers too. So I feel like, there's only so much you can just sit in your office by yourself talking to no one except for people on Zoom calls and need to go out. I mean, nothing wrong with this right here.
That's how we did. I've been working. Listen, when COVID hit, I was like, I've been working remote for 15 years alone. And I'm like, come to me, my children. Let me show you how this is done.
Nothing changed. Yeah. That's funny. Awesome. Well, anyone listening, NAB MoGraph Meetup happening in April, come. Beers are on us and our sponsors. It's an awesome time. That's all I can say. You want to see EJ sing karaoke. That's your opportunity. to do it.
Let's
Absolutely.
go. Yep.
Absolutely. Okay, cool. So really quickly, we'll do some quick ones here. So I went back and I listened to last year's episode, and we spent a fair amount of time talking about the Apple Vision Pro, which Apple just announced they're not making it anymore. So I guess, like Fetch, AR is not happening quite yet. Meta did announce something called Orion, which is like a pair of sunglasses that are AR glasses. And the form factor is cool. If you look at them from the side, they're pretty thick. So they're probably not very cool looking in real life. I just think that technology, it just needs to get way better. You know, it needs to be completely self-contained and really good and work in, broad daylight and stuff like that before anyone's really going to touch it.
Yeah, but speaking of someone with glasses, until they can make them prescription easily, right? Like, I'm not going to wear glasses on top of my glasses. And let's face it, a lot of us nerds wear glasses. So,
Glasses on top of my glasses. Yes. Nerd. No, absolutely. Yeah. I know. So that's my LASIK privilege talking. I didn't even think about that.
Check your LASIK privilege, Joey.
Yeah, check your LASIK privilege, bro. Bruh. Okay. So also, the sphere, like we talked about that last year too, because it was kind of new. And it's funny. The one thing I'll say about it is, like, it still blows my mind. We got to see it in person when we were in Vegas at NAB. It's absolutely ridiculous in person. Like, you just got to see it with your eyeballs. Like, seeing pictures of it, very cool. Yeah. When you see how big the thing is, it kind of takes your breath away. And then at night, it's like anywhere you are, you're looking at it pretty much. It's just so big. That's really cool. And one thing that's really cool, and I saw this when kind of looking at Connor Henkel's stuff with Colosseum, there's now NBA stadiums that have floors that are screens. And, and I hope that more places do that. I mean, I think, I don't know how that would work with football, but that'd be really cool. Maybe Jerry World could figure that out, so I could watch the Cowboys lose over some cool
but they're graphics. Kind of already doing that in football because of the green. They're able to easily key the bottom, and they have a lot of graphics that are there already. Not stuff that actually the light shines back up on the players, which is actually really cool. It's like it's like the floor is actually the screen, which is in itself pretty cool. But yeah, you can sort of get that in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, you can get that on the broadcast, but I mean, like, if you're there, looking at it, that's really cool. So that's kind of something that I hope we see more of. Okay, cool. And then here's something actually, EJ, I'd love your take on this. So I thought this was really interesting. There seems to be a little tiff between Adobe and Procreate right now. So a few things happened this year, okay? So first off, in July, Kyle Webster, who, most of us kind of heard about him because he made like the best Photoshop brushes. He's a great illustrator, and he would sell these brush packs that were like the best ones, and a lot of people used them. And Adobe, they hired him basically so they could include his brushes for free with Photoshop. And then he was, like a product manager, creative director type of person there. And he was there for years. And then this year, all of a sudden, he left. And he wrote this kind of cryptic blog post. I'm sure there's probably some legal thing he had to sign, non-disparagement agreement or whatever. But if you read between the lines, it seemed like he left because, partially at least, I'm sure there are a lot of reasons, but because of Adobe's stance with AI. They're just leaning all in, and he's an illustrator, and he's, kind of a purist in that way. And what does he do? He goes and he joins Procreate, who... The founder of Procreate put out this video where he said, "I fucking hate generative AI." He dropped the F-bomb. And then Adobe makes their Procreate competitor, Adobe Fresco, free for everybody. Okay, so that's what's going on. EJ, I'm curious what you think about all of this. I know you love Procreate, and I do too. I don't know if you've tried Fresco yet, but I'm curious if you have any theories about how this shakes out.
It's kind of funny because even before this, I would watch YouTube videos on, like, as I'm learning Procreate and all that, one of the cool things about Fresco that I didn't even realize is that they actually have like vector brushes. So you could keep everything vector, and, if you want to print anything, like, that's a lot easier than like sketching. And then, okay, now I got to trace this over in Adobe Illustrator, which I'm just going to say Adobe Illustrator for iPad is awesome. I love it. But yeah, Fresco, making it free, that's interesting. And definitely, I feel like, was that a slight against that whole thing? But I don't know.
Is it a slight or a business decision to try to compete with them by crushing them?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I just think it's going to be interesting because, okay, so we have Procreate that's came out and said, we're anti-AI. I talked to the CEO of Womp yesterday. She was very anti-AI. We have Maxon's CEO came out and said, we're not going to do AI. At least that's what I think they were saying. So you have these companies kind of drawing the lines in the sand, but I feel like wind can blow over sand pretty easily. And when push comes to shove and there's money to be made, I think it's only a matter of time. I feel like, you see Adobe After Effects, and I almost wonder, is that a business decision too, to not add AI stuff into After Effects because they might piss off a lot of After Effects artists?
I don't think so, man.
That one
I think is just like, it's not stable enough to use yet in video for the kind of generative AI they would want to do.
Yeah. But I mean, you have these companies drawing the line in the sand, and I think, it's so funny because you talk to so many artists and even some of the people that are little guests for the podcast, you see that most of it, it's like the writing's on the wall, like AI is here, it's not going away. And especially if you're an Adobe Creative Cloud user, like you can't get out, like you saw all those sneaks, you're not going to get away from it. Like it's going to be, no matter what you touch in any of these apps, like you're going to be using AI, whether you like it or not. Like right now you can avoid it, but I just think there's no way. And, going back to the economy aspect, people are wanting more for less. Studios are getting smaller. I mean, this is with any update, like technology changes over time and you have to do things faster and all that kind of stuff. So, and I think the interesting thing about Adobe is like, isn't the whole thing it's like the ethical AI, like you can actually use their AI in production. And there's that little clause that Adobe always hints at. It's like, if you get sued, we're going to cover all your costs, which I wonder, like, is that really?
It's not for every user, actually, that policy. It's for like their big corporate, like they have like a program that if you're on like their B2B program that, you're buying mega licenses and things like that. But I remember the last time Adobe got into it with somebody, like you mentioned it earlier, Joey, which is when Steve Jobs killed Flash, right? The anger at Adobe, and this is keeping in mind, these were two companies that were both very strong, but like the anger at Adobe, people at Adobe were not allowed to have iPhones for a year, right? Like, like I knew people who were like, they had to get a Google phone or whatever was out at the time because like if they saw you with an Apple device in there, people would be pissed at you. Maybe it wasn't an official rule, but that was like my understanding for people who were there. I knew people who switched away from the iPhone, and as soon as they could have it back, they switched back to the iPhone. And it was entirely because there was this bad blood between them. And and that was between two big companies. And I think a lot about how Apple, went up against with Epic Games, and I think that Epic just won that lawsuit. But like only these big companies can do it. Procreate's not that big. I don't know how they're going to necessarily, if they get into war with Adobe, I don't know how they're going to survive that. Like Adobe can definitely continue to push their product, make it better, and compete with individual features of Procreate, making it harder and harder for them to hold on to. So I don't know. I don't know how it'll go.
Even coming out so adamantly against AI, we see so many useful, artist-friendly ways you can utilize it. Like, think about it, you have an AI algorithm that beefs up Kyle Webster's brushes that create really cool, realistic effects, and it's AI generated. It just happens to be AI generated. Call it machine learning, whatever you want. So you're gonna cut your feet off because you're taking this stance. Cut your feet off. You can't stand for anything. For very long.
But I mean, that sounds like something like your dad says. It was good advice, though.
Nice. That's
but
so far.
I think the idea of saying we're never going to use AI is just that's just talk. It's good marketing speak for right now. And later, when people are more accustomed to it,
people are going to have those receipts.
Yeah. Well, once people become more comfortable with it, they'll be like, okay, well, now we see other ways that it can be used. When we said that, people were upset about this and we were upset about that. But now we can see that there's lots of good ways for artists to be creative. So we're just not going to make bad AI,
I really hope, I hadn't considered that this could trigger Adobe to just, we're going to crush Procreate. I think one thing Procreate is doing like brilliantly is they've built a brand. Right. So Adobe has a brand too, but they're so big that it's just really hard when you're, I don't mean this in a negative way, but you're the Death Star. Like you're just like the biggest thing and like, only an X-Wing, that can do the Kessel Run or whatever. I'm mixing up my Star Wars.
Oh man, that hurts.
You. I know. I can see you shaking your head. You're like, you idiot.
The wrong guy.
Okay. I'll edit that out or not. So, but like what Procreate's doing right now actually is that they're launching this series of sort of artist profiles. I think they just did one on Alex Grigg, and I forget what they're calling it. It's like human made or something like that. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people predicted this when AI started to come out, like, oh, there's going to be companies that like tout that this is human made, right? Like that's a feature now. And I actually think that that could work for Procreate if they stick to their guns and they decide we really are not. And the big question, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in the AI section, is what does it mean to use AI? Like, yeah, Procreate's never going to put a button on the app where you tap it and then you type in a dog playing with a ball and then an illustration of that appears. But to your point, EJ, if there's a better, more realistic brush engine trained on actual footage of paint strokes being done or something,
right,
why wouldn't you use that? Like that just,
right,
you know, it's you're not like, what are you stealing for, you know?
For some people,
anyway,
I don't even think it's about stealing. For some people, I think it's about like, well, then I didn't create this if this thing did it, you know, like it's.
You also didn't create the software. You didn't create.
I was going to say that's
we can go there, but
we can go all the way back.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I spent some time dabbling in the music market, you know, like the MIDI instruments, virtual instruments, and there's some instruments that are just like they've recorded the sound of each string being plucked or each, you know, like bow string being or every, you know, guitar stroke, right?
Yeah.
But then there are other ones where you press a button and it starts a drum pattern, and then another one which has got like that kind of thing. And like, did you make that music or did you not? And that's where like some your real composers are gonna be like, that's not writing music, that's just using samples. And you know, and I think I'm a sample guy. Like I'll use anything to make the final product. I don't care. Like I want to just make something and have it be fun to do in the process and not to get bogged down in the details that make you miserable. And if I like what I made when I'm done, that's great. But I think that there are some artists who feel like that human element is being taken away and a machine is doing work. It's not doing it. The machine is doing the fun work for me, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
Like I like the creation process, but I do think there's enough people out there who maybe don't have that talent, who have an idea they want to get out there, and you know you'll definitely be able to do that with those tools. Where the companies aren't like, no AI here. So that's the challenge that they're going to have, is that there's going to be a lot of amateurs or people who are coming into it who want shortcuts and aren't going to have them.
I mean, Procreate knows its market.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say the same thing for Wacom. What they did when they used AI generated stuff is like, dude, your whole market is illustrators that are very pissed off at this whole AI thing, and you just shot yourself in the foot. So it's one thing I could say that, you know, Procreate, at least right now, it got right. Like it knows who it's selling for, and it's not losing any money. It's probably gaining even more money and more support.
I think that like you're right. They know it. Over time, they're going to have to adjust their stance though, because like it works for now. It's a great marketing strategy for now to say we're against it and we're not going to do it. But like they will not be able to compete with other companies that are offering these tools that make it simpler to do that paint stroke that looks good. They just won't be able to. But I think, you know, something you mentioned, Joey, is that they're a small enough company and they've got like this sort of personality. Like that's great for them right now. Like Adobe can't do that. Like, you know what? They have these apps that do all these different things, and there's literally no personality around each of those applications. Like, you know, the people who make them, and I think like Victoria, for example, I've known her for forever, and she's a really interesting, fun person, but the product has no personality. It's Adobe After Effects. It makes the thing, right? You know, whereas Video Copilot, like Element is like, it's got personality, right? It
looks like a spaceship. Yeah,
it's a spaceship, and it's like, it's cool, and, you know, glows blue and all that stuff, right? It's like they're, you know, like it has a certain vibe that you want to have. Even Grayscale Gorilla is another great example of that, which is like very clearly they have an aesthetic. They're not interested in going beyond that. They have this thing that they do, and that's what makes them unique. And I, you know, respect that. I just like, but like I think in general, as we grow, like people want more. So I think like I think about like, again, with AI, what's it going to be? Is it going to be something where someone says, oh, I want the company that's going to recognize me as a human, or the company that's going to let me do the interesting thing I want to do that I can't do without it?
So we just went over a whole bunch of news. Now let's talk about the number one and number two topics of the year. And the first one is the economy, or the Mo-economy. That's not going to stick. I'm going to need a better one next year. But let's talk about the Mo-economy. So I asked a lot of people to weigh in on this, and you're going to hear from them throughout the segment. But there was pretty much agreement that in general, 2023 was a bloodbath. I think that word was actually used. And then this year was better, but not great. Q1 and Q2 weren't great for a lot of companies and a lot of artists. But it is picking up, and there seems to be some optimism about next year. So let's get into that.
Business has been similar, I'd say, the same pockets. Summer gets slightly slower, fall slightly slower, and the winter gets a little slow too. Everybody at the agencies take vacations. And so, but other than that, I think it's been very on par with 2023. I don't know. It's tough to even talk about business because every person's so different. And if I go and say, hey, business has been great, then you look like a real, anyway. And if you go, well, it's been slow, then you look like you're not getting work. So I don't know. It's tough. I've been really hitting marketing more than I used to, I feel. And I feel like when I say that, just social media stuff, I feel like creative directors and folks have seen it and been very positive of the response. So that's very nice.
So 2024 has been a pretty hard year, and I would just qualify it as weird. On the entertainment side, obviously there was a strike that led to a big kind of pause in work there, which we're finally happy to see is starting back up. The brand side, we've noticed a lot of restructuring and holding money. So that was pretty inconsistent, a lot of delays around awards and just scope creeping down. Our agency partners have been slower to call us to loop us in on projects because they're not really sure how it's going with the brand because they're seeing what we're seeing. So that's been pretty problematic. So yeah, this year, 2024 has definitely been more challenging than 2023.
I mean, we've seen like 75% of 2023's revenue this year. So that's been kind of difficult to deal with. But most of that is due to some of our pillar clients just having budget cuts of their own and less projects this year as a result of that. Despite having by far the largest viewership on socials compared to other studios this year, though, due to our loops, projects were still largely off and on in a big way between Q1 and Q2, but Q3 and Q4 have definitely ramped up for us.
I might be a bad candidate to respond to this, but it seems to be slightly better. Might be a boring answer, but we're not assessing any major change in how hard it is or easy it is to get projects. We're just constantly putting out value as much as we can and sharing our process. And it just continues to attract our ideal client and ideal person that we want to serve. With any system, you're going to get some bad cookies, a wide variety of people to work with. But volume-wise, I'd say it's been pretty equal. It's not better.
2023 was a bloodbath for most people. 2024 was a little better, but we were definitely in a defensive mode across the industry. It wasn't a year to take a bunch of big creative risks. I didn't see clients asking for that, and I certainly didn't see studios sticking their necks out too much either. We were all kind of hunkered down, right? I hope we can get out of that next year because it's not a great place to be creatively, but sometimes it's necessary. You got to lick your wounds.
This has definitely been an interesting year for business. We've had a lot more kind of, I think more extreme kind of slow periods and super overwhelmed periods. So, which is not that uncommon, it happens in the life of a studio or any creative professional, but it seems like those cycles have been a little bit more extreme this year.
2023 sucked. Okay, so the bar is already set super low to do this comparison. It was the year of the postponement and your project has been pulled. Okay, projects were half as much money last year. They took twice as long to award. More than half of them got postponed or pulled or canceled. So it was the year that punished so many studios. And this is why we saw, I don't know, a dozen or more go out of business late last year or early this year, sadly. So 2024, yes, getting work has been easier.
I'd say 2024 has been a tougher year compared to 2023 for sure. We've had countless conversations with potential clients that just haven't gone anywhere, periods of frustrating uncertainty, budget cuts, projects shifting overseas, and bid timelines that feel like they stretch on forever. However, we have seen a positive uptick in the volume of projects since mid Q3 and into Q4, and hope that this will continue into 2025.
So 23, obviously, we weren't doing a huge amount of film work. There were some projects spanning, like Mission Impossible, went over the strikes, but generally we were pretty quiet on the film side. This year, however, both in London and in the US, I would say things have been a lot busier. And it's been good to see the second half of this year where we're doing on-set screen graphics for various different productions that I probably can't name, and we're doing visual effects work. So the team's really busy on that side of things, both in terms of motion graphics and visual effects. The elections have definitely affected things. I would say that waiting for the UK elections and then the US elections and more globally has just meant that clients are waiting a little bit more to see the lay of the land. So some projects I would say have been delayed. But overall, I think they're really starting to go now. And we're just excited by what that means for 25, actually.
2023, especially Q1, Q2, were definitely harder. I was downshifting because I knew I was about to have a kid, which is why I'm like, don't even include me in this. But the one thing I'll say is the last scraps of traditional ad agency work just seems to have totally vanished now. So that change seems to be complete for me, at least. The work I'm doing is ever more strategic, and really I switch back and forth between two poles. I switch between brand strategy that really looks at how design language scales across any and every asset, and the more traditional work, sort of narrative strategy, where we go through a discovery process and work closely with a client to unearth what it is they want to say, and then talk about, what is the best end asset for that, be it a video or otherwise. Generally, it just means that the ask is more open-ended and the process more nebulous, if not therapy adjacent. But I think that's really exciting for folks who have making chops, who also want to be privy to conversations that really inform why it is anything is being made in any given moment.
So one thing I heard over and over again was that this year there were kind of a couple of themes. One was that it took a lot longer for jobs to award. There's a lot longer kind of run up and process and going back and forth and figuring out the details. And the other thing is that clients want more for less, which I think that's probably just been a trend for probably the last 20 years. Probably as long as artists have been working for money, that's kind of the trend, which is interesting because it kind of dovetails into the next topic, which is AI. And then there's some other interesting things too. And, Aharon, you and I have been working a long time, and EJ, you've been working in the industry, almost as long. And there's this, I kind of noticed like a sine wave. There's things that are happening now that I've seen happen before, and then they stopped happening, and then they kind of reversed. And I wonder if that's what's in our future. And one of those is clients bringing creative in-house again. So when I started my career, the model was you have production companies, you have post houses, you have ad agencies, you have motion design studios, and then you have clients. And the clients would hire the agency would then outsource to all these other companies. And then there was this trend in the early 2000s where agencies started bringing the creative in-house, and then the clients started bringing the creative in-house, and it kind of, cannibalized some of that work. And then that kind of reversed because the amount of work, the amount of money that was sloshing around just got to be so much that these internal creative teams couldn't handle it anymore. And plus, artists tend to, there's like a shelf life or a half-life when an artist joins, a big product company. You're not doing as cool of work. You might be getting paid way better, but you're not doing the really cool stuff that you're doing if you're working at a Buck or an Already Been Shoot or something like that. So, Aharon, why don't we start with you? So, you and I have both been through boom and bust cycles before. Is there anything that is happening now that reminds you of things that happened earlier in your career?
I mean, I just remember how much of feast or famine it was. It really was like that as a freelancer. There would be times where I was called in and I think the job was over, and then there'd be something that came up right away, and I'd keep going. And then there were times where, months actually, where I could not. This wasn't much happening. They had enough people in house, and bringing a freelancer in just it didn't make sense. I mean, obviously, we're seeing what we've seen over the last couple of years has been way harder, I think, than what I went through when I was starting out, for sure. When we were going through those, is the opportunity to learn and grow, I feel, was really there. It's been here now. You when I have downtime, just the ability to learn, so that when I come back, when the work comes back, I know more. That is definitely, I don't want to try to sugarcoat that. It sucks. It sucks that there's not work. But I was sitting at home literally twiddling my thumbs trying to figure out what to do next. And I feel like there's no end to what a person can sort of learn. And I wonder what things would have been like for me if I had the resources that are available now, like how much more I would have had much more time to learn. And I didn't have kids at the time, which is also different. I'd love to say that it's echoing it. There's definitely the up and the down, but I feel like the last few years have been particularly brutal in a way that I don't think I saw as a freelancer the same way.
Yeah. EJ, so you're friends with a ton of artists, a lot of freelancers, studio owners, and people that work in-house. What are you hearing from your buddies out there about the last year?
So I know a lot of freelancers. Yeah, it's really feast or famine. I feel like if you were doing well before and you built good client connections back then, especially if it's direct to client, I noticed that the people that have like done the business work and actually directly reached out to clients, they're doing really well because there's a lot of work, building the relationship there. I also know a lot of people who have been longtime freelancers who is just like, they just got burnt out and they're like, I got to go in-house. I feel like one out of every 10 artists I know works at Apple. They seem to have even Apple, they went through a period last year where I think they just axed all of their contractors or didn't renew their contractor contacts. And if you're not aware, Apple does a lot of contractor work because of course they can skirt out on paying taxes that way. They don't make enough money to do that. So I heard they opened up a lot of contractor work again. And a lot of people I think had a lot of work dry up, and Apple's that safe space where you make a ton of money. And yeah, it might not be the most fun work, but I feel like even that, I think people are just like, you know what, the alternative is better. I'd rather work on boring stuff and have a, nice life and, be able to afford stuff and buy a house versus make cool shit every day. So a lot of people wanting to go in-house. And I know a lot of freelancers too, who might have gotten by for a while off of their niche, finding that that's not working anymore. The one trick pony act isn't working anymore, and they're going to have to skill up. And I think that's a hard thing to, that's a hard self-reflection to do of I guess what I do is not good enough anymore for these clients in this climate. So there's a lot of that. And then it's just pure, the amount of motion designers that are out there today, and the amount of resources that if you want to learn anything, you can learn it. If you have the drive and come to School of Motion, you learn a lot of stuff. But I think the market's never been more flooded with talented motion designers. And then at the same time, you have that the pressure coming from both ends. You have the AI on one side, you got the pure amount of people able to do the jobs on the other side. And it's it's kind of a squeeze. But I think there's also a thing now where LinkedIn, I hear, has become a big resource for a lot of people too, building connections, going to these events in person and building that trust in person is super important now. But yeah, I mean, it's a mixed bag from what I talk to.
No, I would tell you, man, that networking thing, talking to people, that is always you want to hire people.
I got my job with here.
Me too. But you want to hire people you trust, and it is a lot easier to trust somebody that you've been in a room with before, right? And I think that especially in the world where we're all working remotely, especially not even that we necessarily want to, but people are across the world and they're really talented, and you want to work with them because they're somewhere else. You don't want to be blocked by that. But again, trust is something that is hard to come by. And I've found that being in a room and knowing somebody, having a one-on-one conversation with them as a human being makes a huge difference in the level of comfort that you'll have or they'll have with you with hiring you. So that's definitely a big thing. And, I think about a lot, something you mentioned about being in-house, wanting to be in-house. I wanted to be in-house when I was freelancing for a long time. And it just I could not make that work. I was getting a ton of freelance work, but nobody wanted, people weren't hiring except for the people that they already had. It was kind of a freeze on that at the companies at Viacom and other big companies at the time. And eventually I made my own company, and that didn't go great because I didn't know anything about business at the time. It was a long time ago. And, it was learned through a lot of failure. But I actually think there's so much great that comes out of working in-house, even if you're not doing as interesting of work, but there's you can have a life and still do what you like. And also the other part of it is not just working on the work, it's working with the people that are creative and having the chance to be around them and talk with them and learn from them.
I think the main thing that everyone needs to think about is there's more and more motion designers out there right now. So it's making it extremely difficult to get work because obviously there's probably a little bit less work around and there's an awful lot of people who are trying to get that work. So I think over the next year, what's going to be really vital is how you position yourself and how you stand out. Now, I don't just mean just niching down into a certain type of industry. I also mean thinking about what you stand for. BN do a fantastic job at this, and they've built their studio around what they stand for, and I really, really like how they've done that. Also, you could think about what unique processes and systems you have that help your clients solve problems. I think a great example of that is Kevin Rapp. And then finally, I think building motion design products and not just services. And one of my students, Luke Stanley, did a fantastic job of building a company all around motion brand guidelines. So I think these types of motion design businesses are really going to take off. And I think you really need to think about your positioning and how you stand out in the industry. And I think there's a massive opportunity there.
Yeah. So Aharon, you and I both probably freelanced around the same time. And, you know, one connection that I've made is that, you know, luck always plays some role in anybody's success, right? And so when I was freelance, you know, I was booked immediately, basically as much as I wanted. I could double book myself. It was no problem. And it was not because I was so good, I promise you. A lot of it was because of the market I was in. There were just very few freelancers that were... Yeah. That were at least good enough to do the kind of work that was available in Boston with my clients. And I've heard this from a few people this year that it does seem like there is way more talent out there. I think a lot of people came into the industry over the COVID years because there was so much work and so much money. People are raising their day rates and still getting booked. And companies couldn't find freelancers. We actually asked companies, you know, all the people that you know contributed to this episode, was it easier to find freelancers this year? And a lot of them said, yeah, actually, like it's been much easier. And freelancers are better this year about saying, hey, I'm available. Although they are saying that they're starting to get challenges to holds and stuff like that.
The freelance market, thankfully, has been really strong. A lot of people are available. A lot of people are available on short notice. That's really been able to help us deal with all these very last minute requests and quick turnarounds. We've been really grateful that the freelancers that we work with are always very flexible and really understand the business challenges this year. You know, we're one of those studios that tries to provide that really tries to go out of our way to communicate with freelancers, to get holds and to say where it's going. But we have jobs that have been awarded and pausing for weeks. And so it's just been a really challenging thing to navigate that. And so we're really grateful when freelancers are communicative back with us and constantly just kind of figure it out in a way that works for everybody.
Overall, we've noticed that artists are more available than usual, making it easier to find the right talent as compared to 2020, 2022. That is starting to change a little bit as we're kind of getting into Q4. We're seeing more challenges on holds, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, there just hasn't been enough work to go around this year. And many freelancers have lowered their rates or are more willing to work on a project rate and flexible with tighter project budgets. We're generally seeing a flood of applicants almost daily, even though we're not actively hiring. So yeah, it's been an interesting market for sure.
It's been an interesting year where people that I felt like we could never book for suddenly available, or people we knew as staff went freelance. As far as staffing a project, though, it really is to me a luck of the draw of timing. You know, when you're busy, strangely, then in a Murphy's Law way, it seems like everybody else is busy too. So I can't say it's, you know, there's a glut or a feeling of like, wow, this is really spectacularly different, except that I do feel that there's been long stints where people have been out of work or we've been a little slower than usual. So, you know, and that's, you know, hard to deal with. It's you never want to hear that. You always want to hear the whole industry is doing well and that everybody's busy.
So I was recently talking to our head of talent,
who has an amazing pulse on what's happening in the industry. Whereas I'm focused in on much smaller project-specific pitching teams, he is staffing everything that's happening at Scholar. So that's design, animation, live action, VFX, edit. He's talking to everyone. And he agreed that it has been easier to find the right artists. Over the past several years, a lot of folks have moved around due to remote work opportunities. So, of course, we still definitely have competition when it comes to booking super senior, top tier artists. However, we have been seeing a lot more availability in mid-level and junior artists. And honestly, this is pretty exciting because we've been able to work with a bunch of new folks who we've had our eye on for a long time, and things just never really aligned before. So that's really amazing. Overall, the commercial market feels like it's been pretty steady. He was also saying that, we've definitely seen an influx of artists that come from more of that film and television, VFX compositing world, having availability. And honestly, this is probably still due to the strikes that happened in 2023 and a lot of that work pushing into late 2024.
If you think back to your early career when you were freelancing, how much do you think that helped you, that there maybe just weren't that many really good After Effects artists out there?
Yeah, that was definitely part of it. I'm in New York, so it's a mecca of motion graphics. So there were a lot of people. For me, what really kept them calling me back was I wasn't a great artist, but I worked with designers. So I didn't have to necessarily be the great designer. I just needed to be able to bring it to life. I was reliable. It came with a really good attitude. I was excited to be there, and people like working with people who are excited to be working on the thing as well. And it was definitely, like you say, like I wasn't the most talented, but I was responsible and I cared about the work I was doing. And I definitely worked with people who were full time, who seemed a little less motivated. For sure, that definitely happens. So I think, I don't think it's always about being the most talented artist. I think it's about the attitude and the willing to put in the time. And also, EJ, you talk about like people having being a one trick pony almost. I think about, again, like coming back to education is like this thing with Rive is like, that's like a whole new area for people. Like it's a booming field because it's needed and there's not enough people who know it. So it's like a great time to sort of like, if you're a motion designer and you want to like keep being a motion designer and not have to worry about work, maybe this is the thing. Like find the thing that is like an area that's opening and to move into that and give it a shot.
Yeah. So one thing that, we reached out to Haley because Haley's like really good at kind of keeping her eye on all this stuff too, and she said this and some other people said this, that like, or a version of it, like niching down is the strategy you probably want to use right now, whether you're a freelancer or a studio. Someone like Justin Harder, who's also contributing to this podcast, he's a designer and he kind of does a certain thing. And so if you want that thing, there's, maybe there's a dozen other people out there that could also do it, but there's not 1,000 other people out there that can do it, right?
I don't show work that people ask me to do stuff really out of the wheelhouse for what they see, if that makes sense, which is nice. You want to be casted appropriately. So the casting I've felt this past year and the year before, the past 2 years, and you guys are just asking about the 2 years, has been great, man. It's been very fun and been excited to be asked to work on stuff that I don't want to say don't challenge me. They're in my wheelhouse and I push myself to get out of that wheelhouse for what they think they're going to be asking me about and for what I actually give them, which is cool. Now is the best time to be a creative because it's almost like that line from The Incredibles. If everybody's incredible, then nobody is, right? So what makes you different? What sets you apart? And now the thinking muscle, the 3 C's, concept, composition, consistency, I think those apply right now in 2025 as we move forward and every year as you move forward. I consistently want to work on my craft.
And I'm curious because the 3D world seems a little bit more fragmented than the 2D motion design world because there's so many different roles. There's modelers and there's lighters and textures. And, if you get into the higher end work, there's a lot more specialization than in 2D. So I'm curious, because you kind of came up the same time I did, like, I want to be a generalist. I want to be able to do a little bit of everything. I didn't really specialize in 3D at all. I could kind of do a little bit of everything. But EJ, you love talking to younger artists and people always ask you for advice. If someone's getting into 3D now and they're saying, okay, in a couple of years, I'd like to start working professionally, How do you think about specialization or like niching down with the way the economy is right now?
I think it depends on the type of specialization that you want to get into. Like, I think I see a lot of people who are really good at character animation, 3D character animation, that whole pipeline. Like, I feel like that's a lot of Blender artists is getting into that world. And I think that's a high demand because that's a really hard skill to learn within 3D. And then on the other hand, I know a lot of very talented 3D artists that are really good with rendering, composition, all that stuff. And they are having a really hard time because they don't know how to animate as well. Like, they just do a lot of like camera movements and stuff, but they don't know the MoGraph side of things. So it's kind of funny because I feel like I know a lot of people, a lot of artists that can do everything. And they're also stacking other skills on top of it, whether it be ZBrush or Substance Painter. I mentioned all the students that go to that one school, and even the student who won that Academy Award for the Student Academy Award. They know so many things, like really complex things, and they're just getting out of school. I got to go to the Ringling, the thing they hold every year, Future Proof, and the amount of like the discipline areas that just cross over everything is pretty incredible. So I think if you're good enough, niche down. But like you said, there's so much, you have to be so good at that one thing that I think that's a hard ask for a lot of people who, maybe they don't know what that thing is for them that they really enjoy to really niche down into. But if you're a generalist and you're continually adding on, like, Aharon said, Rive, that's not necessarily niching down. That's transferring your skills using another application that is more for web design, and that opens up your whole your job prospects basically, because now you can say you're a web animator, or you can do stuff for web or apps. And I think that's really where artists are going to get more jobs, like learning Unreal, doing the real-time stuff. It's not niching down. It's just translating your skills to another app or real-time or experiential or interactive.
People don't know really what motion design means. Like, when a buyer thinks motion design, they don't really know what that means for them. But they do know things like, I know what character animation is, or explainer videos, or social whatever, or toolkit. They know what those things are. So I think distilling what you provide in a way that doesn't mention motion or design is going to be best. So eliminating motion design from your tagline descriptions might help you communicate your ideal client, what you can do for them. What we found in good markets, generalist studios are great. Just like specialty agencies is great in the good markets, but in a narrow market, the generalist agencies, they're not prioritized as much as a specialty agency, so they suffer a little bit more. But if you're going to specialize, you need to solve bigger problems and bigger pain points for higher profile organizations or people.
In memoriam, there are 3 deaths that are happening right now for studios. One is the explainer is dead. Number 2, the billable hour is dead. And number 3, the RFP is dead, okay? Because studios everywhere are slowly learning how to derail the pitch. Next thing is stop playing small. You've got to stand out, all right? Don't think about imitating the big shops like Buck, okay? That's not how they got to where they are, by imitating everyone else. So just know this, that you have to figure out your positioning. This is what I call that journey from A to the. Speak as the one and only. Third thing, founders, you have to stop majoring in the minors, okay? Stop wearing all those hats. Commit to focusing on your genius and your superpower, and delegate everything else, or else you're not going to thrive. Last thing is learn how to speak brand, okay? The studios that are going to be crushing it are the ones that are moving up the food chain. So they're not just doing projects, they're solving problems, and they're getting into branding and strategy and these higher order things. So this is going to be where you don't talk about your skills and your talents and your disciplines. You're instead communicating with the outside world in terms of the results you produce, the outcomes that you create. Okay, so in short, develop empathy for the people that you create work for. What is it that they care about? What are the results and outcomes they are looking for? It's just a form of empathy.
I mean, there was a period, during like around COVID, where suddenly there was tons of work because all the streaming companies, like they were hiring, like they were just trying to get content out there because people were just sitting at home all day. And there's definitely not more of that. That work is like, there's less of it for sure. And so there's got to be somewhere else that, you know, if people want to continue to work, there's got to be somewhere else they can put those skills. And so, you know, talking about Rive and you know, and animating for apps is definitely, you know, one of several places that one could learn to do. And so I think, you know, it's like, when I talked about it, you're right. It wasn't about niching down. It was about expanding your repertoire of like what you know. And there was a time, like, you know, you talk about like, that's the guy you go to when you need good lighting, or that's the guy you go to. But like, there's the diminishing returns on hiring somebody like that. Like, unless you're a big brand with a lot of money, like most, you're going to want to work with people who can do a lot of different things for you.
Yeah, there's that, you know, that famous Wayne Gretzky quote of he's good because he skates not to where the puck is, but where the puck's going to be, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that's tricky. You know, I like, you heard me rave about Rive for several minutes a little while ago, you know, and I really do believe all of that stuff. The hard part is the timing of it, right? Because there's no question in my mind that there currently are more companies and potential clients that need Rive artists than there are Rive artists. This is not even a question. The question is, how many of those companies know they need Rive artists right now? You know, it was funny when we had our Google live stream, we talked a little bit about Rive because Ivan, who was on the call, he's a UX animator at Google, right? So his job is to prototype animation for apps and stuff like that. And I asked about Rive, and he said, no, they're still mostly using Lottie and doing it the old-fashioned way, giving the engineer like a list of Bezier handle values and keyframe easing curves and all that kind of stuff so they can recreate it. And the reason is, it's kind of similar to what we talked about earlier with Blender. The cost of changing from a Lottie and code workflow for Google to a Rive workflow, it's not just, wow, this saves so much time, look how great it is. It's all of our engineers have to learn how to use this. All of our animators have to use it. Our product, you know, designers need to understand what capabilities this opens up, and it just takes time. And so I think that there is no downside to you know, learning new stuff like that, starting to do experiments, put it on your portfolio and demonstrate this, because you can get work right now. It's funny, actually, Emmanuel Colombo, amazing animator in Italy, and you know, he's known for character animation. That's kind of been his niche for a while. And he said 30% of his bookings this year were doing something with Rive. That's wild, right?
The type of work I'm doing is definitely changing. I'm noticing a decrease in the demand for content for social media and in general for anything that implies storytelling. While on the other hand, I'm receiving much more offers for UX UI and branding projects. We are seeing a shift from motion design as a language to motion design as a discipline. Motion design is no longer trending as a language for social media content as it was a few years ago, but it's a complementary discipline to other areas of design, such as UX, UI, and branding, as I just said. That means we are in the middle of a transition in the industry, both from a technological perspective and from a market standpoint.
We're always looking at new tooling, and we're always questioning our process, and Rive is one of those tools that sits so neatly across a different ecosystem of softwares. You know, it works well with Unreal. How does it plug into After Effects? At what points do we engage with it? I think the beautiful thing about Rive is it sits across linear storytelling and digital products. At moments, it can be interactive when we need it to be. At other times, we can purely use it for design and visual systems. So I think it plugs in so neatly to a lot of the things that we do and the way that we operate. And it will just be embedding it into those projects at the right times, in the right moments. I think the people are going to want to learn this tool just in terms of like shift the mindset. And I think that kind of blend of digital product and motion narrative work is at the core of what Rive's about and what we're about. So I think it's definitely going to be one for the future.
And the thing is about the Rive stuff too, some of it's a little bit harder to like make a social media post about it, because you might have done something really cool, but it shows up for 3 seconds in an app, right? And so it doesn't lend itself as well to some really cool 3D loop with particles and stuff that you did. So I that's just kind of like a general sense I have. And you know, I always like to try and give advice to people listening who are maybe having trouble getting work. I think where's the puck going to be in 2 or 3 years? And I'll ask each of you, like, maybe take a guess at this. I think that traditional linear motion design work is not going anywhere. I think it's going to, and it's funny because Noel, who's also contributing to this, he made a prediction that he thinks we might get back, because the pendulum swung way over to like really short disposable content. That's what motion designers are primarily making, Instagram stories and stuff like that, where it plays 6 times and you never see it again, right? And now there does seem to be a little bit more emphasis placed on brand. And so maybe we'll get back to some of those sexier, more esoteric, cool brand pieces.
I'm also noticing a micro trend, which is less on the kind of corporate motion design end, but which is more on what I call the artistic motion design end, which is I've seen a number of pieces that have a kind of ambient quality to them, that are softer, that are not trying to necessarily sell us a product, but are trying to describe human emotions to us. I think ambience and human emotions, projects that kind of touch on softer, more ambient topics, as well as more adult human emotions that are more difficult to describe in any other way. I think that could be a future trend of motion design, is kind of ambient projects that touch on human emotions and are kind of slower and they're not commercials. Okay, they're kind of slow down relaxation projects where somebody actually cares about something and sees something beautiful in the world and then tries to capture that with motion design. Okay, I just want to say this again. I say this all the time, but I think this is really true, which is that motion design is the best medium, the best artistic medium, and the most relevant artistic medium of the 21st century.
We're seeing less projects from larger marketing agencies compared to previous years. We're still a pretty small studio of 6 people, so it's easy for us to slot in with big agencies sometimes. But we're getting a lot more work from direct to brand this year. Not only that, I'm actually excited for the shift away, it seems, from single video, 60-second brand films with a couple cut downs and into multiple shorter form projects, as well as interactive work. I think we're actually providing a lot more value for the money, and I don't really think that's a bad thing either. Short form has proven to be immensely helpful and successful for brands compared to like a single social post. It's the worst when you get a project where somebody pays you to make a 2-minute long video and then they put it up and it gets like 100 views on YouTube. Like, is that really worth multiple months worth of effort? But short form also takes a lot less time than a longer form piece to create anyway. I mean, we can create a 15-second spot for someone in less than 24 hours if we need to, which makes us a lot more flexible.
I can definitely tell you that on the product side and on the website and the interaction side, once there's more examples of really cool stuff being put out there, all these big tech companies are going to want it. And then that's going to trickle down. And I don't know how long that's going to take. It could happen next year. It could take 3 years. But it's going to happen. And when it happens, there's going to be a dearth of talent for 5 to 10 years, just like there was when I was freelancing in Boston. And, there was maybe 5 or 6 After Effects artists. And that lasted my entire freelance career. It wasn't until I started a studio. And even then, there weren't very many freelancers. It took a really long time for the talent to build up. So that would be my prediction. I'm curious what you guys think. And maybe, EJ, you can start on the 3D side. Is there anything that you think, okay, right now, there's this kind of work, but I think there might be this kind of work, maybe Unreal or something like that?
Yeah, 3D is a little bit more tough because, I mean, outside of like your experiential stuff, I don't want to give away my prediction, but like your AR, VR stuff, your live production kind of stuff. I don't know. I still see with the 3D side of things, like not a lot of 3D artists translating their skills to like web, like a Rive a Rive does. I wonder how, like, I know Spline is huge right now, and I've seen it get massive through the years. Like, I did one of our most highest performing tutorials was a Spline tutorial I did like 3 years ago. And so that just goes to show that, like, I guess there's a lot of interest in that. I mean, I guess I see a lot of 3D interactive stuff on websites nowadays, not so much in apps, but again, that's something that's so easy to learn that it's really not that hard to get into. It's all these little add-ons that I feel like just allows you to do so many more things. Like Substance Painter, like really at the end of the day, it just makes your textures more sexy. But really what it's doing is just making your job easier with the material creation process. But there's not a whole job market opening up because you know Substance Painter, like Rive,
Right.
you know? So I talked to Winbush a lot, and he says that out of everything, he sees Unreal being that one thing that probably is the closest thing to Rive for 3D artists that really unlocks a lot of opportunities, just because of, you know, if you build and you know how to use Unreal, you can build things that you can use for VR or interactive experiences or live production, like stuff that plays real time. We talked about VizRT, like that's a huge market. If you know Unreal enough that you can do that type of stuff in Unreal versus VizRT, maybe that's where the puck's going when more VizRT artists or people that would normally use VizRT is using Unreal. And that's a huge broadcast market. Like you're talking sports, talking anything on TV, anything live. So I would say that maybe Unreal is where the puck is going. If I was going to recommend one thing to learn, it would definitely be Unreal versus a Blender if you already know 3D.
Yeah. Aharon, I'm going to throw you a curveball. You know, another way that I've looked at this, and what we're talking about now is a little bit different, but another way I've looked at this is, you know, every artist has their talent stack, right? And so mine was I was good enough at After Effects. Eventually I got pretty good at animation, but I could also do voiceovers. I was a professional voiceover artist for a while, and I was a pretty good editor. That's actually where my career started. And that unique combo made me pretty deadly back in the day, right? Do you think editing is actually, you know, I made this prediction a while ago that with AI, you know, sort of theoretically, I think in practice it's not actually doing this yet, but theoretically it's really making it easy to make beautiful visuals, right? And so then what separates you is your ability to take those visuals and turn them into a piece of content that's compelling. And that's what an editor does. And I don't think most motion designers, you know, they probably know Premiere maybe, but that's different than being a good editor. Yeah, so I'm curious what you think about editing as maybe an add-on to an artist.
I mean, you know, it's funny because I use editing. I do a lot of my own editing for things. I don't really think too much about it because I really have in mind like an end product, and I just, you know, build it out to get to that point. But it's funny. I have a friend who's a very successful actor. His name is David Hewlett, and he knows how to edit his own videos and stuff like that. And he has to do this as a part of the audition process, right? And we talk about it, like, and it's like they should be teaching that in acting school. They should be teaching editing because as an actor, you have to put together these reels of yourself. You have to do this, and actors don't have a lot of money to hire, you know, people to do it. They're usually working at like at a Starbucks until they get that break, right? You know, so. I think that if you know you should absolutely know how to use an editor, and you should absolutely start thinking about telling your story, because the difference between a reel where someone takes their work and just puts it one right after the other versus a slick reel where the transition between one piece and another like shows not just that you can animate, but that you understand the structure of telling the story and that you can bring it all together really nicely. Because none of your animation, very rarely is it one shot. You know, you're doing like long pieces, not like the stuff you're doing for like Instagram, but you're doing for packages and for brands. You know, you're cutting from one thing to another, and you want it to feel cohesive. Being a great editor is really important for that, for sure. And, you know, I've had moments where I didn't even intend to do it, but as I was editing, like I had two pieces, I'm like, it's like, that works. Like suddenly I realized that I was doing it, that I was trying to make it work like more than just a cut piece where even the words in the song try to match some visuals sometimes, like that they were just something that felt like it was right. So the cuts, the beats, the transition between it, like there were two similar elements on screen at the same time. So I was like, oh, these are two good pieces to put together at the same time. And that's where, you know, that skill of that artist part of you that wants to like tell stories, you know, you go from making it just about this one little animation into like, how do I string it all together in a way that makes sense? And I think for sure, if you can present yourself that way, forget about whether they even need an editor, but you certainly look like somebody who knows how to tell the story that client or that company wants their person to tell.
I mean, I see so many like Adobe, you see Maxon now even. A lot of companies are using this like influencer TikTok style of promotion. Like I see Spline doing it all the time. Womp, like Patrick 4D is a perfect person. Like he knows how to tell a story. he's an editor too, but so many of these people that are on TikTok that are marketing brands or doing these brand sponsorships, which I see a lot of actual like artists becoming influencers now. You talk about Colosseum, like they know how to do their marketing really well. And I tell you what, I don't know if you've used this app before, but it's called CapCut. And we actually used it for some weird AI thing that made me look like I was doing some crazy dance move. But it's incredible. Like you don't have to know editing at all. It can actually edit things to music. It has all the transitions built in. And at the end of the day, it's all about storytelling and making it entertaining. And I wonder, you know, as the TikTokification and like Instagram pushing more reels and even YouTube pushing more of their shorts, how much do brands want? They just want that. Like they want you have the screen that you carry around with you all the time. Do companies just worry about just getting your attention on that app, and they're just making content that way? And then learning something like a CapCut, which I know a lot of artists that do tutorials, they're learning it too. And that's a totally different thing. You know, that's not Premiere. That's not, you know, After Effects.
It's easy to learn. Very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. My son uses it. Like he'll make little YouTube videos and use CapCut, and he likes that you can have effects on it and stuff. And yeah, it's great. So let's talk about the marketing side too, because this is something that I do think has changed in the last few years. So, you know, like when I was coming up, you know, social media was not really used yet for promoting yourself and getting booked, right? It was more like, you know, finding out what your cousin's doing that weekend or something. And so the way that I got work, was kind of the old fashioned way, right? Like I would email people, I would go meet people, I'd call people on the phone, God forbid. And that still works. And it's funny. I actually think that if you get good at that, you're kind of bulletproof, because most people aren't good at it and hate doing it. The traditional sales thing still does actually work. But I've been blown away in the last couple of years by how well some people like, you know, Rive and Colosseum are using social media. And Aharon, you know, like you run our marketing funnels and you understand like how you get eyeballs and then what you do with them to convert them.
It may seem counterintuitive, but trying to sell as little as possible. And by that, I mean like energy wise, try to come across as like you're selling as little as possible and just purely focusing on providing high level informational value content. This continues to be the best way we've seen to find the people that are passionate about the problem they want us to solve for them. A good rule of thumb that we like to use is if you're slightly uncomfortable with giving away this secret, then it's probably something you should share. We're planning on making it more personal and a bit more higher level to demonstrate the level of expertise needed to operate on that level of quality output. We think there's a sweet spot between distilling information into small bite sizes, and it's still fun and fun to consume, but keeping it high level enough to inspire and demonstrate that you're the go-to for that specific thing.
This isn't a new ask, but modularity is definitely becoming increasingly important to clients. Creative content just has so many different avenues for consumption, and clients are looking for smart solutions to push their creative as far as possible without expanding their budget. There's been a big ask to help them plan ahead. So when we are stepping into a campaign or we're stepping on the set, even if it's not part of that original ask, we are looking forward, we're planning ahead, we're trying to find ways to deliver on that for them.
Forget about motion design as a service, okay? That mindset will put you in the race to the bottom. Instead, make this shift that I talk about all the time of shifting from order taker to expert, okay? Because studios are not ultimately in the service business, they are in the expertise business. And the ones that figure that out are the ones that are doing really well.
I would imagine it's definitely been harder for freelancers. Before setting up Territory Studio, I was a freelancer myself, but that was almost 15 years ago now. So I still have a kind of a soft spot for freelancers and what they offer us as a studio. I would say the same freelancers are always in demand, and there's specialists in the field that very much talk to the work that Territory Studio does. I would imagine for the generalists, it's getting harder out there. I don't know for sure, but I would imagine it's becoming more commoditized, especially in the kind of the social media and the broadcast realm. I'd see that being challenging. But in terms of our specialisms in taking motion and making it applied to digital innovation and that kind of storytelling for the tech brands or automotive brands, that as a niche is still in high demand, and we are still wanting training and finding those people. I would imagine that that's going to grow more next year. So if that helps anyone kind of in terms of what they're looking for, I think niche down and become brilliant at what you do. Like the level of craft still matters, and being a good communicator still matters. And I think that kind of earnestness and trust with the remote relationships is also key. Like you need to be good self-management if you're doing the kind of the remote side. So definitely something to be thinking about.
And the thing that, I had talked about with Colosseum and Connor is he's built a full-blown marketing funnel for his business. And it's a small business, it's growing. But I mean, every freelancer out there could have a version of that, but there's barriers to that, right? Like, if the top of your funnel is LinkedIn posts, okay, you just have to learn how to write a good LinkedIn post. If the top of your funnel is kind of like Colosseum, these videos he's posting, well, he's not in them. He's just kind of showing work, and he's doing the thing where he has a render on his screen, but he points his phone at it, so it feels a little more, like you're right there, But then you've got people like Rive, where like they have a camera set up with a 3-point light setup, and they're talking like we are right now in front of a microphone and talking to the person and being compelling. And we found that's just a very difficult thing to teach, and not everyone's good at that. But I'm starting to think in terms of like, what's a marketing funnel that could work right now for a freelancer that's having trouble getting work, that has the skills and maybe has the talent stack, but maybe they went freelance during COVID when all you had to do was have good work and be somewhat visible, and people would find you because they were looking. Now that they're not looking, you need to think like a marketer, and that's not something most motion designers think about. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that.
I mean, I love to say that I had that I thought this one through, but once again, like you guys called me like an hour before this thing and were like,
I know, put you on the spot.
Not even an hour, really. It was like 15 minutes. But what I'd say is that, like the idea of the funnel, those that don't know in marketing, it's like the part where you catch people at the top and then what happens as they move further and further down, right? Until you make that sale at the bottom. That's what trickles out, right? I think that the key to that is, do something that catches people's eyes. So if you're the kind of person who wants to make Instagram videos, what's the next thing, right? What are you sending them to look at? Are they coming to your website? Okay, they're coming to your website. What are you presenting to them at that point, right? And I think about again, it's the same thing with products, right? People make like a great video about a product, and then people come to the website and they can't find the buy button. I've seen that tons of times, right? Where I come to the website and now I can't quite figure out what the product does. It's all about, okay, so now they arrive at your site, at your reel, your portfolio. And what are you showing them, right? Are you showing them more of the same? Are you showing them things you want to work on, stuff that you've worked on? You talked earlier about like making your own stuff, that like making stuff that you want to be making as opposed to making what, so for me, it was when I was freelancing, I was always making stuff that I didn't get to do in-house at any of the places. And that ended up becoming work that I got because people saw that I could do that. So you start showing off what you can do, even if it's not work you've done. It's kind of, it's almost like spec work, but it's for yourself, right? There's also like, do you offer a way for people to contact you easily and have a discussion saying, hey, I would love to talk with you about this project. I have some ideas. Finding a way to pitch them at your website. Once they've arrived, they've watched the video, they've come there, find a way to pitch them on whatever it is you want to do next, because you want them to get on that phone with you and you want them to talk to you. And I think that I've always thought of a website, whether, it was the one we have here at School of Motion or my own personal one, which is that we're having a one-on-one conversation, only instead of me being there, my website is there, my page is there. So like it's two people having a conversation. It's not some random stranger and then another like we are two people sitting down and have this conversation. You just happen to be reading and I happen to be writing. And so it's about telling what it is you want them to know about you and why they should hire you, and be prepared for that. Like, don't just put stuff out there and hope that that's going to get you hired. The next step is convincing them, now that they're emotionally invested in you, is why should the logical part of their brain be making that decision to reach out and hire you? Because it's easy. You catch people on emotion. Like we used to talk at Red Giant about how like part of our job was to convince you that you wanted the product, and then part of the job was to convince your partner, your spouse, whoever, that they should let you spend the money on that tool. Like, instead of, because like you're like, hey, we're having a sale. Like, why should you do it? Oh, I know I want to buy it because I think it looks really cool. But look, they've improved it. Like look, all these 10 features that they just added, I can totally justify spending that money. So if somebody says to me, why did you spend the money on that? I'm like, look, there are all these new features in there, and here's what they are. So I think part of it is like, you get people excited, but show them at your site that you are a professional and that you think beyond just like, here's art. It's like, this is what I can do. If you're someone who has a business, like pitch them on what that business is and make it make sense.
I love it. All right, so let me kind of recap here this economy section, and I want to give a shout out to Haley Akins, because one of the things that she's so good at is keeping her eye on what sort of social media platforms and tactics are working really well. She's got some great resources we'll link to, and when whatever worked before stops working, you have to try new things, right? And so I'd encourage everyone listening, if you're having trouble finding work right now, the basics are still the basics, right? Like the tactics may change, but the strategy doesn't really change. You have to let people know you exist. You have to somehow build rapport with them, either through a website that they really like or a post you made that makes them feel affinity for you. You have to get them to trust you. So your reel has to be good. Editing certainly helps with that. And then they have to have a job that you're appropriate for and they book you, right? So that's it. And how you do that, these days, it seems like social media is more powerful than ever. EJ, I mean, like you're on social media and you have a large following. Like, what are the platforms that you're seeing the most engagement on now? Because I keep hearing LinkedIn, but LinkedIn is almost feeling kind of saturated now.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a tipping point in LinkedIn. I do know a lot of artists that seem to be building relationships on there, and I think Haley, she was the first person that I think was convincing everyone to go to LinkedIn. It's kind of weird now because, you have this seemingly mass exodus from X to, there was Kara, and I don't know what's going on with them anymore. Now you got Blue Sky, and now you got Threads. I'm seeing a lot of artists going on Threads now because of its integration with Instagram. And I'm seeing a ton of reels and behind the scenes stuff like we talked about before. That's a really good strategy. So seeing a lot of people going to Instagram. YouTube Shorts, also a huge thing. I know a lot, like there's people that make like millions of views on YouTube Shorts and then like 0 views on their actual long form content. So, and that could be, short film, that could be behind the scenes stuff. Those are the platforms that I'm seeing, being digested the most, getting the most amount of eyeballs as far as like artists go and where artists are posting. I just did the Blue Sky thing. I'm spending a little bit more time on Threads, but yeah, Threads seems cool. I definitely feel like that's like, I feel like they got the backing of, Meta. So they don't have the same financial issues as Kara, but you still have the whole scraping thing.
Yeah. I think the what I kind of pull out of all of this is that you want to achieve something, be clear in your mind what that is, so that everything you do leads to that, right? If you're just putting stuff up and you're throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks, right? That's like something's going to be hit and something's going to be missed. But if you say like, I want to land these kinds of clients, it means everything you write is going to be for those people, right? And I think, Joey, about like we have this B2B program at School of Motion, right? And remember, it was like you wanted to write about like our courses and stuff, and right? And I was like, no, you're not writing to the people those people already invested in us. It's like they're trying to get their boss to buy it. So we don't have to talk about how awesome our course is on the B2B page. We have to talk about how easy it is to, it's mundane, but how easy is it to install this stuff? How easy is it to like license it, right? And as long as you know what you're doing, when people land on that page, even though we're not there to have the conversation with them, that conversation is being had. And we've seen a lot of success. We've seen a lot of businesses that are like, oh, like before they were just like, they were forced to sort of look through like, oh, what courses they have. I don't know if this is good for my people. Now they're just like, okay, my people told me they want this. I can see that, oh, they've got a program that makes it easy for me to make it work. And that's how it is with everything. Like if you want to work for certain kinds of companies, make sure that you're showing them that you are easy to work with and that you have what you need to do that kind of job.
I think this sort of goes for everybody, no matter what stage you're at, is learning how to listen better and speak better. Basically, communication. When people ask me what tools I'm really eager to dig into, I usually say communication tools, okay? I mean my ears and my mouth. I think these are the most important things, certainly for me. As I've moved up in the ladder, I'm doing more AD and CD work. And when you're a director of any sort, you really need to be able to listen very effectively to the people you're working with and communicate effectively with them. And that's hard. And even if you're not at the top, even if you're just animating something for somebody and you're just say like more of a junior animator, and you were to ask me, like, what should I learn? I would give you the same advice. Learn how to really listen well, learn how to read a client brief, learn how to listen to the CD or the AD, okay? And then also learn how to speak and communicate more effectively to the people on your project, right? If I've hired you and I've tasked you with a shot and it's not going well, and you don't know how to do something, don't hide that from me for too long, okay? That could become a disaster for the entire project. So learning how to listen, learning how to read better, and learning how to speak better, that's something that I'm concentrating on, and I hope everybody else is too.
Yeah. So I guess like if we're kind of, ending this section with some advice and maybe a little bit of an outlook. I did like a very unscientific poll on X recently, seeing how people did in 2024. And I did one last year too, but 2023, most people said work was slow. 2024, it's been about 50-50. And then a lot of our people who contributed to this episode said they're optimistic about next year and they're seeing signs that things are ticking up again. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to see, more growth and more work next year.
Now, the year started initially pretty strong, okay, but things got a little quiet and kind of flat through the middle of the year. And then just before the election, things started to definitely pick up. So I noticed of the few hundred studios in my forum private community that roughly 3 out of 5, let's call it, are seeing business on the upswing. Now, a few of my clients that I work with directly and personally are now booked like 6 and 9 months out, which is awesome, right? With strong and profitable projects. And that's phenomenal. That's very unusual. And that makes me super happy.
So it's been really awesome to see a balance across the industry. I would say overall bid pools have been more competitive. And in a lot of cases, there are more than 3 bidders. There's been a fair number of A-list film and television directors that are engaging in commercial work and also smaller scale projects. We've gotten a short list back and 2 of the 3 folks on there have won an Oscar or 2. The other thing that's definitely been a trend recently is skipping the treatment phase altogether and awarding a project off of a vibe call with the creative team and the company is real. I would say in instances like this, it's really important to be thinking ahead and be smart about how you're going to approach this because you have a very limited window to prove that you're going to be the best partner and fit for this project, not just creatively, but also on the production end of things, which is equally important.
And I'm hoping that some of that is kind of in these new frontier areas like Rive and doing real-time stuff with Unreal. And I think in the meantime, I would just imitate what you're seeing working. So go follow Connor, go follow Rive, go follow Vuko, and notice how they're positioning what they do. They're not saying, come to us for motion design. They're saying, come to us for your college's giant jumbotron at your football stadium. And it's so much easier to compete with like the 5 other people that are doing that than, the 100,000 people that are saying I'm good at After Effects too.
So traditionally, motion designers have been getting work from agencies and also studios. But I think that that's going to change. And I think that it needs to change for a lot of motion designers because, as we said, there hasn't been a lot of work around, but there's been a lot of motion designers trying to get work. So I think we need to turn our focus to the opportunities outside of our industry. And we need to think about how we communicate motion design to people who don't currently know what motion design is. That could be anyone and they could use it for anything. And we really need to take charge of how we communicate what motion design is and how we educate our clients. And I think the motion designers that do that are going to be really successful in 2025 and beyond.
So I do think niching down can be really effective, but also think about the talent stack. And I consider editing too. I mean, that's something we don't really talk about too much, although we do have our first editing course coming out next year. So I think about all those things, and I'm gonna knock on some wood, and I'm gonna say 2025 is gonna be a better year for most artists. But now there's this other meteor coming at us that everyone's trying to avoid that we need to discuss. It's a 2-letter word. It's actually a 4-letter word, AI. I want to start with this and get your take, EJ. So I just saw this like 2 days ago before we recorded this. Ben Affleck was being interviewed for something. and they asked him about AI, and they were basically like, do you think that like, Holly was just going to get replaced by AI? And he said instantly, no, I don't think that's possible. And he, we'll link to the clip. You should go watch it. It's really good. It's funny, when you see actors, you forget that they aren't the characters they play. They're, like Ben Affleck seems actually really thoughtful.
He's not
smart
just depressed
guy.
smoking a cigarette on a corner. He
Exactly.
goes other places.
but he happens to be also a director who's made films, and so he understands that process a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. And so he said a couple of things. One thing he said was, I don't think AI is going to like replace Hollywood filmmakers. He did say, I wouldn't want to be a VFX company right now. That's interesting. We can talk about that. But he said, I don't think AI can like make a movie for you because, and this is a quote, craft is knowing how to start, art is knowing when to stop. And I thought that was so brilliant. And so this has been like a question, EJ, that like it comes up all the time. Is it possible theoretically? Right now, you go on Midjourney, you type something in, maybe you get something cool, maybe you get something really weird and useless, and you have to do 400 generations to get something that then you can take into Photoshop, right? It's not really there. Is it theoretically possible that someone goes, hey, I need an ad for this, perfume, and you type in perfume ad, and there it is? Like, do you fear that? Do you think that that's coming?
Is it animated? I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, let's just go all the way. It's an animated, it's sound design, there's music, and it resonates emotionally and fits the brand. Because that's what it has to be for it to replace motion designers.
That's the thing. Like we talk about, how Godzilla -1 had a shoestring budget and did amazingly well. And that was with like, good VFX, but it wasn't over the top. It's not like Marvel over the top. Like Marvel can't get a good movie out there because all they do is like throw VFX at you, and they forget why people are putting their butts in the seats in the first place. They want to connect with characters. They want a good story, a captivating story, want to feel something. When you have people that aren't real, I keep thinking back to like, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, and they made that Final Fantasy movie, which was like super uncanny valley. It was Ben Affleck was in it.
Yeah, I know, fake Ben Affleck, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it was fucking terrible because everything just looked dead, and you're just like, what's the point? And I see so many of these, AI films, and I mean, really, what AI allows us to do is generate any stock image, any stock video that we could possibly imagine. And I feel like that's the same thing with like taking photos, like having a camera with you anywhere. It doesn't matter. So if you can't tell a story, you don't know how to make people feel anything, it doesn't matter that you have the world at your fingertips. It's all about, well, what are you going to do with that power? And I think a lot of people just like, a lot of people can take photos and post them on Instagram. Doesn't mean those photos, like they're not going to go in National Geographic or some shit. Like, it has to mean something. It has to grab people. And so I think, and this is beyond the whole, whatever the image you spit out, like you already need a lot of actual pro artists to tweak shit and get it exactly the way the client wants. So you still need that technical know-how, but I think we're going to go from like a knowledge economy of like, I know Rive, I know Unreal, to an idea economy where it's like, okay, what are you trying to sell? I know exactly the visuals. I know the story you need to tell. I know how to art direct this piece. And we type that up and boom, there it is. Because at the end of the day, like we love Buck because they make amazing visuals, and that doesn't just come out of nowhere. Like they had that vision. Right. And if Buck has all AI at their fingertips, like they're still going to make incredible stuff that we're probably all still going to love because they're great storytellers, and they know they have a great eye and they have great taste. And so at the end of the day, I think it's still going to be on that. And it's just going to cut out like your Fiverr artists and stuff like that. Cause who needs it? Who needs you?
Obviously, we see some of these incredible visuals from artificial intelligence. And I think we just assume that some of the better projects, someone just typed in a prompt and they got the result. And that's not the case. The people that create the best AI projects have underlying skills that allow them to create incredible projects. So the motion designers at School of Motion who understand the fine-tuned mechanics of animation and visual storytelling and composition and color and all of these core design fundamentals that help you to tell compelling stories. It's those types of people that are really going to thrive as AI becomes more common.
AI output by itself is a bit like fast food. It does the job, but it doesn't do it particularly well. It can be useful though, for example, like pre-made pie crust. So if we use AI as one step in a multi-step process, we can get interesting results.
The thing is, I do think that something that isn't being considered though is that the nature, we're trying to say, can you make movies or can you replace movies with AI? The answer is, of course, right now is no. But the question is, can AI generated content be equally entertaining for the people who want to see that, right? And I think about like what I watched as a kid or what I watched as an adult versus what my kids watch. I remember coming home, this is years ago, came home, my daughter was watching pancake making, like interesting pancake, like with faces and stuff like that on YouTube. And I was like, what are you watching? She's like, I'm watching make pancakes. And I'm like, Jesus, I was like, when I came home from school, I could either watch Thundercats or Mask. That was my choice, right? Or soap operas. Like, this is what was on TV. And so what is considered entertainment is now changing enough that Ben Affleck is not wrong that like craft is knowing how to start, not knowing it's about not knowing when to stop. But that's also assuming the audience wants to see stuff like that. And what I see people watching on YouTube as entertainment, like getting my kids to sit down and watch a show is way harder. They like to watch YouTube. That stuff comes in and moves out. It's very quick. It's niche and it's what they want. Like, you're never going to get that out of Hollywood. So the question is, can AI fill a market that like the expense of Hollywood can't fill? And the answer is probably, yeah, maybe not yet, but very close to it. They're going to be able to use AI to generate short form content that is just what these young people want to watch. And I mean, like, kids who are growing up, and then that's what they're going to be looking for as they get older. Like, I see this, as my son is only recently, he's 13. He's only recently started really watching TV shows and getting into them. But until last year, I don't think he really ever sat down to watch a series. He just wasn't that into it. He was much more into YouTube. That's
really interesting. Yeah. So my son is definitely the YouTube fan in this house. And there's a term that I heard fairly recently, brain rot. I don't know if you've heard this, Aharon, but if you, anyone with kids around, 9 or 10, they'll sit and watch on a TV, just YouTube shorts. Mm-hmm. And it's like, he'll watch a second of one and flip to the next one if he doesn't like it. Mm-hmm. And some of this stuff, it doesn't even make sense. It's like someone cooking pancakes, but then the voice is talking about a video game, and then there's like someone in the corner on a green screen. It's really bizarre. So that's a good point, Aharon. It's funny, in that clip that Ben Affleck that I mentioned, he actually kind of addressed that. And he did say that he thinks AI is going to be doing that kind of stuff. It's like, TikTok, YouTube Shorts. I mean, there is just an endless maw just gaping for content.
That might be what hurts Hollywood, that hurts filmmaking in that there aren't enough people to fill seats in a movie theater, so maybe it's not worth making, or aren't enough people watching it on Netflix. Like, it may not be worth making. Whereas, and I do think he's right. Like, visual effects is something to worry about. And you and I have talked about this, Joey. I think that like stock footage has a lot to worry about right now, and we're not even in the place where I can imagine one day that has like, no, I can imagine right now a situation where if they could just make it a little less costly to do this, like, it's just we're that close to being able to, like, for stock footage to be like, we don't need it,
Yeah. So to me, that's the big question mark that I don't really have an answer for. And to be honest, I haven't thought too deeply about it. Like, because I think a lot of the conversation around AI is AI going to replace what we're doing, and can it, right? And from what I've learned, and I've gone as deep as I can into this, it's not clear that AI can replace, like, if you make 2D explainer videos, it's very hard to imagine how an AI could just make one of those. It's easy now to imagine how you could use AI to help you make assets that then you can right, and all that kind of stuff. You're asking a different question. You're saying, is that content even necessary in a world where my son grows up and he doesn't want to watch that? He wants to watch, a video where there's like a bald head coming out of a toilet and shaking really fast, which is a real thing. Yep. Google skibbity toilet. Actually, don't.
It's crazy. Is that like Michael Bay is like making a skibbity toilet movie, is my understanding. Like he's
stop it!
No,
man.
There's like he's like let's just hop on that train. I don't think it's going to work, but it's not.
We're doomed.
Yeah, but the point is that it's a question of like not whether or not it could do what we're doing now. Is like is the content we're making now what people are going to be watching in 10 years from now? I don't know. I mean, I think about network television, right? Like there's always going to be somebody who wants to watch Matlock on ABC or whatever. But most people but people who are of our generation or younger, we're streaming stuff. We want to watch it all in one go. We don't necessarily want to wait week to week. That's already changed the landscape there. And so like network TV is almost like this world that like a certain group of people are in that I'm not like, that I don't have anything to do with, right? I haven't seen a commercial in forever. Not a real one, not like a network commercial, So it's a question in 10 years from now, is what we're watching like going to be the thing, or is it going to be even shorter form content? And will they need what we do? I don't know.
That's interesting, huh? You're making me think. Well, okay, so let's tie this back to some of the stuff we were talking about before. So we started talking about the Adobe versus Procreate stance, and Adobe's very pro AI, and Procreate is totally anti AI. And in the end, if you're doing something professionally, there has to be a buyer for it, right? It's just the way the universe works, right? And so mostly what motion designers have been doing since the dawn of MoGraph is like marketing. That's like primarily. And then there's content, right? So there's title sequences and there's work on films and fake UI and stuff like that. And now there's this new frontier of UI and UX and stuff like that. Some of those seem a little bit more immune to what you're talking about. So for me, marketing, especially product marketing, maybe less so brand marketing, but product marketing feels a little bit more specific, where you at least for now, and I think frankly with the current kind of techniques that AI models use, I don't think that they can come up with novel ideas the way a human can.
But then Joey, I look at all these digital I look at these digital influencers that they're making now, and like here's this drink that I just tried and the person isn't even real. Right. Like it's just there is a human that they originally filmed, but then they use the tools to replace what they're saying and whatever it is. But there's like, that is changing. Like how we're marketing is changing. Like there's definitely still going to be commercials for brands that make them look awesome, but there is so much room for this content that uses AI to say like, here's this soda that I just drank. It makes me, I love it so much. And it's some, person who's not even real. And that's happening. That is literally happening right now. Yeah.
But I guess do you think that is that in addition to, or do you think that maybe displaces? Because, if you're marketing a direct to consumer product, right? And so influencer marketing is like super effective, right? And you see, and it's funny how influencer marketing often it's like intentionally low production value. Yeah. It's like they're holding a lavalier mic right next to their mouth for some reason, like all that kind of stuff. And there's probably AI models that have been trained on this kind of footage. So it looks like a human who doesn't know how to actually put the lapel on their shirt. Do you think that, like for a direct-to-consumer brand, I could see them just doing that and not actually having explainer videos and graphics and all that. They don't need that, right? And they've never needed that. But if you're a SaaS product, if you're Coca-Cola, that's a bad example. Given the Coca-Cola, given the commercial. Although that was like roundly panned, like nobody liked it. Because one of and this is one of the things Ben Affleck said, right? So historically, if you look at what happens when there's new technology that makes it way easier to produce a thing, in the beginning, you feel like, oh my God, all the people who make a living making that thing are screwed, right? And in the short term, that's true. Or it can be true. It's not always true. But then as that thing becomes cheaper and easier to produce, the demand for that thing skyrockets. And so there's just more of that thing. Or there's like a new version of that thing that didn't exist before. And maybe it takes some of the market share from the current version of that thing. So like in this case, it's commercials or it's marketing videos. I can totally imagine a world where what you're saying happens and companies, they'll take a portion of their ad spend and they'll spend it on HeyGen, which is one of those tools that can make a virtual avatar say whatever you want. Are they going to take all of their ad spend and do that? Or are they still going to
No, but it does.
Can you build a brand on that?
But it does remove a lot of people from it removes a lot of people from being hired for that work. Right. Because it's not as much of it. They're spending, they're able to do it cheaply using AI. I don't want it to be gloom and doom. I think, like you say, there's definitely going to be room for a lot of, really beautiful brand content, but there's also this thing that's happening where AI is doing it. So It's not about whether or not you can do what we do now. It's just a question about what we do now. Is that going to be what we're doing in 10 years from now?
Right. Yeah. That's an interesting question. I don't know, I'm curious, EJ, what do you think about this? You've made a really good point, Aharon. Like, I hadn't really thought about, because I've always looked at it through the lens of like, can AI do what we're doing? Not, is what we're doing going to shrink to some extent? I mean, I guess I had the intuition that might happen, but historically, that's not usually what happens. What usually happens is there's just more. Like, the whole thing grows, you know?
I'm going to be a glass half full person. And, you know, I remember Paul Babb telling me a story about how when he first went freelance, how much he was charging to do like simple Photoshop work. And of course, you don't get paid that much to do that kind of simple Photoshop work anymore. It's changed. It's evolved. And you could do a lot more with the amount of budget that you get. And I feel like half glass full kind of person, I think it's not going to replace this. It's just we're going to use AI to do a lot more. You talk about Rive and how, you know, even as an artist, you have to kind of educate the client sometimes on what you can do for them. And especially if you're direct to client. So if you have an AI or Rive or whatever it is that you can like, I'm going to do a whole social media campaign. It's going to be automated. Also, I can make a whole website, interactive website, can make an app for you. And those are all the things that you can offer a client. Like, you're doing a lot more than just, 15-second commercial spot. You know what I mean? So I think it's just going to open up opportunities. And again, if we're just going to do the whole AI as a tool that an artist can use to do a lot more, then I'll be optimistic and say that that's what it's going to be until it just kills us all.
I'm with you, man. I think that it is a tool, and I think, look, there's stuff that looks bad. You look at like that Coca-Cola commercial is such a great example of like, it wasn't even artists that did, like you say, it wasn't just artists, right? Like originally, I think that Toys R Us one, I don't think people even cared, but artists were like, this is terrible. This Coke ad just really, people were like universally like, wow, that's like everything that we loved about Coca-Cola and their great holiday ads where they like, this was just like computer generated garbage. And it sucks.
It was the Polar Express.
Yeah. Like really, but not even, but without the effort and the heart in it. Right. It was like, let's just do it. So, and it came through, it's funny because Christmas as a brand, like as a thing you sell is already like so fake, right? As a business, right? It's a business, and Coca-Cola literally invented the version of Christmas that we know with Santa Claus being red and white. That's all from them, right? They just took it a little too far here too quickly. They've been making it up for years. Like this is just what they've been. But now they just took it a little too far, too fast, and it looked creepy and weird, and it did not carry the vibe. There was always something charming about their work, even when the 3D was not. Like, if you go back and look at the polar bears in the original animation, it's janky, but like, it was cute and it was hard.
It's cute though,
and it was fun. This was like, man, there was nothing in it, right? That carried that sort of adventure of creating for the purpose of selling something that, like that people already are invested in. If you can't get people invested in Christmas, man, you're done. Like that's bad.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely want to get Joe Nash back on the podcast after this conversation, because I think what we've been talking about, and I do want to move into a little bit of like the state of the tools themselves and sort of how useful they are and maybe how we use them. But what you brought up, which is a really great point, Aharon, is like there's kind of we tend to look as artists at like the micro stuff, like, okay, how does this affect the thing I'm doing right now, and how might it affect that in the future, And I guess there's probably like a good historical metaphor here of like, a horse-drawn buggy guy, seeing a car and being like, oh, no one's going to want my horse anymore. It's like, no one's even going to know that you can ride, like no one's going to know how to ride horses. Well, like,
right.
That's just going to go.
Or even think about this. It's like, I already have a horse that takes me around this town. Why do I need a car to do that when it's not about the town? Right. It's about traveling to the freaking next town or halfway across America in a vehicle, right? Like you don't even think about, right. You're thinking about like how this thing works for this particular task that I'm doing, but you're not thinking about like, is that task, like, is that what we're going to be doing? Or are we going to be buying products that are now over there and have to be shipped? Right. Like that's.
Yeah. One of the things, and we can move on after this, but like the one point I want to make is that, I think that like every time we talk about AI, and especially when, you start kind of getting into that nervous zone of like, oh my God, is all of this going to go away? I just want to bring it back to like historically, there's a lot of examples of technology like this, and it's always disruptive, and there's always winners and losers in the short term. It just happens. But, you know, if you look at history, usually new technology enables like the people that were doing the thing that is now very cheap and easy to do, and even non-experts can do it. It usually lets them do that thing better, right? So it raises the bar, which there's some downsides to that too for like beginners getting into it. But it also now allows that thing to exist in context where it was just too expensive before. Mm-hmm. And I'm definitely seeing a lot of that right now with AI where, you know, there are things like I'm working on a internal project right now that you guys will see shortly, where it's something I've always wanted to do. And I could have hired an artist to do it, but it would cost thousands of dollars and make no sense. But now there's tools that can help me do it in like a couple of days. Mm-hmm. And so it either doesn't exist or now it exists, right? And so I think that, I don't know, this might just be the eternal optimist in me. I think the kind of marketing you're talking about where it's like a person, you know, like talking about a product in every language that exists, you know, 50 versions of it being A/B tested in real time to, you know, if a mom's looking at it, show this version. If a dad's looking at it, show this version, all of those things. It would just be too expensive to do. You can't do it now. But with these AI tools, all of a sudden you can. So there's a new thing. Now, to your point, it may take away and disrupt the old thing, and maybe there's less of the old thing. But historically, I don't think that typically happens. So I'm going to err on the side of optimism, but I love your pushback.
But even what I'm saying, I'm optimistic about it regardless. Like I do see that. I mean, like you say, like, you know, when After Effects came out, it made people who were higher end doing this stuff, like it was threatening to them. And yeah, sure. But now there's animation everywhere, right? Like suddenly it's more accessible. And so there's tons more work. I do think it's worth investing time in checking out all those Adobe AI tools and understanding what's going into them, because those are for sure going to be integrated more and more into the software we're using. I think that, so like I think that, and I think like any of these tools that are out there opening up new doors for things you couldn't do, whether it was because it was too expensive or just because it wasn't possible, you should be looking at it for sure. You should not be limiting yourself and saying, I'm not going to do this because it's AI. Like that's fine for Procreate, who's making a product that they're selling, and right now their business is doing great. But for you as an artist, like being resistant to new technologies is dangerous. Always has been.
Yeah, that's true. And on that note, you know, like there's like this fire hose of AI just coming at us at all times. It does seem like it's died down a little bit from the initial, you know, maybe a year ago, it was just like every week there's a new thing and it was just kind of overwhelming. It slowed down a little bit. And, you know, part of that, I think, is just the hype, part of the hype cycle. Like the hype dies down eventually. But the other thing, and I don't know if you guys have looked into this at all, so let me know, but like there's been a lot of articles written in podcasts and people talking about this thing called the AI plateau, where the reason that Midjourney 2 got so much better with Midjourney 3 was because they scraped way more art that didn't belong to them, like way more. And so there's kind of this rule, like the more data you train on, the better the model gets. It's the same with ChatGPT and Claude and the LLMs. But we, you know, for some types of imagery and stuff, we may literally have scraped the entire internet, right? Like there may not be like that much more to scrape. And so then it's like, okay, well, we can tweak the model and the weights and this and that, and we can get it incrementally better. But I think we're really hitting like sort of a plateau, right? And so as good as the tools are, they're going to get better. And you know, they certainly will. I don't think they're going to get better as fast as what we've seen. And so I'm curious, EJ, like, you know, like the video generators or Midjourney or something like that, how far away do you think they are from being something every artist uses on every project because they're so useful? Because right now, I just don't think they are.
No, I mean, now I'm forgetting the runway something
Gen 3?
1, whatever. I mean, that was pretty incredible, but it was also like, it was face tracking and it's based off a real, you know, actor, real human there doing the mouth and facial movements. There's a little bit of head turn that looked pretty good, but it's just, with any of these models, things fall apart after a few seconds. If you have anything moving very fast, like there's a reason why all of the AI videos that you see is like slow moving, like dolly shots and the things that like are fast moving and it just is just garbled garbage. So I think it's a ways off. Now, I think what's incredible is that generative extend, which Aharon talked about earlier, and how like with certain things, it works really well. With motion graphics, not so much, because you have to think about it. Like AI is not going to anticipate a specific artist style or the way they like to animate, or where should this move? How should I do the eye trace? All that kind of stuff. I think that it's like a very, I don't know, jazzy kind of thing. Like, you know, it's very impromptu. Like it's just an intuition that I feel like animators have. Once you have that taste, you have all that training, you know how to do it. But can AI?
I mean, it's also EJ. It's also trained on like what's it trained on? Like there's how many more walks can there be before it knows what a walk is, right? But with motion graphics, where you're dealing with things that are the impossible, like you're asking the machine to figure that out, and that's like the part where it can't do. But what I wanted to say, Joey, was that, like, you know, again, you talked about how knowing when to stop is like that. That's what separates us from the machines. You know, the problem is that's true. You will eventually run out of content on which to train it, but where you will not run out of where the machines can keep learning from input is how we react to it. Like, do I take this clip and download it, or do I not? If I don't, it's like this didn't come out well. I'm not going to do this again. And that process will get more and more refined through our interactions with it. And it will still be training on data. It's just real-time data that's coming from the user trying it and trying to get something out of it. So like every time it doesn't go well and we say, do it again, it's learned that it didn't do a good job on that first one. Maybe it doesn't quite yet know what it is, but once it tries it 5 times and then it gets it, it's like, oh, that's what that person meant when they said that. And that's where it's going to improve. It's not even that the quality of the output's going to get better because the training material is better. It's going to get better because it understands more of what it is we want. So I don't know. I mean, these are all like just random. It's out there. It's hard to know where this is going. But I think that like data isn't just the stuff they're scraping from artists. It's the stuff that they're scraping from our interactions with it.
But also, that's also just regurgitating what already exists. Like if Spider-Verse never came out, would AI create a Spider-Verse look? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
So it's not going to create the things that don't exist. So that's where it's like we're gonna be the artist in the Matrix that have a tube stuck to our head as we're feeding the new ideas into the machine.
Listen, if they'll pay my bills, I will sign me up.
Put the tube in.
You know?
Wait, I can learn kung fu and
my head's already shaved. It's easy access.
Yeah, you're ready for it, Joey. That's the
yeah. I may already have the port. You guys can't see. You never see the back of my head on this channel. So. Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's just like naive optimism on my part. I mean, from what I understand about how these models work, there's just kind of fundamental limitations to what they like as an example, right? Like I remember when Sora was announced, right? That's OpenAI's video model, which is still not available to the public, but the quality of those generations is pretty staggering, right? It appears as if that model understands physics in the real world, but it doesn't. Right? That's not how it works, right? It's just they've I don't know, it almost looks like they trained it on like video games or something, because a lot of the footage kind of looks like a video game. And so maybe they figured out how they can hack Unreal Engine to generate 1 billion shots that feel real and train it on that, so you constantly have new training data. I suspect they did something like that. But like there's something about human intuition and perception and consciousness that like I don't think philosophically, I don't think in principle can be replicated. And so there is some limit with the current techniques. Maybe someone invents a new way of creating AIs, you know? I haven't mentioned this on this episode, but I also don't like the term AI. I think that's kind of a landmine that we all step on, because it's not intelligent. It's doing math. It's literally a computer running a software thing. It's machine just very learning. Complicated. But I think the more interesting argument you made, Aharon, was that maybe it's good enough. And it's good enough for brands who are willing to pay for it. And so then maybe they're like, well, yeah, like if I spend $100,000 on this studio, I get this beautiful thing that's going to win awards and make me look really good. I could also spend $100,000 on this piece of software that's going to generate 1 million variations and A/B test them all.
Yeah,
none of them are going to.
And that's the part of marketing, as you know, this is what I do. What I do, my team does is like, it's the unsexy version of marketing that is like very much about numbers and looking at data, and you know, like it's not fun to talk about and it's not fun to spend time with, but it's the other very important part of this. It's not just about making great content. It's about, you know, adjusting based on what you get back, and you only can do that if you put material out there. The more you put out there, the more you get from people and you learn.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I guess if you look, I'm looking for an analog to this, right? So when Facebook released their ads platform, right? And Google, those are like two of the first, ad platforms where you could actually measure your marketing. Because, you got to remember before that you had commercials and you had direct mail and stuff. And there was like kind of hacks to measure the effectiveness. It was really hard to measure how effective a commercial was. But now you got digital marketing. And a lot of people thought, like that's the end of all other forms of advertising because you can measure it and it's so effective. And it turns out that it is very effective and it is cost effective, but it's also not enough, right? You also have to still consider your brand and all those sorts of things. So it did take away ad budgets from like traditional marketing for a while, but it also let those companies grow and it kind of grew the whole pie. So
if anything, I found that being able to create content became king. Like the idea of capturing people's attentions visually, that actually was great for our field because we learned that people react quickly to things that they see and they want to like you say something, he's like 1 minute, 1 second, it's done. Like he's off of it. But if you can capture people, that's the first step in what is a longer process of marketing, but still we've proven the numbers show that people react to it and then follow that with a step that you get them to take. So no, I think that whole data-driven stuff has actually been really good for what we do.
The other thing that I think we're going to see is we're going to see some breakthroughs, some leaps ahead in video-based generative AI technology, but the tooling that's needed, right? The interfaces, the front ends, the software on top of that technology that's really needed to truly disrupt our industry, as I still think several years off. It takes a long time to kind of develop that tool and make it fit into workflow. So the disruption is on the horizon, but I don't think we're going to see massive disruption in 2025.
I think some of the crazier technology is outside of the visual world. Like, for example, there's an AI agent that you can talk to and it can sense the emotions in your voice that humans can't pick up on. So it'll understand, any underlying emotion that's there that other people normally would not be able to tell you. And so it'll sense like 20%, sadness and 10% enthusiasm and things like that. So I think that relationship between AI and being able to just understand what an audience is enjoying or how they're feeling, and then that connection with the live generated visuals on screen, like that relationship is pretty wild. And so we've already started to see some white papers and some beginnings for that type of entertainment experience. I think that technology is only going to progress. So it's going to be a wild time as we move into 2025.
It's really important to be educated on what's happening. So we're definitely staying on top of the tools as they're being released. AI has already and will continue to change production pipelines in our industry. Scholar is a firm believer that human artistry is a fundamental part and always will be a fundamental part of the service that we're providing. It's why folks want to work with us. It's why people come to us to do their work. We have always created bespoke solutions for new problems, for new products. And approaching AI is really no different. Scholar and our clients are looking for a level of craftsmanship, a human touch. So it's really AI that's powered by artists. It's not replacing them.
AI is going to be a part of everyone's workflow moving forward. It's going to be hugely disruptive, and it's going to be probably one of the biggest tech shifts we're all going to live through. The internet, NVIDIA cards, and now AI, right? It's only a few years old, and we're already here. But like any new tech, motion designers, 3D artists, we're used to being at the forefront of tech, kind of embracing these things. And there's still a lot of legal stuff to figure out here. We all want to make sure this is, ethically sourced AI and it's from stuff that they own and it's not from artists that, didn't opt into this whole craziness. But I think if they figure that out, and I think that's going to be figured out in the courts, then AI is just going to be a part of every piece of software moving forward. The same way that the internet is a part of every piece of software we use, it's just going to integrate into all of it. So AI is going to be a huge part of it. I can't predict the future, but it's going to be an exciting few years.
We have to navigate the hype. There is a lot of hype out there, but it's also an amazing opportunity. So we're threading our way through that by just being informed. We've been asking ourselves a lot of questions about how we can use it and where we can use it. Let's be honest, so much of our current tool set already has it embedded in some way or another. So to say that we're not using AI would be an utter lie. But then it's just understanding how and where we use it across teams, and who might want to use it and who doesn't, and for what reasons. So we're helping clients with that. We're trying to be as informed as we can be, and we're definitely using that tool set in some of the things that we do, and not everything, because it's not for everyone. There is a question around ethics, and we're very mindful of that. We're trying to be a part of that conversation, whether it's partnerships with Runway and being a part of the film fund, or partnering up with Google and others, just to understand the technology, where the data is coming from, and how that's being used to train the model, and how we use those models. But the most exciting thing for me is really around creating our own tool sets. We can use AI to actually build out our own integrations and our own pipeline, and that is pretty exciting. So not being limited by the tools that already exist and co-creating some tooling is super exciting.
You need a human at the helm to make anything coherent or compelling. I am further skeptical that artificial intelligence will ever be a 100% push-button solution for anything outside of performance marketing, which is all about churn and volume anyway. A lot of the visual AI tools we have now still sort of feel like the I'm feeling lucky button on Google, which is ultimately not something that I use. I am most excited to see AI tools more directly integrated into software that really lets me hyper contort any pixel, sort of like what Photoshop is starting to do, where you can mask a certain area and have AI sort of work on a selective piece.
So to wrap up the AI section, I think that, the advice I would give probably remains the same in light of this conversation, which I didn't expect, but I'm really glad we had. This is really awesome. I think that for motion designers, there are tools that are very useful right now. It's not the ones the companies are telling you. Like, I don't think Runway is all that. Like, if you're an editor and you need a piece of stock footage, to Aharon's earlier point, like, you can just generate it. And if it's going through an apple orchard or an orchard, as we would say in New England, you can have that. You can have EJ almost vomited in his mouth when I did that. That was great. Right. But I think that, like, tools, if you're generating mood boards, if you need assets to animate, and Midjourney and DALL-E, all these things are very useful. I will say Midjourney has this new web interface, which is amazing. It makes it way easier to use. But I didn't realize until recently how deep that tool is. It's actually pretty darn deep. There's a lot of nuance to it, and there is a skill to it. So I hate the term prompt engineer, but like I
just vomited a little in my mouth.
I hate it. I hate it, but it is a skill that companies are looking for. I will say this, I didn't say this before and I should have. So, talking to companies about our B2B program, more than several have said, are you going to teach AI? So companies are actively thinking about this and looking for it. And the truth is, eventually we'll need to, because artists are going to need to use it. And I don't think it's like, here's how you use Midjourney, although we may have to teach that. I think it's more like, how do you use, like, I think Adobe is the perfect example, because the way they've implemented AI is as tools within other tools, right? Mm-hmm. They're time savers. They can get you there quicker. It's much more satisfying to use, but I think it's also practically useful right now. Generative Extend in Premiere is instantly useful, like immediately. Generative Fill in Photoshop, immediately useful. All of the, machine learning Sensei stuff, RotoBrush, Apple just released a tool like that inside of Final Cut Pro 11. All of that stuff's immediately useful, and that's AI too. And frankly, even motion designers using ChatGPT and Claude and other LLMs, that's really useful too. So I think, like, I would encourage everybody, and I know I'm not alone in saying this, I think Justin Cohn actually said, motion designers who don't embrace AI will get left behind.
I think those people who are still vehemently opposed to generative AI in 2025 are going to find themselves increasingly isolated. Right or wrong, AI is here to stay, and we're going to see larger and larger numbers of creatives basically relenting and figuring out how to just make it work in their favor.
And I think it's one of those things where I think people have been afraid to say that because it's just kind of an icky feeling, and there's a lot of motion designers who feel very strongly and don't want anything to do with it. I totally understand it. I think looking at the facts on the ground and hearing what businesses are doing and people telling me they want their employees to learn AI, it's not about replacing artists with AI. It's making the artists faster.
Yeah.
That's how it's positioned.
And that's always been what they've wanted. They've always wanted you to find ways to work faster, for sure.
EJ, do you have any uplifting, something, a little palate cleanser before we give our final predictions?
Oh man. Well, I will say that, the good news here is that, I think Adobe, what they're doing, it's tools we already know, and they're already integrating things. So we don't have to, if you don't want to, you don't have to go and learn to be a prompt engineer, because I swear to God, like I've said this multiple times, if my job as an artist is down to being a prompt engineer, I'm going to go shovel elephant shit at a zoo, because I'd find that much more interesting and fun, way more fun, rewarding to do. And I think that's where it's like, as artists, we love doing the things we do. Like the technical aspects, like UV unwrapping, weight painting, that stuff sucks. Make AI for that. But it's that whole thing about like, I want AI that will do my laundry for me, not give me more free time because I don't have a job to do to just do laundry. So there's that thing. And so I think for as much shit as Adobe gets, they're actually the company that is going to make artists more relevant because of how they're integrating AI into the tools in an artist-friendly way. So let's turn the comment section off on this video, please. After that.
I do want to give. I'm with you. I want to give Adobe a lot of credit, because they are using AI in a way that is very much about supporting the artist. Like 100%. Like it's very much about like they don't want to block you out of using their own products, right? So they're saying like Illustrator, you're going to do certain things you're going to do on your own, and certain things you're going to have help with, and that's okay, because we've always added new tools that made something that took like 10 minutes into 1 minute, and this is the same thing. I think calling it AI is like you said, Joey, it's the wrong word, and it suddenly makes it all sound like it's all garbage.
As I understand, motion design is taking one thing and turning it into another thing. So AI can give us more things that we can turn into other things. And also it can give us more ideas of recipes. So I think it can help us come up with more ways to understand our assets, to do more with them.
I love what Chris at Adobe, she said something very interesting, and she related it to food, and about like if you're a cook or a chef, maybe you don't have the time to cook a pie from scratch. So you're going to get a pre-made pie crust, but then everything you do on top of that is all you. Like you add the ingredient, what's in that pie. And so I think it's using pre-made, like it's a can of tomato soup. I'm not making the tomato soup from scratch, but I can still make a mean pasta and everything. I'm still got the chef's hand in there. Okay,
so we are about to land this plane. This plane has been flying for way too long. If you're still listening to this, by the way, God bless you. You deserve something. A hug, a beer. In any case, we always end this episode by just prognosticating a little bit and trying to make some predictions about 2025. We asked all the contributors to do the same, so you're going to hear from a lot of them. But EJ, why don't you kick it off? We talked about a whole bunch of stuff in this conversation, so you can kind of take this wherever you want. But, and I hope you kind of went back and listened to last year's too, because we weren't too far off, but we did miss some things. But I'm curious what you think is going to happen next year.
Yeah, well, I'll start out by saying that it won't be the year for AR, so we won't screw that one up.
There we go.
It never will be, apparently. But I will say that the race to own our attention is just going to continue. And so with that, like we've been talking about AI and disruption, and I just think that brands are going to get back at, they're going to get marketing again. They're going to want to be on all of our screens, and that means more content. That hopefully means more jobs for artists. So I think there's that. I do think, talking about like with all the AI and stuff like that, I think there, usually pendulums swing back and forth, and we swung very heavy to the AI side. And I've even been seeing that people are kind of like, the hype is dead. Like people on Twitter and X are saying like, whatever, like Sora, like, okay, you're showing us all this stuff, but when's it coming out? Like, we don't even care anymore. So I think the pendulum's swinging the other way. People want things made by artists. I think like the things with like Womp and 3D printing, I think the physical aspect, maybe artists will get into selling prints and stuff like that, and that will be in high demand again. Or maybe just artists need that cathartic outlet to do something physical that you can actually touch in your hands. I also think that studios and artists are going to have to translate their skills to more screens, more platforms. You got, laundry already been chewed. They're getting into Unreal. They're getting into real time experiential stuff, AR, VR. And so you have these badass specialists and a complement of generalists, I think, too. So I think there's room for both. I think there's always going to be a room for both. We already talked about this too. Adobe Firefly, I think it's going to be the year for that. We've already seen all the crazy sneaks. What I am hoping, though, is that Adobe does more of the type of the Adobe turntable kind of stuff, or Project Turntable, where you are using your own art that you created and you are really amplifying what you can do and taking your own work further versus the thing that just replaces what we freaking do. And I'm gonna prognosticate that it's going to be the year 2025 is going to be the year we see something Adobe Firefly inside of After Effects. It'll come finally to After Effects. I don't know what that'll be. Maybe some crazy rotoscoping, or I don't know. As far as Cinema 4D Maxon kind of stuff, I'm thinking Fluids is going to come to Cinema 4D. We already got this cool particle stuff. Just waiting on Fluids. Make a splash in that area. Hey-o. Redshift real time. Redshift real time is just kind of there. I mentioned it before. You can hit the button; it doesn't crash it anymore. But I'm hoping it's the year that it's like legit and like on par with like an Eevee, Blender Eevee kind of thing. I think I'm really going on a limb. Will we get like will we see the first AI UV unwrapping tool for say like Blender or Houdini or something? I don't know. I'm wishful thinking there. I think Grease Pencil, GeoNodes, all these updates, it's going to continue to get people onto the Blender train, maybe away from Cinema 4D, but I still think in 2025, like Joe, you already said that you've talked to a lot of businesses. Cinema 4D is still king when it comes to MoGraph, and I don't see that changing at all in 2025. And that's my thing. Yeah, AR is not going to be a thing in 2025.
That's good. All right, well, we'll check back next year. And because you said that, it
will be.
It will. Yeah. This is the year it happens.
I think the smart way to play this, EJ, smart way to play this is to say it'll be in either next year or the year after. And when it doesn't happen next year, you say it again. It'll be next year or the year after. Then you're always
hedge. Yeah.
You're never wrong. Like you can't be. Right. That's the I agree with you. I think the pendulum swung very far with AI. But I gotta say, like in all those other years where we saw like that pendulum swinging far with VR, with 3D TVs, that stuff. Like you could feel that it was already like as soon as it was out the door, it was already going back. And I feel like we've swung far enough with AI that it's not going to swing all the way back. And I think that, while I think people are going to chill out about AI a little bit, it's going to happen not because we stop thinking the things we're thinking, but it's because companies are going to stop. There's going to be more tools that are supportive of the artists than are taking away the work. Like I'm not saying that there's going to be more of one or the other. I'm saying like we're not having enough tools yet that support the artist, although there are a few. I think there's going to be some great stuff. Like you could use AI for things like in Cinema 4D, like not in Cinema 4D, but in the help docs where you could say, hey, how do I do this thing? And it reads in all the docs and knows everything. It can tell you how to do something. I've already seen that with a company called Polygon Flow. They're putting that into their docs where it's like it knows how everything works. And so then it tells you the steps you need to take to do it, even though that's not specifically what's written in their documentation. It's like, hey, I'm at this point in my project. I want to know how to do that. And I think the next step of that, and this is where I think is going to be interesting, is I think that I'm hoping, I really want to believe this because I've seen something in Blender that does this. I want to see this in Cinema 4D. I want to see this in Unreal is a thing where you can tell it to do something and it will do the basic steps to set it up for you so that you can go in and then like start tweaking it and doing the real work. But like, rather than all these little tedious things you have to do to set up your project, like it can do that for you. I think we're going to see that this year. Right? Like I said, I saw it in Blender. I saw somebody had a thing like create a cube, drop it over here, and it just did it without having to know where those tools were. And I really hope that that's where we see AI do a little bit of work there. I have faith in that part of the industry using AI successfully. That's my prediction on that. Like I have with AI, it's like they're running out of hype. The hype is kind of, we really have it. People are like, ho hum. It's almost like when Pixar comes out with a movie and you're like, it's another brilliant movie by Pixar. Okay, great.
Right,
you know, it's beautiful, but at the same point, like the only way you'd be angry is if it wasn't. The only way you'd have feelings about it is if it wasn't great, right? You'd be like, yeah, they're losing it, right? But when they do a great movie, you're like, well, yeah, it's Pixar. So every time they come out with these things that are like, this is amazing, like, it is nice, it's cool, but all right. But I do think the helpful aspect of AI will come out. And, Adobe's done the work for us before when it came to subscription. They pissed everyone off and then everyone got over it more or less. And I think with AI, just like you said, like it's going to be the year for Adobe AI. They're going to get everybody over the hump that AI is pure evil and can't help us. It'll either happen this year or next year, right?
Very nice. Very nice. Oh, that's called a callback, folks.
Yeah, right.
For 2025, I am hopeful that it will be a really fruitful year with plenty of work and lots of money thrown around for all the artists. I think Blender will keep getting better, and hopefully it'll really listen closely to its user base and make improvements that further its legitimacy in a professional pipeline. And finally, I predict that School of Motion will be doing a lot more stuff with Blender.
I do think that things will pick back up. I think it's been a weird year. And I think people have been delaying creating things, delaying marketing things. I think they've been waiting for AI products to come to market. I think companies have been more focused internally, restructuring, restaffing, reorganizing their things. So I think now they're going to shift into focusing on how to sell product, how to move things, how to get their message out there and talk to their audience. So I'm really excited about all of that. I'm also really excited that, video content, motion, and animation is on more screens and more places than ever. We're doing a lot more in location stuff at like events. We're doing not just film titles and TV titles and commercials and social. It seems like our stuff is going more and more places. And that's a really exciting thing. So I think our industry is growing. It's just been like a really hard couple of years. So I am 1.5 thumbs up on this next year. And I have paint on my finger because I draw when I am nervous.
Now is more than ever at that time for motion designers to think like business people. As a freelancer, as a guy that runs a freelance business, Cloud Studios, cloudstudios.com, it's imperative that you are strategic with not only how you present yourself online, but what you show, how you show it. And those little things matter. And for certain clients, again, there's an outlier for every single thing that anybody could say throughout this podcast. There is probably a definitive checkmate argument either way, back and forth. And that's what's so cool about the School of Motion doing this podcast, is that there's different opinions. There's different ways to handle your work. There's different ways to go about your business, and your growth, your personal work always leads to actual client work.
Prediction for 2025 is that hopefully more people will use their design and animation skills, which are obviously huge in this industry, to not only tell commercial art stories to sell us something, but also to use this medium, which I think is the greatest medium of the 21st century, to tell human stories with human emotions that are slower or maybe subtler or maybe touch on things that really are important. I want everybody to stay weird. I've said this before, but please stay weird and don't succumb to industry trend, okay? Come up with your own ideas. Nobody got into this because they wanted to be a commercial artist first and foremost. I think we all got into this because we love art, we love design, and we love the exciting possibilities of what we can do with all of this amazing software that we have.
Aharon, do you have any thoughts on how Unreal evolves, and specifically, how its adoption kind of evolves over the next year?
I really see a lot of interest. People seem very interested by it. Is it going to overthrow Cinema 4D? Oh, hell no. But it is going to get picked up a lot as an extra tool. And I mean, just by the fact that they have these tools that they're adding into it and people are interested in that, I just see people, I post stuff about it and people get really interested about like, how do these motion design tools work? So, is it going to take over the industry? No, but I think it's going to actually start taking up some space. And, you guys brought up a good point about the real-time stuff that is used in sports graphics, with VizRT. I think we're going to start seeing cracks there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Do you have any thoughts on, and I've got a lot of thoughts on this, so I can kind of lead this part, but do you have any thoughts on what we might see as far as, the amount of work, the sort of overall motion design, VFX economy next year, or is that very
it's if you compare it to previous years, we talked about it earlier, and we talked about how there were these ebbs and flows, and there's always feast and famine. We've gone through a really long period of famine, and I'm hoping that like the same way that pendulum swung one way really far, that it swings back the other way really far. There's stuff to be made, and yeah, I definitely see a lot more of that. I hate seeing like when Coca-Cola makes an AI commercial and tries to convince themselves that like, oh, we don't need the artists for this. Like, I don't want to see that happen, where it's not even that the artists aren't needed. It's that companies try this for the next, year of making bad crap and thinking like they can get away with it until they finally lose. But my feeling is there's been enough feedback on how bad this stuff is that they're starting to realize that maybe they can't like just quite get away with that. At least not the big brands,
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. But I'm feeling like we're definitely headed towards a more healthy period for our space.
And EJ, I'm curious if you have any predictions on sort of like the visual trends we might see, because that's also kind of cyclical too, and there's right now you've got this big AI sort of, perfect quote in quotation marks looking images. Do you think there might be pushback against that? Do you think certain trends kind of come back?
It's kind of funny because I think a main reason why people got so pissed off at the Coca-Cola one is the subject matter. It's the polar bears. It's all this nostalgia of all the Christmas ads that people get so upset about. Like, usually people don't care. Like, I don't think anyone cared about the Honda ads that they did that was really garbledy-gook AI stuff in the background and the car in the foreground. Like, I didn't hear a backlash for that, probably because people didn't care. People probably didn't even notice. But it is kind of funny where I forget when we were talking about this, but it's almost like that garbly mash, like AI goop stuff is almost a style unto itself. And I wonder if this like 2025 is the year that brands just kind of lean into it, much like was it the Super Bowl ad this year where they did the Minions and they just made fun of AI. Mm-hmm. But we know what that style looks like. And it's almost like, these little slices of time where like TV scan lines, like let's throw that, and that's a style and that's a aesthetic. And I almost wonder if 2025 is going to be the year of the AI aesthetic, where you can like look at it and you're like, oh, that's that AI style where everything's kind of smeary and all that kind of stuff. And maybe we just get desensitized and it's like, oh, that's just a look. That's just an aesthetic. So I wonder if, consumers are just going to be desensitized to that and just be like, oh yeah, there's some AI ad, whatever, that looks cool. It's all morphy, blobby stuff all over the place. As far as other trends, I would have no clue, but I think it's that AI stuff is going to be a trend. And if it works for one brand, you're going to have every brand trying to mimic it. Right. So maybe that'll be the trend. It'll be that smeary AI look.
But the things, a lot of times, EJ, I've seen that the tools kind of almost like someone creates a cool tool. Like if Video Copilot were to, I don't want to make a prediction on this one. I'm just not going to do it. If Video Copilot were to come out with a new version of Element or whatever, and it had certain capabilities that make certain kinds of 3D easier, like, the way that Unreal now has this in there, has these MoGraph tools in there, similar to the ones from Cinema 4D. But if somebody comes out with a tool, I mean, we saw this all the time at Red Giant. Like, we made a tool and it became popular. Suddenly the look was everywhere, right? For a brief period of time, but it was like, you can do Trapcode 3D stroke. Like, you have these squiggly lines. Like, suddenly that was, everywhere. Mm-hmm. And I think that like a lot of it is determined by the software. And, your point about AI is like, yeah, that's definitely something that could affect it unless people are pushing back and hate it. I mean, there was that Marvel series that used it and it was like, people were like, it was terrible, but I don't know if that was just the artists or if it was like everybody. I don't know.
I think that was just the internet being the internet in that specific case, but
hard to know.
I really still hope that we see more studios, freelancers, and agencies finding ways to monetize their own creative. I'm a little worried for studios that are still running off of this single video with cut downs model. I think that's working for like some people at the very top who have connections with people who are used to doing that for their brands that they work for. But especially with larger staff, I imagine it's got to be difficult to keep up with payroll, given how much budgets have lowered in some areas. We've also recognized that we can use the same creative might that we harness for other brands for ourselves. And by launching software and platforms like Easy Ease and many other non-motion design centric projects that we're looking at coming into next year, I think we're poised to find a lot of success in 2025 outside of the service-based model.
I think AI will have or maybe has already had an impact on the lower segment of the market. All those clients who were fine with having a low quality product might be intrigued by the idea of being able to create something themselves without necessarily having any technical or creative skills. And if you add this to the fact that we saw a decrease in the demand for social media content, that tells us a lot about where the market is heading. As for the high segment of the market, that's where the vast majority of us are working, I think AI will eventually have an impact. I hear a lot of people talking about AI as a tool. My impression is that we are not there yet, but it probably won't take long to get there. And I guess it will completely redefine the way we animate.
You know, in the past, we were more focused on the client work, and now it's a little bit of a different mission where we're more focused on helping other creators and really trying to restore a sense of the community that we had during the Flash era, where there was just more of a sense of collaboration. We're going to be releasing a series of digital asset libraries, these source files for the V3 Rive re-architecture that we recently did, and then also some educational content that's not only focused on software, but also on mindset. So it'd be things like creative vision, creative process, visualization. And then, of course, we're going to be working on a new version of the Too Advanced website where we're just kind of exploring new possibilities and testing out new technologies and really just kind of seeing where we want to take things for the future. So those are all things that you can look forward to in the year ahead.
So a year from now, I hope that the industry has changed in a few positive ways. I think that we're going to see some new small shops arising from the ashes of 2023 and 2024. That's good. That's exciting. We always need new voices. We need new challengers. That's what keeps the industry vibrant. I hope that clients start to invest again in broad kind of brand awareness campaigns. There's some indication that this is already happening. You know, brand awareness campaigns are what fueled the golden age of motion design in the early to mid 2000s. This is the kind of work that's anthemic and aspirational, really gets your emotions going, right? We haven't seen a lot of that in the last few years because it's largely been driven by performance marketing, which is really the opposite of kind of brand awareness marketing. They both need to exist, and they're both going to continue to exist. I do think that clients are going to start kind of getting back to brand awareness, and that's going to be great for the industry. Lastly, I hope that in a year from now that people are still meeting in person at local events, at regional events, at national events, and connecting again as members of this super exciting creative community that is motion design. The reason that this has been such a fun place for me to work in over 20 years is because the people who make up the motion design industry are just inherently interesting people, right? We're excited about a lot of different things, design, technology, humanity, and getting together in person is so important. So I hope we keep doing that 1 year from now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now.
Okay, well, these are good predictions. All right, so I'll do mine. And you guys have already made me kind of think about a few things. So I'll start with the aesthetic stuff. That's really interesting, EJ. I hadn't really thought about that, you know, the weirdness that AI just it's kind of baked into it, at least these early versions of it, that maybe that actually influences the style. My instinct is that there will be, even if it's like not a conscious thing, like an unconscious pushback against things that AI is good at, right? So like AI is much better at making things that feel like polished 3D renders than it is making stuff that looks like Arial Costa, right? And, you know, one of my favorite pieces this year that we talked about was that coat of arms piece for South by Southwest. Very mixed media, lots of type. You know, that's another thing AI is not good at yet, is type, right? And I think we're a long way off from AI, especially when things are moving, being able to have like, you know, type that actually makes sense and stuff like that. It's just terrible at that. So I wonder if we kind of go back to the aesthetic that was actually really popular in like the early 2000s with Eyeball. They had this famous country music television package that everyone copied, including me, where they were using like wood textures and everything was gritty and grungy and imperfect and rough and edges was on everything. So if I had to predict something kind of becoming even more popular, because it's already pretty popular this year, there's a lot of artists doing that, I think we'll see more of that. And the big question mark for me is on the 3D side, what the 3D aesthetic kind of becomes, because I feel like this year I saw a lot of that kind of Microsoft tenderly, kind of, I mean, it's very similar to the 3D that we've seen in previous years, but it was like the color palettes were different.
Yeah.
It was a lot more editorial, the way the things were paced. There were more cuts, so it was almost like a 2D animated piece, but just happened to be done in 3D. It wasn't like cameras doing crazy swoops like we used to see PsyOp do and stuff like that. Part of the challenge with making 3D feel gritty and organic and, and all of that is that it takes a lot of work on like lighting and shaders and stuff like that to make that feel realistic. And then to stylize it is even harder. But I mean, Grayscale Gorillas created this unbelievable set of textures that, more detailed than almost anything you'll find. And it makes it a lot easier to kind of play around with that stuff.
So predicting the future can be pretty tough. It's hard to know what's going to happen next year, even next month. All the tools are coming out so fast. There's new things to try and integrate and play with all the time. And this industry just changes a lot. So what I think this question really is asking whenever I get asked like, hey, what's the future look like? It's really asking, what can I do as a 3D artist to stay ahead? What can I do to prepare for what's coming around the corner? And the good news is I don't think that changes. As an artist, the best thing you could do is get better at the core skills that never change. Great design, great typography, great social skills with your customers, great cinematography, how lighting works, how materials work, how to make a beautiful image, how to make a compelling image for your client, for your art, for what you're trying to do. So upping those skills will always be important. The tools will always change, and the best thing you could do is make sure you're better at having good taste and understanding when your work is complete and when you're still not done and you need to go dig into it. And all the tools that come along are all designed, if it's done right, to help you do exactly that. Understand your vision, what you're trying to create, and the tools will come and go to help you do that.
So I think we might see people remixing 3D in ways that, maybe feel kind of unique. I feel like 2D is probably going to feel a little bit weirder than 3D next year. And I think on the, looking at the frontier side of things, 2 Advanced, they've stated that they want to make the web weird again. They want websites to be unique and odd and not all the same, and play around with different navigation, And you could argue whether that's a good idea or not. I mean, maybe the web should just be really usable, and that's what you want. But I think we're going to see a ton of experimenting there. I think we'll see studios trying it. I think we'll see artists maybe starting to stray away from the Squarespace, Behance, Adobe portfolio kind of sites and playing around with Rive and Spline and some of these other tools, and maybe even playing around with like grids and layouts in weird ways too. Because I think that's the kind of stuff AI is terrible at. And it's not really being trained to be good at it yet, right? It's being trained to be good at footage and stuff like that. That's really what most of these companies are aiming at right now. They're aiming at Hollywood. They're not really aiming at motion design, right? So that's what I think. I don't know. I know that was a good prediction or not, but either way, I'm going to say I was right. I think the biggest thing that I'm sure people are curious about is what the economy is going to do next year. Because last year was awful for most people, not for everybody, but it was the word bloodbath was thrown around several times. This year, the beginning was still pretty bad, but it started to pick up. And a lot of the contributors that we asked said that they feel optimistic. Now, I'm not exactly sure why. I think it's, they're probably seeing like lagging indicators, maybe they're getting, more inbound, they're getting asked to pitch more, they're getting more requests. But I always see motion design as kind of downstream from a few things, right? So it's directly downstream from advertising. Advertising is heavily affected by what like the big companies, what Amazon and Google and Facebook and all those companies are doing. And those companies are really affected by, really big economic factors, the interest rate and stuff like that. And that's super uncertain right now. Like we just had a very big election. And so I don't think anyone really knows what's going to happen next year. But I do think we'll probably see some things that might help tech. Very likely we'll have less regulation than we've had maybe. And so if that impacts tech in a positive way, I think it will trickle down. That trickles down into, advertising budgets and people are investing more money if the interest rate goes down and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of caveats. There's a bunch of asterisks there. And we're going to have to wait over the next few months to kind of see what actually happens. But if those things happen, I do think that we will see the beginning of a boom. It's called a boom and bust cycle. We just had a huge bust, probably the worst one I've ever seen in my career in terms of work drying up. And so I'm cautiously optimistic, and I know a lot of our contributors were too.
I imagine the start of 2025 still being slow or feeling slow, even though we have picked up momentum in Q4. Generally, I feel like clients have budget left over and they're willing to spend that in Q3 and Q4. So we may see some of that slowness into Q1, hopefully picking up after, but we'll see. Time will tell.
I think we're going to see, I was able to see a lot of great work on the jury for the Clios this past year as well. And I saw a lot of things being generated for AR and VR. And I think those sectors of our industry will also be growing and getting very exciting as well. And unfortunately, I do think that people are just like the good stories, fortunately, and hopefully continue to like good ideas. And that, though all of our tools and technology may take us through the process faster and differently than we have in the past, that hopefully that the ideas of storytelling, we can only hope that those things endure for 2025 and beyond.
I think there'll be a reaction to that commoditized view of creativity in all the right ways. We always see the pendulum swinging in our industry, and I think it's right to turn back again. So I think storytelling for brands will become big again. I think emotional connection is a huge one. We create intentionally. We're telling stories that people care about and on a median or an average of all the material that's gone before. So having a point of view and stories behind your creation will really resonate with people. And I think that will be a big theme for 25. And just that high level of craft, I think people will pick their moments to go to creative teams and do those bigger pieces of work that kind of actually mean something to a mass audience.
But given that it's still uncertain, here's what I predict is going to work next year. Because I've seen it work this year, but not a lot of people are doing it. But the ones that are seem to be the ones that are really, really busy. So I already mentioned this way hours ago, but niching down, I don't know how to pronounce it after
Niche, I think, is
5 hours or whatever. But yeah, like niching down is actually a good strategy now. It maybe wasn't a great strategy 10, 15 years ago, but the market is way bigger and there's way more use cases. And this is something I learned this year talking to all these businesses about our team training program is that, and I'm always aware of like the companies you would never expect to have big production teams in-house, Boeing and companies like that. Every company on earth, every college has, video departments, every sports team, companies that make chairs, missile companies. And so all of those companies have slightly different needs, right? And I think that when there was less competition, there was less artists and less studios, it was enough to just have great work. And clients would come to you because they saw you did something for a soap brand that was really, really cool. And they're a car brand, but they look around and they say, well, your work's really good. I'm going to hire you. Now, I think it's a lot easier to just say, I'm going to go to the studio that does the car stuff. I'm going to go to the studio that does virtual production for X, right? And I think I'm already seeing studios do this. I mentioned the Little Labs. I mean, they're sort of leaning into this new interaction work. Vuco's doing this. Laundry just did a really big rebrand. And, they're a big LA studio and kind of generalist, but their aesthetic is very clean. And so that kind of appeals to a certain type of client and maybe not others, right? And so I think we're going to see more studios start to do that. I do predict we're going to see a lot of rebrands. That's one prediction I'll stand by. And I think freelancers should take note and they should do something similar. Look at what Connor Henkel did. I mean, even Ariel Costa is a good example. He's known for doing his thing, right? And he does it for all kinds of brands, but he niched into a look. So if you want that look, you go to him first. You don't go to him third, right? He's the first guy you go to if that's what you want. And I think that the market's big enough and there is just an absolutely ridiculous amount of companies out there hiring motion designers and needing work. And there's these new use cases that you can be the person that does, X for Y for Z, right? So I think that's going to be a trend. I would recommend people do it. So this might be a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm telling people to do it, and then I'll say, look how smart I was. But I think it's actually, yeah.
Joey, I don't want to scare people away though from the opportunity to try. Like there are new areas that haven't been done, and maybe it's not niching down. We call it sort of widening the field of the knowledge. Yep. We were talking about Rive earlier and interaction design, and that is a field that as of yet is fairly untouched. I mean, there's I mean, it's not really. I mean, like we know Google, they have it, but like. It's so it's just toe in the water right now, right? Like there's really a lot of it out there, and I don't want to scare people away by saying find the thing that you're good at and just focus down on that. It's like there's also these opportunities that you could really invest yourself in and try to learn that because whatever it is that you do well, you could bring that over to interaction design, which could be really interesting.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that's kind of part of it. I mean, I think Jonathan Winbush is a good example, right? He knows how to do a lot of things. Like he's known as the Unreal guy, but that's not all he knows. He can do a lot of things, right? But he really leaned into that. He's kind of made that his brand. And so he gets a lot of calls about Unreal. That's kind of what he's known for now. And it's opened up a lot of really cool opportunities for him to work with, rappers and stuff like that and work on games and things that are not necessarily motion design, right? And so I think with Rive, there's a massive opportunity there. The only thing I'm unsure of is how long it will take the market to catch up to this. Because that's another thing that, I kind of got slapped across the face with this year when I was having these calls. And I would ask people, what are you guys interested in learning? What are you looking at for next year? I kept expecting them to say the things that we talk about at School of Motion because we focus on this all day long every day. But most of them say After Effects. Most of them say Cinema 4D. And they have established business models and their clients want what they want, and that's what they do. And so they're not going to just jump into Rive just because, right? So I think probably freelancers have an advantage right now over studios because it's a little bit easier to experiment with niching down as a freelancer than as a studio. There's a lot more risk if you have staff and stuff like that. There's a guy on X, I think his name's Jeff McAvoy, and I've talked to him before. He's the Rive guy. And I don't know when he became the Rive guy. He wasn't the Rive guy probably 5 years ago, but now he's the Rive guy. And I don't know how busy he is, but he's constantly posting about Rive. And if you're on social media and you're looking for a Rive artist, he's very visible. And there's not 10 other, Rive guys. Like he's the Rive guy. So I think there's a ton of opportunity there. And since we're talking about Rive, I think that next year, so they have launched absolutely insane features this year that take it from, wow, if you know this and this and this and this and this, and you squint, you can totally see the vision and you can see the possibilities, to where now any UI and UX designer can look at it and see I immediately get why this is useful. It's no longer a mystery. And I think a sign that happened this year was Webflow and Framer building native integrations for it, because those are two massive companies that have millions of customers and run millions of websites. And they said, we see the potential. We're going to integrate this. And so I think next year we'll see a lot more web designers using it. I think product will take a little bit longer because there's typically a lot more engineering involved with products versus websites. And the engineers have to get on board too. But I can tell you, if there's a Google engineer out there that's used to taking a Lottie file and a render and a spreadsheet of Bezier values and trying to translate that into code and match what the animator gave you, and then they try it the Rive way, they'll never go back. And so it's going to be a really big deal. I don't know if next year is the true breakout explosion year. It could be. It very well could be. But I think any artist that's interested in that should absolutely take our Rive class or at least play around with Rive. There's a free version. Play around with it. Get a little bit acquainted with Figma. You will not regret it, I promise you. The Unreal stuff is more of a mystery to me. I haven't used Unreal. I've played around with it, but I haven't used it very much. And to me, the big opportunity is replacing the real-time stuff, the VizRTs and the Chirons. Because Aharon, you made a great point that there has to be such a compelling reason for a studio or even a 3D artist who's taken 10, 15 years to get good enough to feel confident using Cinema 4D in a professional way to switch to an app that works totally differently. And the speed is definitely the killer feature. But even that may not be enough if the workflow is still not really quite there. And
for sure, Joey, I had these moments where I was setting up some projects where I was like, this is freaking miserable.
Yeah.
And then I had to fix a render and I was like, oh, I can do that in 2 minutes and not have to wait 10 hours for it. And I was like, that was worth it. All that time I put in. So I think people have to have that experience of making something, of having to go back and re-rendering and doing that and realizing that they are no longer, for small things to fix and make changes, they're no longer waiting 10 hours for that end result. And that was, that was mind blowing for me. And that was like where I was like, I'm willing to put in the time and build and take a little bit longer because, it's hard to know how to use these tools when you're not used to them. But once I had that experience, it's like, there's no way I'm going back. Like I can't live with waiting 10 hours to see something that can take me 10 minutes here,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, Epic's done a few really smart things in, like working with studios and artists to get Unreal used in like the Super Bowl this year, right? I mean, it's really, really smart. I think they could probably do a better job of publicizing that stuff to the artist community, because I think that's going to be one of those things where, the big TV networks and the big event companies, it's probably on their radar, but they have something that works, right? It's the artists that have to kind of prove the case that this is worth switching to. And I think Epic can help the artists do that. So I can't predict that they'll do more of that next year, but if I were them, that's what I would do. Totally.
I would think the same is true for Rive, by the way, that the artists are going to be the ones using it right now who are doing it. And I think, thankfully Rive is super supportive of the community. Like they'll be pushing that too and pushing the artists' work out there to show people what's possible. They're doing a great job of that though.
Yeah, absolutely. And then as far as, I think EJ covered Cinema 4D and kind of what he thinks will happen there. I think on the After Effects side, it does seem like the team, they weren't going crazy this year shipping really big features. I mean, the 3D feature shipped this year, but it was in beta for a long time. I think that's going to be iterative, but I suspect that they're working on some of the deeper, harder to solve things, like how do we make the whole thing faster? I know Victoria too, and I know a bunch of the engineers on the team, and they really do listen to feedback. I know Adobe is a massive company. It may feel like sometimes you're yelling into the void if you're asking for stuff. The After Effects team is not a big team, and they really are like listening and responsive. And so I suspect that we're going to see some nice speed improvements, some more quality of life things. But I think the truth is After Effects is so entrenched in motion design that it doesn't really have to iterate at the pace of Rive or even Unreal. And so we're probably not going to see anything crazy. I think the 3D system will get much better. I still don't think even at the end of next year, it's going to be a replacement for any of the tools that we use. It may be, it's already usable if you need 3D type. It's pretty quick and it works well. But if you need the 3D type to do some fancy things and each letter flies in and there's a different texture on each letter, it's honestly just way faster just to do it in Cinema 4D or Element 3D or something like that. But I'm hoping that, maybe in like 3 years, that actually becomes really, really powerful. And who knows, maybe that's what kicks Andrew Kramer out of retirement and he launches Element 3D 2 or whatever his next project's going to be. But yeah, After Effects is I don't think After Effects, if it's ever going to get dethroned as the app that we all use, it's going to take 20 years. I really think it's so entrenched, there's no way to dethrone it. And I think Cinema 4D's done a really good job. Maxon's done an awesome job of kind of entrenching themselves too, based on the conversations I have had.
I was thinking that the only way that something gets dethroned that quickly is like when Apple throws away Final Cut Pro as a whole and starts with something like a new version of Final Cut Pro that's totally different. Yeah. That's when like a company like Adobe can swoop in and say like, hey, we've got Premiere Pro. You've always, Premiere Pro's been around forever. You love it, right? We're not changing anything, So that's how they got their foothold. So it would take After Effects having to do something majorly like that considers the technology and not the user before they get dethroned. I totally agree.
I'll say one thing that I definitely felt in the second half of this year was a vibe shift where, last year artists were falling all over themselves to shit on AI and taking a stand against it. And if you even accidentally used it in a thumbnail, you got canceled almost. So that I think is shifting. And what's interesting is here's what I don't know, right? So I definitely think that most artists are going to come to grips with the fact that this is a tool, this is a technology. There's also this version of it that's trying to take your job away, but it's horrible at it, at least for motion design. But there's this other side of it that's really, 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 really useful. And I think Adobe's done the smart thing and kind of focused on that part of it. They're going to continue to do that. There's going to be 20 new things that come out next year that blow our minds that we didn't know was possible. I do not think AI is going to get good enough to actually animate stuff for us anytime soon. Even the Adobe Max sneaks where they showed this sort of animation tool that uses AI, the animation it created was really bad, but then they threw this kind of AI filter over it, and then it looked really cool, right? And I think that's probably going to get used a little bit more next year, where I like the idea of animating some 2D simple thing in After Effects and then running it through Firefly, where all of a sudden now it looks like it was made out of clay or it was made out of paper, or everything's gradients and it's blurring in this interesting way that would be really hard to do. I think that kind of stuff is cool because then you still have the control. You have less control over the final result, obviously, but maybe those tools start to get better too. Firefly's gotten a lot better this year. You have more control with it. But I also wonder if like AI is just going to turn into a thing we can't even predict right now. Like maybe in our lifetimes, it never actually gets good enough to just type in 2D explainer video selling, this bank software, and then it pops that out, right? And maybe that's not even possible given the current technology and the current way they're building these tools. Maybe it just turns into like everybody stops saying AI. Like Boris learned this already. They don't say AI, they say machine learning, because that's what it is. It's not intelligent. And so we end up with just like some really, really, really good tools. And then there are parts of the industry that get totally disrupted. Stock footage, stock imagery, voiceover, I think is definitely going to get really, really disrupted. But motion design just kind of adapts, right? And that's kind of what we've always done. Now, here's the thing that also could happen over the last few years and may happen again next year, is you get this divergence. You get these kind of different bubbles that people live in because they don't want to hear about this thing, so they go to where no one talks about it. And you get these two different worlds. And watching Procreate and Adobe, they're not directly going head to head, but it kind of feels that way with the fresco move that Adobe pulled. I wonder if there will be a group of artists that are like naturalists, they're humanists, and they won't touch AI and they don't want anything to do with it. And they're, I don't know where they are. They're on Blue Sky or they're on Mastodon or they're on Kara. And then there's, probably most people who make peace with it and say, okay, yeah, this is really useful. And clients expect me to work faster now because this exists. So I'm just going to learn how to do it. I'm going to get good at it and use it as a tool. And I do wonder about that. There was a version of this with NFTs, and I gave a talk at Half Res one year about this, where when the NFT bubble happened, that was the first time it really felt like, wow, motion design kind of split down the middle a little bit. And there were haves and have-nots, and there was these two sides butting heads, which I hadn't really seen before. That could happen with AI. And I don't want it to, but it could. So that's kind of like a half prediction. But my gut is that most artists are just going to, there'll still always be like a loud vocal minority of people that want nothing to do with it and will attack anyone that uses it. And but I think most artists are going to use it.
Now, up until now, AI has been sort of a cute exploratory tool, right, for rapidly exploring ideas and iterating concepts and doing look development. Okay, forget about that. Okay, AI is getting trashed regularly, as it should, I think, in the case of like the recent Coca-Cola spots. But now AI is moving into production. And so what I'm seeing is that the studios that don't master how to use AI in their post-production pipelines are going to struggle. It's just a matter of time before this is going to start to become an ubiquitous way of getting work done. So get comfy with comfy AI, all right? Whatever these things are, all these latest tools, make sure you are embracing them and using them in real world production. That's the trend.
I think one really interesting thing about having AI in our industry is it's really making us question what is real or what feels human and authentic. And I think when you've got something that's making things that are so polished and so quickly that you start to question what is bringing that emotion to a project or that human spark or sense of humor. And I think this is an excellent line of inquiry to keep pushing on as it will only make the tools and our designs better.
AI is here to stay, at least for now, and companies will continue to figure out the best use case for it. The big players in tech are getting behind AI and integrating it into their models. This year, we saw the release of Apple Intelligence and also Google Gemini, both of which were heavily incorporated into their marketing plans and strategies and ultimately met with applause. On the other end of that spectrum, we've seen fully AI-generated ads for major brands that are seeing significant backlash. So while the tech does continue to improve, AI remains challenging to control, and lacks the emotional component and polish that artists who excel in their craft are going to bring to a campaign. The majority of budgets are going to remain challenging. I think Q1, possibly Q2, there will likely be some hesitation in spending dollars and investing in new marketing until the presidential transition happens and things start to stabilize a little bit. Brands are also going to continue leaning on partners for modular solutions and problem solving and how best to initiate a genuine connection and support their audience's changing needs.
The biggest thing that I believe is that motion design is basically now just design. And the good news is that we're in broader agreement that motion is important and has value. But maybe the bad news is that that as motion design continues to become more prevalent, there's just likely no going back to the cottage industry vibes that I know that my career started in. So, little comme ci, comme ça.
I think about the fact that, I'm not an anthropologist, obviously. I remember taking a course in college, and they talked about the fact that, it didn't matter if a species was stronger or weaker. What mattered is which species could adapt better, right? And that's the one that survived. Yeah. I would have thought, based on that NFTs would have had a better shot, but would have had a better shot because it's an adaptation of there's a new technology, we're doing it. But I don't know where that thing broke, but it was maybe, you know what it is? I think it was that there was a lot of crap that was made with it too. You had a lot of good stuff and you had a lot of crap, and that tarnished it entirely, right? I think that with AI, as things get better, there's the crappy stuff that's made with AI and there's stuff that's not. So I don't know if that's going to have the same repeat, but I feel like AI is definitely a little more here to stay than NFTs. It's got a little more sticking power.
Yeah, I think the NFT thing broke because there was no, people might disagree with this, there's no actual value to an NFT, right? The Beeple NFT, it's you could make the same argument about a painting that someone spends $5 million on, right? But at least there are atoms that you can hold and point to, right. And there actually is something kind of underwriting the value that someone paid for it, even if that person over there doesn't think it's worth what you paid. With an NFT, it's just smoke, right? It's just, I own something.
Yeah.
It's zeros and ones on a cloud somewhere.
It's on a website that might not exist anymore.
Right.
And there's quite a few that don't. And so I think that was just a pure speculation bubble. A lot of people got swept up in because a lot of people, people made escape velocity FU money and got out at the right time. Most people didn't. And so I think that created bitterness. With AI, there's a lot of value to it. There's actual utility. And so it's definitely not going anywhere. I do think the hype dies down quite a bit because there's already been articles written about this. Goldman Sachs wrote an article about the big issue, and they were focused more on ChatGPT and large language models. The cost of training those things, and especially as they grow, the cost of ChatGPT 3 versus 4, 4 costs 10 times as much to train. It costs way more to run. OpenAI, the last I checked, it was supposed to lose $5 billion this year. So these things aren't profitable yet. I think companies small companies like Magnific and Midjourney, I think they probably are profitable, but OpenAI is not. I don't know if Firefly is a loss leader for Adobe. They're in a different situation because they can make money in other ways to subsidize this thing. But I don't think that there's going to be as much foolish money thrown at AI next year. I think investors are starting to realize this is not a sure thing. If you just slap AI on a product, it doesn't, I think Fable is kind of the cautionary tale there. It doesn't automatically mean that it's going to succeed. And on top of that, I think we are hitting a plateau in terms of the rate of growth of the capabilities of these things. They can't grow in capability as fast as they have in the past because we're starting to hit diminishing returns with the data sets we have, and people are going to have to invent new ways to improve them. I think probably the biggest upgrades we'll see to AI tools next year is going to be the interface. I think if you look at how you had to use Midjourney at the beginning of the year on Discord, typing in a whole bunch of stuff and remembering these codes, and now you go use the web interface, it is 1,000 times more useful. And the underlying technology hasn't changed all that much. They're at version 6.1 now or something. So it's gotten better, but actually in some ways it's gotten worse. For some styles, it's not as good anymore. AI is just such a weird thing.
Look, I think, like you say, that what part of it is the UI, and part of it is going to be just we're going to find new ways to use what we already have that we're not doing yet, and those are going to be the things that maybe stick because we found useful ways to take that. Because it's not even about necessarily training. In some cases, we've just scratched the surface with what's possible with what we even have. So I think companies will find ways to use them in ways that we haven't used it yet. Like, again, like just saying things like the large language models can be used to interface with software and to tell it to do something. It doesn't have to be any smarter than it is. I think it just needs to know. We just have to connect the pieces so that they understand how to take the words I ask it to do and make that thing happen.
Yeah. And so the last prediction I'll make is about, I guess, kind of the artist community. So I don't have any data to back this up. So this is just me literally pulling this out of my ass. But I've heard anecdotally from a lot of people that there's, in the last few years, there's been way more artists entering motion design. And I suspect, this is where I'm speculating, I suspect that a lot of them came in on the back of the NFT wave because there was a ton of money to be made. And at the same time, we had this financial bubble where tech companies were just throwing money at everything, and motion designers were, double and triple booked and raising their rates, and no one cared. And there was actually a talent shortage, and it was really hard to book freelancers. And so now a lot of freelancers paid for that over the last 2 years when there was way more freelancers and talent than was actually needed. But some artists are leaving or they're retiring. And I think that, a lot of those artists that came in on the back of the motion design gold rush, if that's what it was, they're looking at the next gold rush, which is AI, but not necessarily motion design. And I think, if you spend any time on X/Twitter, it has quieted down, but the AI bros are still out there, peddling their, I just made a short film and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I think that it's going to take a little while for all of that to wash out. But I think that with just the amount of screens, these new surfaces, the Sphere, NBA stadiums that have floors, social, and then you've got UI and UX and the growth of motion design into web and product, I think we're going to start to, once again, like increase the demand and more slowly increase the supply where we'll get a little bit of an equilibrium. A lot of the studios that contributed to this said that it was still, it was easier, it was like trivial last year to find freelancers. No one was booked. You needed someone, you could call the first person on your list, they were probably available. This year, still pretty easy, not as easy as last year, but at the end of this year, they did start to get challenges on their holds. They did maybe have to call their second freelancer. And so those are signs that I think we are going to, start to have like a little more balance with like the employment and the artist side again. And so I think next year, just because of that, like even if the economy stays and does exactly what it's doing right now, which is kind of confusing, I still think it's going to be a little bit easier to get work next year, especially if you listen to what we've been saying this whole podcast and do the things that have worked, right? Niche down, explore these new frontiers of motion design. Don't be afraid to try out new tools. Even a tool like Unreal, which doesn't have mass adoption in motion design yet. I was talking to a producer from We Are Royale like 3-4 years ago, and she was saying we can't find artists who know Unreal that can work in motion design. This was 3-4 years ago. And there's got to be way more work out there now for Unreal artists. So we'll have to have Winbush back on the pod, EJ, soon to talk about what he's hearing out there.
I think it's going to be interesting because, I keep thinking of like Canva and all the AI stuff. It's so easy to do all these assets if you want to do social media posts and stuff like that. And even all the AI stuff, the video. And I just keep going back to it's just all spam. It's just, you got spammed with all the NFT shit. You're going to get spammed with all the AI stuff. So while some people, you feel anxiety just because, oh my God, there's just so much shit out there. But I think because of all the spam and how all the AI stuff, like, what was made with AI, you just know, you can look at it. It's like, that was AI. I think it's going to be even easier for artists that have their own style to stand out amongst that. Like you were saying, Joey, about, going back and doing the more gritty, hand done kind of stuff that that's going to easily stand out. So it's kind of like this thing where, yes, it's anxiety inducing because there seems to be so many people entering in, and like there's people entering in that, I'm sorry, you're not an artist. If I have a phone that has a camera on it, I'm not a photographer. So you're going to have a flood of these people, but they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're just, following a tutorial, making a bunch of stock footage AI things and thinking they're telling an amazing story when they're not. So I think the other side of that is that it's going to be easier for artists to show their value because they can stand out amongst the rest. Because think about like if Coca-Cola did their AI ad and then all these other companies started doing these AI looking ads. Okay, well, everything looks the same. So how do you stand out as a brand? So I think there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel there with all this.
Or you can go the Jaguar way, which is to use humans and make yourself look like everybody else too. That's,
get the Google G.
They're going to regret that rebrand. I suspect.
It's going to be talked about for a long time. I think that.
I think the timing was bad on that one, that brings up an interesting point too, because on the AI front, the big models, the Midjourneys, the Dallys, right? These things are, I don't think censored is the right word, but they have guardrails on them, right? Like there are things you can't make it do. And I remember like earlier this year, X released Grok, which is their model, and you can make any image you want. There's no guardrails on it. And people immediately did things that you're like, oh, I don't want to see that. But I do wonder because, at the heart of all of this, motion design it's a profession. It's a career. People are paying you to do it, right? So we're professionals. We're not fine artists, right? Unless you're using motion design as a fine art tool, which some people do. But I wonder if because of, and I think also just I don't know, it feels like there's a little bit of a vibe shift happening anyway, because the last few years, with AI being kind of, there's guardrails on it, they put little kid gloves on it, for good reason, like in some cases. But artists want to express stuff, right? And they want to get a reaction out of people. And I wonder if there might be a little bit of a swing towards edgier things. Because humans can have crazy ideas, and most of the time you don't tell anybody. But when you get online, if a lot of stuff is AI generated, and a lot of stuff online, like social media, a lot of it's AI. And so by definition, most of that is going to be very safe, sterilized, kind of homogenized. And so I wonder if artists are going to realize, I could just be a little edgy and kind of stand out here. I don't know if brands are going to want that, but there's a lot of like really good artists out there that just make work because they have to, right? They can't live without doing it. And I wonder if we'll see some of that come back, because that's also a cyclical thing where people are kind of like really edgy doing crazy stuff. And, I remember when I was coming up, there was this piece, and it was done by a studio, and it was like an opening for one of these conferences. And what they did was they took a bunch of porn clips and they edited them together, and then they cell animated over the top of them to make it look like a guy's like playing the piano, but he wasn't playing the piano, like that kind of stuff. And everyone thought it was brilliant, and everyone was like, oh my God, that's so cool, what a great idea. And then that kind of stuff just went away. Like everyone was kind of afraid to do it. And I wonder if, because I think there will be, and there is, but there will continue to be a reaction to AI. And I wonder if we see that. I'm not making that prediction, but it just popped into my head as we were kind of talking about this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think about when big brands try to embrace something weird from the internet, it rarely works. And I remember that thing called the Spong Monkeys. It was like they did a commercial for Quiznos. It was like, we like the moon.
I love those commercials. Right? Yeah, I do.
And that was actually like a commercial for Quiznos. And like I've tried to explain, I showed it to my kids. They're like, "What the hell were your people
You had to
doing
be there.
Your time, right?
You had to be alive then.
Like you had to be alive at that time to understand that this was actually a thing on the internet. But like it doesn't work well for the brand. So like I think that you're right that there's gonna be smaller thick companies that maybe try it. Like I don't think it works well when big brands try to embrace some weird internet stuff that doesn't translate. They built a lot of what they do on looking awesome and having like a certain quality to what they do. And I think that you're right. Like for a lot of artists, so that will be for the ones who can do something interesting but still refined as an artist is going to have an advantage there.
Yeah, you have your Adult Swims, your Tims and Erics that'll make ads, but again, that's to stand out. That Quiznos thing was to stand out. So yeah, I agree, Joey. Like people are going to be edgy and stand out that way. And good Lord, is Beeple going to do commercials, or is he's too big for that?
This could be Beeple's golden years.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're going to see some glorious misfires too. Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yep, we're here for it. If you made it to the end of this thing, I want to hug you, even if you're not a hugger. I think this calls for some intimacy. Bring it on in. Seriously though, I can't thank you enough for being a part of our community. We are fans of each and every artist out there who works in this incredible field, and we do absolutely ridiculous things like this podcast for you. And it means the world to have you spend even a few minutes hanging out virtually with us through our YouTube channel, podcast, social media, and of course our courses. I hope 2024 was a great year for you, but even if it wasn't, hopefully this episode made you feel a little less alone in that feeling. It was a tough year for a lot of companies, but I think there are many reasons to be optimistic about 2025. So with that, I wish you the happiest of New Year's, and I hope 2025 is your best year ever. From all of us at School of Motion, thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next year.
Thank you.